Stunning effort to pick up the debris. That's almost completed now. Also, our city cleanup corps has gone and helped people get debris out of their homes as needed. No, it's a massive effort. It continues. It will continue as long as needed. So any family in any circumstance, regardless of documentation.
Coming up this morning on Live Now from Fox, investigators are now able to confirm that the remains found Sunday in Wyoming belongs to 22-year-old Gabby Petito. The case captivating the country as authorities are still searching for her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. Also, reports from Texas at the southern border say refugees from Haiti are being led country in order to process them through immigration courts. This as the United Nations sending refugees back to their home country is unsafe. We'll also have you bring the latest announcement from, as you see here, Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Also, we'll have the latest from President Biden as he delivered a few remarks from the 7th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And good morning. The time is 6 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox. Ms. Rain Augustine, and this is your source for raw and unfiltered nonstop news. The latest developments in the Gabby Petito case. As her death is ruled a homicide, investigators are working relentlessly to locate her fiancé, Laundrie. The FBI hoping someone who may have seen him or had contact with him comes forward. Fox's Madeline Rivera has the latest.
The FBI tonight confirming that the remains found on Sunday in Wyoming belong to 22-year-old Gabby Petito. The coroner ruling Petito's death a homicide, though the exact cause is still undetermined pending full autopsy results. Meanwhile, in a witness statement obtained by Fox News, the 911 caller who reported an argument between Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie last month believed the couple was fighting over a phone. The caller told police Laundrie may have been trying to ditch his fiancée. Officers in Utah responded to that call just weeks before Gabby was reported missing.
There should be some mental health input into what the police are doing when it comes to people as in domestic disputes, not just handcuffing them or letting them go.
Authorities combed through a gator-infested nature preserve in Florida today where Brian Laundrie's parents say he went to hike last week. Investigators looked through the Carlton Reserve over the weekend with no success. The search was paused yesterday as FBI agents raided the Laundrie's home.
It may be that they have to really round this out and make sure that he's not in there. That's not the kind of place where you can live for an extended period of time.
Northport police say the area's terrain is unforgiving with waist-deep water and flooded trails. Search teams are navigating the swampy preserve with canines, drones, and ATVs. The results of the full autopsy could take several weeks. In response to the news, Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney, said, "May Gabby rest in peace." In Northport, Florida, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Thank you to Charles Watson for that report, bringing you all a few reactions that we are seeing from social media. This tweet coming from the FBI in Denver saying, thanks the public for their continuing support of this investigation and the valuable tips that have been submitted. We extend sincere condolences to Gabby's family, friends, and all of the people whose lives she touched. This next tweet coming from Sarasota Sheriff's Office. Despite rumors on social media this evening, Brian Laundrie is not in custody of our agency at this time. We can confirm we have received reports of suspected sightings. However, none of them have been accurate. Of course, we are bringing you all the latest up-to-date information as we get it here at Live Now from Fox, and the search is continuing for Gabby Petito's fiancé, Brian Laundrie. This next tweet coming from Northport Police. Search of Carlton and nearby lands concluded for the evening. Nothing of note. The current plan is to return Wednesday with a similar operation. We're joining the FBI and asking for continued public assistance by sharing any information. You can call 1-800-CALL-FBI or also visit tips.fbi.gov. This next tweet coming from the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, at the request of Northport Police. Law enforcement has been assisting in the search for Brian Laundrie. I have directed all state agencies under my purview to continue to assist federal and local law enforcement as they continue the search. We need justice for Gabby Petito. This is something that we are closely following here at Live Now from Fox. Since the moment that news broke, we've brought you all raw and unfiltered news sources right here for our viewers, and we will continue to do so as the search for Brian Laundrie continues. I do want to switch gears and bring you all the latest information when it comes to the coronavirus. New COVID-19 international travel rules could make the friendly skies even friendlier. For Fox News' Chris Demo, he has more on the protocols that the Biden administration is expected to enforce for anyone flying into the country, plus a look at which major United States airport is the first to enforce vaccine mandates.
The number is growing as we stand here.
It's another ominous new record. More than 675,000 Americans have died from COVID-19, passing the number of deaths during the flu pandemic of 1918. But it could soon be easier to protect yourself against serious infections. Johnson & Johnson announcing positive results from their large-scale booster trials, reporting the vaccine's effectiveness went from 70% to 94% following a second shot given 2 months after the first. And the company says the antibodies increased even more for those who waited longer for their booster.
When they gave it at 6 months, you got even stronger immunity. And that shows what many of us have been saying for a long time, and that is the narrow 3 to 4 week interval is too short.
It is still not clear when the FDA will give the green light for the new booster, but the White House is already making plans to ease some COVID restrictions, including international travel, announcing Monday foreigners visiting the U.S. will no longer have to quarantine when they arrive, but they will have to be fully vaccinated and show a negative COVID test. Health officials say the decision was based on increasing vaccination rates in Europe and other former COVID hotspots.
Assuming the Delta variant eases, as it is in Europe right now, the last couple of weeks have been really good news that we could see a pretty strong Thanksgiving travel season.
The CDC says airlines will have to collect contact information from international travelers. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
President Biden addressed leaders from around the world at the United Nations General Assembly early on Tuesday. We're taking a live now look from the White House. Although he spoke of issues like the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change, the president didn't say much about Afghanistan and stayed silent on Russia and China. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the details.
We're challenged by urgent and looming crises.
Top of the list, COVID.
Bombs and bullets cannot defend against COVID-19 or its future variants.
And climate change.
The extreme weather events that we have seen in every part of the world, and you all know it and feel it, represent what the Secretary General has rightly called Code Red for humanity.
Not mentioned, China.
He was like a scared child from a Harry Potter novel who wouldn't say Voldemort's name because he was afraid about what might happen.
This was as close as he came.
We are not seeking a new Cold War or a world divided into rigid blocks.
And the president never mentioned the deal he just made to keep China in check by sending nuclear-powered submarines to the UK and Australia.
The United States has no closer or more reliable ally than Australia.
The French president is furious about being left out, and Macron and Biden haven't spoken since.
I know he's looking forward to speaking with President Macron in the coming days.
In New York, the president pushed the Iran nuclear deal.
We're working with the P5+1 to engage Iran diplomatically and to seek a return to JCPOA.
That's as Republican Congressman Mike McCall argued his eagerness to return to the flawed nuclear deal is only encouraging Iran's nuclear provocations. For the president, today was full of firsts.
It's my honor to speak to you for the first time as President of the United States.
Also the first post-Afghan war.
I stand here today for the first time in 20 years with the United States not at war.
And he celebrated military technology to keep the U.S. safe while ignoring last month's drone strike that killed innocent kids and not ISIS-K.
Today, we're better equipped to detect and prevent terrorist threats, and we are more resilient in our ability to repel them and to respond.
The growing humanitarian crisis at the southern border wasn't in prepared remarks, but the president couldn't avoid questions about it.
Get it under control. Get it under control, or you have it under control. We will get it under control.
President Biden took a question about the border this evening from a British reporter during a meeting with Boris Johnson in the Oval Office, but not about the southern border with the U.S. President Biden said in response he doesn't want to see the Irish borders closed. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
As the Taliban consolidates its control over Afghanistan, Fox got a first-hand look at the cache of American military equipment seized in the takeover. Fox News correspondent Trey Yanks has more from Kabul, Afghanistan.
In Afghanistan, you see American military equipment everywhere, from guns to Humvees to aircraft, billions of dollars left behind. Some of it was destroyed, some of it wasn't. Most of the American and Afghan military equipment at Kabul's airport was destroyed by U.S. forces before they left Kabul. That's not the case for the rest of Afghanistan. There are thousands of Humvees, aircraft, and other critical pieces of military equipment left behind, now in the hands of the Taliban. Taliban intelligence officer Nazir Ahmed escorts us into Kabul's international airport. Afghan pilots ran away with helicopters, he tells us. When we got control, thanks to God, they brought them back. The Taliban now controls thousands of American-made Humvees, weapons, and aircraft. Although in the Afghan capital, U.S. troops did destroy an estimated 170 pieces of equipment before leaving. Right now, the Taliban is explaining that American forces destroyed all of the displays and internal mechanisms inside these Black Hawks before they left Kabul's international airport. On the civilian side of the airport, domestic flights are already starting to land. The Taliban tells Fox News that operations are running around 90%. And that international commercial flights could start next week as repairs are finished.
In the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan, thanks to God, all international airports are operating now, including Khust, Kandahar, Herat and Mazar-e Sharif. The most destroyed airport by the Americans was Kabul's international airport.
Security remains the primary concern for Kabul's airport. Over the past several days, there have been a number of ISIS attacks against Taliban targets in Afghanistan. In Kabul, Trey Yanks, Fox News.
Thank you, Trey, for that reporting. President Biden says he will get the border crisis under control, but a new report says that thousands of Haitian immigrants are being released into the United States. As Fox News correspondent Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, a huge immigration surge has touched off a humanitarian crisis.
The Biden administration is a man-made disaster of inhumanity.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott in Del Rio, Texas on Tuesday, visiting the current epicenter of the ongoing border crisis. Flanked by state and local officials, Abbott slammed the Biden administration for its immigration policies, saying they led directly to the chaotic surge of Haitian migrants here in Del Rio that resulted in 15,000 people living in third world conditions underneath the international bridge.
President Biden campaigned on having open borders in the United States. I'm sure most people, when they heard, they had no idea it would lead to the type of chaos that we've witnessed just behind me for day after day after day.
If we don't ask the question, why are we here? What caused this? We won't fix this problem. The simple answer is catch and release.
As of Tuesday afternoon, there were approximately 8,600 people still under the bridge, as overwhelmed Border Patrol agents continue to process them as fast as possible. At Del Rio Airport today, we watched as Border Patrol loaded dozens of migrants into a U.S. Coast Guard aircraft. Their destination, unknown. The migrants included family units, kids, and single adults, some of whom appeared handcuffed. At the Rio Grande, Governor Abbott asked us to point out where our exclusive Fox News footage was shot, showing thousands of migrants crossing unopposed into Del Rio on Saturday, until hundreds of Texas DPS troopers searched the area and blocked it off. He says it was an example of Texas having to do the federal government's job.
Texas doesn't need anybody's permission to protect Texas.
And earlier today, Texas Governor Greg Abbott said that he never heard back from President Biden when he reached out to him yesterday and asked for a federal emergency to be declared here in Texas over what's going on here in Del Rio. Reporting in Del Rio, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
6:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. And a little bit later on the show, we actually will play out that full announcement from the border from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. In the meantime, here's a look at our upcoming live events. Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. The FBI confirming on Tuesday that the human remains found were identified as 22-year-old Gabby Petito. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Charles Watson.
The FBI has confirmed the body found near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming is Gabby Petito. Her death has been determined a homicide, but the exact cause is still pending full autopsy results.
Homicide in our field means death at the hands of another. And so I'm sure they found injuries to substantiate that.
Meanwhile, the search is still on for Gabby's boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, who's been named a person of interest. But authorities wrapped up Tuesday's search of a swampy nature reserve in Florida empty-handed. The massive wildlife refuge is reportedly where Laundrie went hiking before he disappeared a week ago.
You have to really round this out and make sure that he's not in there. He hasn't done something to himself. That's not the kind of place where you can live.
The couple left for a cross-country road trip in June, but Laundrie returned to Florida on September 1st alone. A search warrant now reveals multiple phone conversations between Gabby and her mom, in which there appeared to be more and more tension between her and Laundrie. Body cam footage from police in Utah on August 12th shows an emotional exchange between Gabby and the officers after they received reports of a domestic dispute.
You want to tell me about those scratches on your face? She had a cell phone in her hand. That's why I was pushing her away.
The lawyer for Gabby's parents says the family will make a statement when Gabby is home, and police will return to that nature preserve in Florida Wednesday to continue looking for Laundrie. Matt Rivera, Fox News.
Pfizer announcing a big breakthrough that could make parents happy and also help to protect more young people against COVID-19. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from New York.
We really should see this as something to celebrate. It's good news.
One step closer toward beginning vaccinations for kids ages 5 to 11. The dose for young kids is about a third of the amount that's given to adults. Pfizer says kids in the trial had fewer side effects. Joe Thomas, the president of the Arizona Education Association, says progress is being made.
When we have so many disruptions to the school year, any teacher might on any week have 5 to 15 students out of their classroom. It might slow down some of those disruptions and allow us to keep our students in our classrooms, which is where everybody wants them. We know that's where they learn the best.
According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, at least 460 kids have died due to the virus.
Arizona, at least 2 weeks ago, had the greatest number of children who have passed away from COVID compared to all the other 49 states.
Dr. Jacqueline Carter says things are usually slower in her office around this time of the year, but it's been the opposite in recent weeks.
We just have a lot more children coming in to be tested, a lot more children that have symptoms.
We really
Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. The time is slowly approaching 6:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Congress is inching closer to a decision time about the federal debt ceiling and possible government shutdown. Fox News congressional correspondent Shag Pergam tells us where things currently stand.
If it's September, Congress is staring at the possibility of a government shutdown October 1st. But there's double trouble this year, as Congress risks a collision with the debt ceiling in October.
We go through this dance all the time, and it's a dance that's very, very dangerous.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warns of an historic financial crisis if the U.S. defaults on its debts.
This is playing with fire. It could stop payments to Social Security recipients. It could stop payments to veterans. It could raise interest rates.
The government can't pay benefits because it's low on cash and can't borrow. Republicans say it's up to Democrats to address the debt limit, especially since they want to splurge on their partisan $3.5 trillion social spending package.
They don't want a single Republican vote on spending measures, but they think we should have to raise the debt limit for them.
Republicans threaten to filibuster a debt limit hike. They want Democrats to wedge the debt limit into the social spending plan, which is exempt from a filibuster. Democrats are already struggling to pass that bill because of its sheer size.
It's an inflation bomb. We need to slow down because we're going to create inflation for decades to come.
Democrats also stuffed the debt ceiling bill with $6 billion to assist Afghan refugees and $29 billion to help with Hurricane Ida recovery. This was a tactic to shame GOP lawmakers from affected areas to vote yes.
I beg them, please do not put the disaster relief on the CR with a debt ceiling increase. And that tells me they're not really serious about helping my state.
Democrats lacked answers if Republicans stymie the bill.
What is the backup plan?
Ask Leader McConnell.
Democrats also had to strip $1 billion from the legislation to restock Israel's Iron Dome missile shield system after progressives balked. That reveals a Democratic divide over support for Israel. So this is a game of chicken as Democrats dare the GOP to vote no and Republicans nudge Democrats to blink. Both tactics risk default. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Whiplash on Wall Street. A volatile day for stocks after Monday's big sell-off. The Dow was rebounding in early trading, but ended in the red. The S&P 500 also finishing in negative territory, but the Nasdaq managed to stay in the green. Meantime, Main Street could be seeing a little more action when it comes to housing. New home construction increasing more than expected last month as lumber costs continue to drop. We also saw permits for new projects rise. McDonald's Happy Meals are going green. The Golden Arches announcing it's planning to use more sustainable materials in every Happy Meal toy by 2025. The fast food giant has already been cutting back on plastic toys in several European countries. 4 in 5 parents say raising kids during the pandemic has become harder than ever before. According to a new poll by Smith Micro Software, the same number admit to allowing their children more screen time to keep them entertained, but over 50% worry that could lead them to dangerous interactions on social media or viewing inappropriate content. That's business. I'm David Asman.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We'll return right after this quick commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A new report says that thousands of Haitian immigrants are being released into the United States. The information coming as the president says he will get the border crisis under control. Let's listen into the latest announcement from Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
I want to thank everybody for joining with us here today. First, let me say that we're joined by a lot of very important people who have been working relentlessly to try to address the challenges that we're facing on the border. I want to mention some of their names. We're in Val Verde County right now. The chief administrator for Val Verde County is County Judge Owens. The mayor for Del Rio, who's been on the front lines of having to make a lot of tough decisions, been on the front lines of trying to protect his community from being overrun by everybody who's been coming across the border, is Mayor Lozano. You have Sheriff Martinez, the chief law enforcement officer for this county. For Mayor Lozano and Sheriff Martinez, I was in close contact with them during the entirety of this past weekend as we began organizing a more robust response to what's been happening along the border. We also have with us Brandon Judd, who is the president of the Border Patrol Council, who will be saying a little bit more later, as well as the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Steve McCraw, who will also be making comments, as well as the general in charge of the Texas National Guard, Tracy Norris, is here. Importantly, we have members of the Texas House of Representatives with us, including the Speaker of the House. The reason why members of the House, as well as the Senate, as well as the entire legislature, are so important is a core component of the strategy for Texas to be able to respond to this disaster on the border is the funding that was appropriated by the Texas legislature that I signed into law last week. Altogether, the state has provided $3 billion for the state to be able to address this challenge. But let me start by making a point about the challenge that we're dealing with. We need to understand that if you go back a year ago, President Biden campaigned on having open borders in the United States. I'm sure most people, when they heard President Biden, either when he was as a candidate or as president, talk about open borders, they had no idea it would lead to the type of chaos that we've witnessed just behind me for day after day after day. Contrary to what Kamala Harris talked about trying to solve this problem in the Northern Triangle, what the world is witnessing now is the open border policies that are being utilized by the Biden administration. It attracts people from across the entire globe, including people coming from more than 150 different countries. And when you have an administration that is not enforcing the law in this country, when you have an administration that has abandoned any pretense of securing the border and securing our sovereignty, you see the onrush of people like what we saw walking across this dam that is right behind me. Well, because the Biden administration is doing nothing to secure our border, because the Biden administration has been promoting and allowing open border policies, it has been the state of Texas that had to step up and address this challenge and work with the local mayor, the local county judge, and the local sheriff to accomplish several things. One of our primary goals, obviously, was to assist local officials in making sure that their communities are going to be safe. But in addition to that, Texas is taking unprecedented steps. You can see by all of the Texas Department of Public Safety cars, as well as the National Guard vehicles that surround us here, but go for miles on either side of where we are right now. They have created a steel barrier preventing people from being able to cross the border. One day there were countless people coming across the border. Then that very same day, the Texas Department of Public Safety put up all of these DPS vehicles, and suddenly, in an instant, people stopped crossing the border in this location. That strategy is working. In addition to that strategy, there's something else that we're doing that's been unprecedented, and that is the state of Texas. We are arresting and jailing anybody who comes across the border illegally and trespasses on private property or on public land. And so it's not the Biden administration catch and release policy. It's the arrest and jail policy, sending a message to these folks and anybody thinking about coming here. If they're thinking about coming and crossing this river here in Texas, you may wind up with handcuffs on your hands, going straight to jail, as opposed to being released to the general population. The mayor here and the sheriff here and the county judge here, they've been on the front lines and they've been overwhelmed with what has taken place. It's essential that Texas continues its efforts. One thing that I've learned in briefings, and that is now that we have sealed this particular area of the border, we see the migrants now trying to penetrate other areas of the border. As a result, our strategies are shifting also, because we will continue moving law enforcement and National Guard officials to whatever location people may be crossing the border and use the same strategy to try to reduce the influx that's unprecedented of the number of people coming across the border. I am now going to turn over the mic to the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, who's been organizing the efforts on the front line. Director McCraw, why don't you come on up?
Thank you, sir. Well, first, Governor, thank you and members of the state legislature for your leadership. You made it very clear to us in the Department of Public Safety and to the Adjutant General, the National Guard, that Texas doesn't need anybody's permission to protect Texas. And as a result, you insisted that we be proactive in terms of assisting our Border Patrol agents in terms of securing this area, which is certainly a public safety threat, but also we're mindful as a homeland security threat. In fact, there's nothing more threatening as it relates to public safety in Texas and homeland security than an unsecured international border with Mexico, period. And we've experienced influxes before in Texas, certainly in 2014, 2015, but going back to 1986 was the highest number of apprehensions of illegal immigrants back in 1986. And that was at 726,000. Well, today, we've reached the all-time high in Texas, and that's 1.1 million apprehensions, not including what you see over here. These numbers haven't been counted yet. And certainly that's in federal fiscal year, which we count in terms of the Border Patrol aspect of it. So keep in mind that every time this happens, Border Patrol is overwhelmed. And I'm certainly their union representative can talk about that, and certainly their chief can talk about it. And when that happens, Texas becomes less secure because the cartels exploit those gaps. And that's cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl, human trafficking, all the above. And if you've got a drug problem in the United States, you've got a cartel problem, you've got a Mexican, Texas, international border problem as well. And as the governor made clear, we'll continue as long as needed, working with all our partners. I've got to thank the sheriff and the county judge, all the elected officials, because they care deeply and are passionate about protecting Texas. So, Governor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the men and women charged with the duty in the United States to secure our border are the Border Patrol officers. These Border Patrol officers are overwhelmed with the amount of work they are required to do, and they're suffering the consequences of an administration that is not providing them either the personnel or the resources they need. To speak more about it, we have Brendan Judd, who is the president of the Border Patrol Council. Brandon, come on up.
Thank you, Governor. First and foremost, I would like to thank the men and women in uniform, our military personnel, our DPS officers, our sheriffs. These people put on uniforms because they care. They care about these migrants. They care about the citizens of the United States. They put that uniform on every day to protect life, to protect the way that we have in the United States, to protect our citizens. And they deserve an awful lot of thanks. We have to give gratitude to Governor Abbott for sending DPS here. We saw something yesterday that we knew was going to happen. When those people that were in buses south of Kingsville, Texas, when they found out that they were going to be sent back to Haiti, they took the bus over and they fled. If it wasn't for the men and women in uniform, DPS officers, if it wasn't for that, we do not know what would happen right here under the bridge. As word starts to spread that they potentially could be sent back to back to Haiti. If we don't ask the question, why are we here? What caused this? We won't fix this problem. The simple answer is catch and release. As long as we invite people to violate our laws, as long as we reward them for entering the country illegally and then releasing them into the United States with a de facto immigration status to where they can get work permits, to where they can send their children to school, where they have every right of a United States citizen, they're going to continue to come. We've seen that time and time again. We have to have the proper discussion. If we have that discussion, we can fix this problem. But until we fix this problem, we're going to continue to see scenes like this. We're going to continue to put pressure on Texas resources. We're going to continue to rob Peter to pay Paul. We're going to shift Border Patrol resources from already areas that are troubled like Tucson, and we're going to send them out here. We're going to shift resources from Laredo, shut down checkpoints. We're going to cede law enforcement operations to criminal cartels. The administration knew this was coming. On June 17th, they were warned. On June 17th, they were told to construct a temporary outdoor processing site similar to what we have under the Ansel Lewis Bridge in McAllen, Texas. They ignored it. They ignored the warnings. And then we started to see larger and larger groups coming underneath the bridge and congregating to the point that we're here now. Had we have taken the proper steps, we wouldn't be discussing this right now today. But because we are, Texas has been stressed. The Border Patrol has been stressed. ICE has been stressed. The National Guard has been stressed. There are solutions to this problem. And what you see underneath the bridge, that is not humane. The Biden administration promised that they would have a humane process. That is not humane. It is humane to properly enforce our laws. It is humane to not just give lip service to an issue, but to actually follow it up with actions. That's what we haven't seen. And for that reason, I am grateful to General Norris. I'm grateful to Director McCraw, and I'm especially grateful to Governor Abbott for taking the lead on this issue, an issue that he doesn't have to take the lead on, but he does because he cares about the citizens of the state of Texas and the citizens of the United States. For that, Governor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Brendan Judd made a very important point, and that is failure to enforce laws that exist in the United States leads to chaos, and chaos leads to inhumanity. The Biden administration is a man-made disaster of inhumanity, of epic proportions. It must end immediately, and the way to end it is by the Biden administration stepping up and finally enforcing the immigration laws of the United States of America. I'll take a few questions. Sure. Would you? I missed the first part of your question. Who is saying that? Oh, so, got it. Right. So there have been reports for a while now about other groups like this that could be coming from other countries. And that's exactly why we are here, because we want anybody who's thinking about coming to Texas, whether it be from Colombia or any other country, that Texas is going to be responding. We have the law enforcement, we have the funding, we have the strategies, whether it be here in Del Rio or any other location on the Texas border. If you are targeting Texas to come to, we're going to show up in force and shut down the border. We're not going to allow the disaster that we saw here in Del Rio to be replicated by additional caravans coming from wherever they may come from. So both the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Texas National Guard, as well as local law enforcement are very aware of the different locations that migrants may be trying to cross. Some are leaving this region, going to other regions either in Valverde County or in neighboring counties. And as a result, we are also moving resources to interdict those who may be trying to come in. We have heard information about the possibility of something like this happening in Reynosa, and DPS as well as the National Guard, they are working in collaboration with those on the U.S. side to make sure that we are going to be able to put up the resistance that is needed so that those communities don't suffer the same consequences that Del Rio did. Sure. I will leave. And that's the county judge. The county judge told me that as of right now, there are about 8,600 migrants who remain under the border. And as far as I and the state resources are concerned, there is no intention to depart this location until this location is fully restored to total control. So the flights going out that you're talking about are flights that are conducted by the Biden administration. And candidly, there's been nothing but confusion and shifting different stories about where they're flying them from, where they're flying them to, how many they are flying out. So that's a constantly changing story that only the Biden administration can venture to tell you.
Two more questions.
On that point about the flights and when we might be waiting for that, the Biden administration believes that they can process those remaining migrants by the end of the week.
They have shown no capability of being able to process all of these migrants by the end of this week. The only thing that they've shown is an incapability of dealing with this crisis, candidly, in a way where they pretend it doesn't even exist. And we're here to tell you, it exists, it's total chaos. And the Biden administration, they need to up their game big time.
Last question, last question.
The Secretary of Department of Homeland Security said that their response to the border here was commensurate with the need. However, we know that a lot of folks have been saying that you all need help them for some time now. What are you supposed to do?
So we have been told by the Secretary of Homeland Security as well as others in the Biden administration, stretching back to last March and February, that they would continue to provide resources that were needed to prevent events like this from happening. And all those promises were never fulfilled. And as a result, it had to be the state of Texas working in collaboration with our local partners that steps up and provides the resources that are needed to staunch the flow of illegal immigration on our border, and we will continue that effort. Thank you all very much.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you so much. Q&A's over. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Great.
Yeah. So yes, I obviously made a disaster declaration for a very valid reason, and that is if you look at what the financial strain and the healthcare strain and other strains that Valverde County is dealing with, as well as the additional counties around this area, there is a need for a presidential disaster declaration. I have not yet heard back from the Biden administration, and if you look at history, about every time I've made a request, they've been non-responsive to any requests I've made about needs along the border. I want to thank everybody for joining with us here today. First, let me say that we're joined by a lot of very important people who have been working relentlessly to try to address the challenges that we're facing on the border. I want to mention some of their names. We're in Valverde County right now. The chief administrator for Valverde County is County Judge Owens. The mayor for Del Rio, who's been on the front lines of having to make a lot of tough decisions, been on the front lines of trying to protect his community from being overrun by everybody who's been coming across the border, is Mayor Lozano. You have Sheriff Martinez, the chief law enforcement officer for this county. For Mayor Lozano and Sheriff Martinez, I was in close contact with them during the entirety of this past weekend as we began organizing a more robust response to what's been happening along the border. We also have with us Brandon Judd, who is the president of the Border Patrol Council, who will be saying a little bit more later, as well as the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Steve McCraw, who will also be making comments, as well as the general in charge of the Texas National Guard, Tracy Norris, is here. Importantly, we have members of the Texas House of Representatives with us, including the Speaker of the House. The reason why members of the House, as well as the Senate, as well as the entire legislature, are so important is a core component of the strategy for Texas to be able to respond to this disaster on the border is the funding that was appropriated by the Texas legislature that I signed into law last week. Altogether, the state has provided $3 billion for the state to be able to address this challenge. But let me start by making a point about the challenge that we're dealing with. We need to understand that if you go back a year ago, President Biden campaigned on having open borders in the United States. I'm sure most people, when they heard President Biden, either when he was as a candidate or as president, talk about open borders, they had no idea it would lead to the type of chaos that we've witnessed just behind me for day after day after day. Contrary to what Kamala Harris talked about trying to solve this problem in the Northern Triangle, what the world is witnessing now is the open border policies that are being utilized by the Biden administration. It attracts people from across the entire globe, including people coming from more than 150 different countries. And when you have an administration that is not enforcing the law in this country, when you have an administration that has abandoned any pretense of securing the border and securing our sovereignty, you see the onrush of people like what we saw walking across this dam that is right behind me. Well, because the Biden administration is doing nothing to secure our border, because the Biden administration has been promoting and allowing open border policies, it has been the state of Texas that had to step up and address this challenge and work with the local mayor, the local county judge, and the local sheriff to accomplish several things. One of our primary goals, obviously, was to assist local officials in making sure that their communities are going to be safe. But in addition to that, Texas is taking unprecedented steps. You can see by all of the Texas Department of Public Safety cars, as well as the National Guard vehicles that surround us here, but go for miles on either side of where we are right now. They have created a steel barrier preventing people from being able to cross the border. One day there were countless people coming across the border. Then that very same day, the Texas Department of Public Safety put up all of these DPS vehicles, and suddenly, in an instant, people stopped crossing the border in this location. That strategy is working. In addition to that strategy, there's something else that we're doing that's been unprecedented, and that is the state of Texas. We are arresting and jailing anybody who comes across the border illegally and trespasses on private property or on public land. And so it's not the Biden administration catch and release policy. It's the arrest and jail policy, sending a message to these folks and anybody thinking about coming here. If they're thinking about coming and crossing this river here in Texas, you may wind up with handcuffs on your hands, going straight to jail, as opposed to being released to the general population. The mayor here and the sheriff here and the county judge here, they've been on the front lines and they've been overwhelmed with what has taken place. It's essential that Texas continues its efforts. One thing that I've learned in briefings, and that is now that we have sealed this particular area of the border, we see the migrants now trying to penetrate other areas of the border. As a result, our strategies are shifting also, because we will continue moving law enforcement and National Guard officials to whatever location people may be crossing the border and use the same strategy to try to reduce the influx that's unprecedented of the number of people coming across the border. I am now going to turn over the mic to the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, who's been organizing the efforts on the front line. Director McCraw, why don't you come on up?
Thank you, sir. Well, first, Governor, thank you and members of the state legislature for your leadership. You made it very clear to us in the Department of Public Safety and to the Adjutant General and the National Guard that Texas doesn't need anybody's permission to protect Texas. And as a result, you insisted that we be proactive in terms of assisting our Border Patrol agents in terms of securing this area, which is certainly a public safety threat, but also we're mindful as a homeland security threat. In fact, there's nothing more threatening as it relates to public safety in Texas and homeland security than an unsecured international border with Mexico, period. And we've experienced influxes before in Texas, certainly in 2014, 2015, but going back to 1986 was the highest number of apprehensions of illegal immigrants back in 1986. And that was at 726,000. But today, we've reached the all-time high in Texas, and that's 1.1 million apprehensions, not including what you see over here. These numbers haven't been counted yet. And certainly that's in federal fiscal year, which we count in terms of the Border Patrol aspect of it. So keep in mind that every time this happens, Border Patrol is overwhelmed. And I'm certainly their union representative can talk about that, and certainly their chief can talk about it. And when that happens, Texas becomes less secure because the cartels exploit those gaps. And that's cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl, human trafficking, all the above. And if you've got a drug problem in the United States, you've got a cartel problem, you've got a Mexican-Texas international border problem as well. And as the governor made clear, we'll continue as long as it is needed, working with all our partners. I've got to thank the sheriff, the county judge, all the elected officials, because they care deeply and are passionate about protecting Texas. So, Governor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the men and women charged with the duty in the United States to secure our border are the Border Patrol officers. These Border Patrol officers are overwhelmed with the amount of work they are required to do, and they're suffering the consequences of an administration that is not providing them either the personnel or the resources they need. To speak more about it, we have Brendan Judd, who is the president of the Border Patrol Council. Brandon, come on up.
Thank you, Governor. First and foremost, I would like to thank the men and women in uniform, our military personnel, our DPS officers, our sheriffs. These people put on uniforms because they care. They care about these migrants. They care about the citizens of the United States. They put that uniform on every day to protect life, to protect the way that we have in the United States, to protect our citizens. And they deserve an awful lot of thanks. We have to give gratitude to Governor Abbott for sending DPS here. We saw something yesterday that we knew was going to happen. When those people that were in buses south of Kingsville, Texas, when they found out that they were going to be sent back to Haiti, they took the bus over and they fled. If it wasn't for the men and women in uniform, DPS officers, if it wasn't for that...
You're streaming live now from Fox. Texas Governor Greg Abbott blaming the Biden administration for the latest surge of migrants crossing the southern border. Now, while some have been sent back, thousands of Haitians are still camped out under a bridge near Del Rio, Texas. Joining us now with more is Fox 4 Dallas's Dan Godwin live. Thank you, Dan. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us with the update.
Well, good morning. The latest numbers we have is that right now, or as of Tuesday afternoon, there were about 8,600 Haitian immigrants sort of camping out under that international bridge in Del Rio, Texas. The conditions there described as third world. Very, very difficult situation. The number over the weekend we had for that, the size of that camp was about 15,000 or close to it. So there are reports from the Biden administration that the migrants are being sent back now to Haiti, to Port-au-Prince, to the airport there. But there are others who dispute that and who claim that, in fact, possibly thousands of the migrants are being released into the United States. There's also been footage of some migrants crossing into the country through the Rio Grande River. So it's still very much a chaotic situation. You mentioned the Governor Abbott of Texas is slamming the Biden administration, saying the administration's immigration policies brought on this crisis. He is calling for more to be done, more federal help. But for now, the situation, again, we're finding out that the number of migrants there under that bridge is coming down. But what happens from this point still kind of remains to be seen.
Dan, you mentioned the chaotic scene that we are seeing from the Port-au-Prince airport in Haiti. I'm showing our viewers some footage of migrants as it looks as though they're trying to get back onto the airplane. Can you describe the scene that we are viewing right now?
Yeah, this is footage that we got a hold of yesterday. Apparently it was recorded Saturday at the airport in Port-au-Prince, or maybe earlier this week. There were, you could see Haitians, some of the migrants who'd been sent back to Haiti. They were at the airport and they were making a concerted effort, some of them, to get back onto a plane heading to the United States. The flight crew was at one point, closed the door to keep those people out of the plane.
We've also heard from the United Nations saying that sending refugees back to their home country in unsafe conditions could possibly be a violation of international law. So we're going to continue to follow up on this. However, I do want to touch on the record number of migrants that we're seeing at the southern border. We haven't seen numbers like this in decades. Am I correct?
That's right. Yesterday, the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety said so far for this year, there have been 1.1 million apprehensions overall of illegal immigrants attempting to enter the United States. That sets an all-time annual record. The previous number was about 786,000 that happened all the way back in 1986. Now, regarding the situation in Del Rio, under that bridge and that very large encampment, the Biden administration is vowing to get the situation under control. That's how that was President Biden's phrase that he used yesterday when he was at the United Nations addressing the UN General Assembly. He made that remark about the situation in Del Rio as he was passing, and a reporter shouted out the question. So. The word from the administration is we will get a handle on this, but of course the pressure on them regarding this situation grows each day.
All right. Thank you so much for that insight. Fox 4 Dallas's Dan Godwin. Thank you. I'm going to keep a close eye on this. As Dan just reported, this is a record number of migrants that we are seeing cross the United States-Mexico border illegally. The total is now 1.1 million. We haven't seen numbers like that since 1986. So keeping a close eye on this situation, especially as we plan to hear from the Biden administration. I'm going to send most of our viewers off on a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more nonstop news right after this. Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. The FBI confirms that Gabby Petito's remains have been found in Wyoming and the manner of death has been ruled a homicide. Our very own Daytona Everett caught up with a cold case consultant for the latest.
To this story, Gabby Petito, really dive deep into this. I'm going to bring on Dr. Sarah Stein. She is a cold case consultant and an expert on all things along these lines. Sarah, I have several different questions for you, but I want to start off first with what your thoughts were of this autopsy being released today by the Teton County Sheriff's Department, or Teton County Coroner's Office.
For having me this evening, and I'd like to start by expressing my sincerest condolences to Gabby's family and all her loved ones. The news of the autopsy today and the release of information that it is indeed Gabby was heart-wrenching to see, certainly, but it did give us some information, at least to begin with. And of course, the most important piece of information being that the manner of death for Gabby was indeed homicide. So we do have that knowledge tonight that it was a wrongful death.
Yeah, I mean, we had no idea that it was going to come out this early. And like you said, this initial determination is that the manner of death is homicide, but we're still waiting on the final autopsy results. So can you kind of clarify what that means for all of our viewers right now?
Certainly. So there will be a few things pending this evening and into the coming days and potentially even weeks ahead. One of those things will be toxicology results to determine if Gabby had any unusual substances in her system at the time that she passed, that she was murdered. And the second thing, of course, being the actual cause of her death. And we don't know what to expect there. There could be any number of causes of death. However, considering the fact that the coroner was able to determine that this was a homicide, that does seem to indicate that they have an idea of what might have caused her death, whether that be strangulation, in which case we would see breakage of the bones in the hyoid in her neck, or if it was a blunt force trauma, there would certainly be evidence of that. So the fact that they were able to determine that it was a homicide is significant.
Yeah, definitely a significant development in all of this. I want to circle back just to kind of the beginning of this case. As you know, this has gotten incredible national reaction and attention, whether that be online. We just showed all of these digital detectives who are trying to crack this case alongside the FBI. You know, I'm curious what your thoughts are of this reaching the national spotlight so quickly.
Mm-hmm. Well, there have been a few media pundits who have been quick to label the interest in Gabby's disappearance and unfortunate homicide as a phenomenon known as missing white woman syndrome. And I read a piece tonight actually on Fox by one of your contributors, David Marcus, in which he referred to missing white woman syndrome as being reductive and dismissive. And it simply would lump Gabby into a category that is not favorably really looked upon. And I don't think at all that that's what galvanized this massive social media response. I have never in my career seen such an immediate response by the public and such a willingness to become involved and be singularly focused on this case and provide information to authorities. It was remarkable that within hours of Gabby's story hitting the national spotlight, that there were actually people starting to descend on the Laundrie home demanding accountability. That's something you just don't see every day in missing persons investigations. But I think Gabby captivated so many people because she truly embodied the American spirit that seems to have been a little elusive in recent times. And she embraced freedom. She embraced adventure, and she made her home out of traveling across the country. So, like a lot of us, I'm sure she was feeling a little lost, but also found in her new purpose in life. And we got to live through her eyes on social media and see all her experiences. And that compels people. And I think we all came together to try and bring Gabby home. And the digital detectives and the FBI and law enforcement did that. It was truly remarkable to see.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, not to mention that the trip that she went missing on, they literally had documented themselves, which brings me into my next question. With it being such a far-reaching investigation, I mean, this is months-long trip, how do you think that's going to play a role in this investigation for the FBI moving forward?
I think it could play a very significant role. The first issue at hand is, of course, we have not been able to locate Brian Laundrie to date. He is still missing. He must be located, and it must be determined whether he had any involvement in Gabby's murder. And the second issue is that he covered, and Gabby as well, covered such a vast amount of terrain in their journey. They left from New York and traveled across the country. And so I think it's really critical that the public remain engaged and alert and continues to review their vacation film, their photographs, anything that they might have remembered along the route that was unusual if they encountered Gabby or Brian. And I certainly think that their travels play a significant role in determining what happened to Gabby.
Sure. I think the question on everyone's mind right now is, if Brian Laundrie is not found, what happens next? How long does this story remain a story?
Well, I think Gabby's story will remain a story for as long as we continue to be present and continue to be involved and continue to demand accountability. One thing that I thought was very impressive, and certainly it's a desire for this type of action to be taken in every single missing persons case and every homicide case. But Governor Ron DeSantis came out today and vowed decisive action. He vowed additional resources to contribute to finding Mr. Laundrie. And I think that was a very admirable and courageous step for him to take.
Do you think that's going to make a major difference in this investigation right now, allotting more resources?
I think certainly it will be helpful. As we know, law enforcement has faced a myriad of challenges during the past several months, and one of them is funding and personnel, and law enforcement needs all the help that they can get right now. So I do believe that that might make a difference.
Doctor, I'm just curious, from your point of seeing so many of these cases, is there anything in particular that has stuck out to you that you have found interesting or unique for this case in particular?
I think that one of the things, the biggest thing, is the social involvement, the social media, how quickly people got involved in Gabby's case. The second thing that really sticks out to me is, I hate to say it, but the tragedy of this whole case. We have, as you said, Gabby's photographs, her videos, her documenting her entire life for the world to see, which was so beautiful. But at the same time, we have this heart-wrenching video from the body cam of the Moab police officer who responded to the potential domestic violence incident between her and Mr. Laundrie. And we really got a window into Gabby's spirit and into her soul and her struggles that we're not privy to in other cases like this. And to see that she was in such distress prior to her death was heartbreaking. But by that same token, seeing that body cam footage, that is nothing but exemplary policing. The Moab Police Department did everything right. They separated the two of them. They prevented Mr. Laundrie from leaving the scene. They arranged for them to spend the night apart, and they did everything that they could. But it's still tragic to see that and to have a firsthand view of what she went through in the final days of her life.
Yeah, you're so right. We know that body camera footage is going to be seen several more times in the future here as evidence. But I am curious what your thoughts are on the role that the two sets of parents are playing in this, because arguably, I mean, they've been getting more screen time than anyone, or a lot of people asking them questions. We've seen the parents of Brian Laundrie coming out of the home for just brief moments, not speaking.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are currently taking a look back, listening into the most recent interview from our very own Daytona Everett. She caught up with a cold case expert, diving into the details when it comes to the Gabby Petito case. Now, over the weekend, investigators scoured the reserve, but search efforts were focused on the north side. They briefly paused their search for Laundrie on Monday, resuming yesterday, this time on the Venice side of the reserve in Venice, Florida. Joining us now to discuss it all is Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry. Elizabeth, you're there right now. What's the latest details?
Good morning. Yeah, we are out here at the Carlton Reserve on the Venice side of the reserve, which is where investigators resumed their search yesterday. Like you mentioned, over the weekend, they had searched the Northport side, paused on Monday, and then Tuesday resumed their searches over here on the Venice side. So searches have not got underway just yet this morning, but they are expected to resume. We've seen crews roll out here close to daybreak, so we're thinking probably in the next hour or so we should start to see some activity pick back up. But at this question, they are just trying to answer the question that the whole nation is asking at this point: where is Brian Laundrie? And just to bring you up to speed, they're searching this area because Brian Laundrie's parents told law enforcement when they reported him missing on Friday that this is where he was coming to go hiking on Tuesday. He took a backpack with him and he never came back. So this is where investigators have been searching. They're hoping to find anything that can help answer that question as to where Brian may be.
Elizabeth, right now we are showing aerial footage of this reserve site. It's a very, very large site. Are investigators running into any challenges, any problems as they continue their search?
Well, like you mentioned, this is a very large area to cover, and that's probably one of the biggest challenges investigators are facing right now. This is 24,000 acres of land, and not just any land. It's heavily wooded. It's very swampy. There's alligators out here, snakes. Not an easy task at all. And as we speak, actually, if you want to take it back out live, the Sarasota County Sheriff Mobile Command Center is pulling in right now as we speak. So searches, that means, are going to be getting underway very soon. Like I said, they've been rolling out here around daybreak and starting that search when the sun comes up, and keeping with schedule, that's exactly what they're doing right now. But back to your question of challenges that they're facing, this is a very large area, so that's heavily wooded, swampy, and in addition to that, this is Florida, so we've been having a lot of rain over the past few days, and one Northport police officer actually told us that about 75% of the area that they're searching is underwater. So he said it's very difficult terrain, but they are not giving up. They have swamp buggies in here, drones, canines, really anything and everything they can to help aid in this search for Brian.
Elizabeth, as we know that this story has captured the attention of a national audience, we also know that Brian and Gabby were influencers, so naturally social media is following this story. What's the latest that you've heard from Instagram and Twitter and their YouTube followers?
Well, investigators have said that social media has played a huge role in this case, and a lot of people across social media have actually been able to provide tips to help investigators with their investigation. Most recently, the big one that really broke this case wide open came from a woman here in the Tampa Bay area who happened to have footage of that camper van that Gabby and Brian were traveling in from their RVs. She saw social media posts saying, if you were in this area of Grand Teton over August 27th, check your footage. She did, and and she happened to find that van on their footage. That, of course, given to investigators, and the next day they did find Gabby's body not too far away from where that van was spotted. So social media has played a huge role in this investigation, but as the search for Brian continues, there's also been several posts claiming to have seen Brian in different areas. So at this time, law enforcement says they are looking into those posts and into those claims, but the Sarasota County Police Department saying this morning at this time they don't have any reason to believe any of these posts that have been circulating around. They are continuing to investigate, but no reliable claims to go off of at this time.
Elizabeth joining us live from Venice, Florida. Thank you so much for bringing us up to speed.
Of course, thank you.
All right, guys, that was the latest information from Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry. We will continue to check in with our colleagues in Tampa as we continue to cover the search for Brian Laundrie. We're going to send most of you off to a 2-minute commercial break.
Yeah.
We'll have more nonstop news right after this.
Yeah, we have to call Orlando and have them roll on this though.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Some educators say that COVID-19 vaccines could be a game changer, especially when it comes to kids and in-person learning. This is happening after Pfizer said that their trial study showed effectiveness for kids ages 5 to 11. So I want to bring you all the latest from our colleagues in Los Angeles. Here's the latest segment from Fox 11.
That their COVID vaccine is safe and effective for their kiddos around the world, ages 5 to 11, and that Pfizer is going to apply for an emergency use authorization. This was an announcement that a whole lot of parents have been waiting for. But let's be real. Let's acknowledge the fact it comes with anxiety. These are little kids. A lot of parents understandably have questions about their kiddos and the safety of this. Dr. Kate Williamson is a pediatrician with Providence Mission Hospital in Mission Viejo. By the way, she's also the president of the Orange County chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. She knows some things. So we thought we'd talk to Dr. Williamson. Nice to see you, Dr. Williamson. How are you today?
Good morning. How are you?
So we felt that this was big news, a big step, right, in the coronavirus battle, the global effort to end this pandemic. Did it come as big news to you as well?
Not so much. I have been expecting this in the last few weeks, and so I wasn't super surprised that we heard it yesterday, but I'm very encouraged that this protection for younger kids will be available soon.
Okay, so what do parents need to know? Caregivers, those raising kids, especially of this age group, what do they need to know about this Pfizer vaccine?
So the most important thing is that, first of all, it's for kids ages 5 to 11. And it appears to be very effective in children, and it is just as safe as the vaccine has been for all the older ages. One of the things that we are seeing with this 5 to 11 age dose is it's actually a much smaller dose than the dose for kids 12 and above. And the reason for that is kids' immune systems are so strong and so robust that it doesn't take a whole lot to create a whole army of antibodies. So that by giving a lower dose, it also reduces side effects, which is an extra bonus.
Because that's the question, right? Because parents say, look, it knocked me on my keister for 2 days or a day, or I had a fever, I had this or that. I'm worried about that happening in my 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Well, fevers and some soreness are always possible, but it is 10 micrograms that is going to be given to kids ages 5 to 11, and it's 30 micrograms for kids 12 and up. And even that is an incredibly tiny dose, but it just shows how much of an immune response kids ages 5 to 11 will get. They just get this whole army of antibodies, even with just the tiniest little dose.
Is there enough research on the extreme side effects available to us about the vaccine in children?
So the data is still coming in, so I can't speak to all of the data that we've seen. And the emergency use authorization still needs to be applied for and approved. But once those studies have been really rigorously evaluated, the American Academy of Pediatrics will look those over and say, yes, it's a go, assuming that extremely rare side effects have been looked at. You know, that for kids ages 12 to 16 and the 16 to 18, all of those side effects were evaluated and monitored very, very closely.
I'm sure you've had patients and their families come in. I'm sure even your friends have called you, family members have called and say, Doc, I mean, I don't know what to do. I just feel like I want to wait a little bit. What do you say to them?
I think first and foremost, I always, ask what their concerns are, right? What are your concerns? Because I think with this vaccine, and understandably, it feels new. So it feels different than other vaccines. But what I tell my patients' parents and my friends' parents is that the COVID-19 vaccine is just like any other vaccine that your child is getting. You get a little protein in your body that for the mRNA vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine, dissolves within days, and it boosts the immune system. So now you have this antibody army to protect your child that they didn't have before. And it's your own body. It's the most natural thing we can put in our body from a medical perspective.
Do you think that that's part of the problem is that, us armchair scientists out here have really little understanding about how vaccines work in the body? Is that what's causing some of the problem?
I think it's possible that, thinking about the science of vaccines is very technical.
Sure is.
And so getting a true understanding of what that means for our immune system and how that whole process works. And it's fascinating, right? Mm-hmm. But it's not new. Vaccines have been around for so many years. And it's one of the things we know more than many other aspects of science and what we're putting in our body. And so that's why we can say with confidence the COVID-19 vaccine with these trials is showing to be safe, it's showing to be very effective. And the other thing is the likelihood that every child is going to be exposed to the virus at some point in the near future, if they haven't already, is incredibly high.
Sure is.
This is the best defense you can give your child. So don't wait.
Well, that's one of the things that we hear a lot from people. I just don't know what's in it. I just don't know what's in this vaccine. I can't trust it. How do you respond to that?
Again, I think it's really important about having those relationships with my individual patients and parents and really trying to identify what the concern is. Because sometimes that's the question, but the concerns are coming from somewhere else.
Oh, that's a good point.
But the truth is that we know it's in the vaccine. It's been incredibly studied. It is evaluated by the FDA, whether it is the emergency use authorization or later the FDA approval. And it is so closely monitored more than anything else that we put in our body. We know it's safe.
So give us a timeline, and we're not holding you to this, but roughly, so the next step would be for Pfizer to ask for emergency approval. When would we feasibly, roughly, an estimate of when we would start seeing kids between 5 and 11 receiving the shots?
So we are hoping for Halloween around that time, end of October.
Okay. Dr. Williamson, you are cool under pressure. You are super informed. You've got such a warm manner about you. Thank you so much for answering our questions. Sounds like you're in the exact right field.
I love what I do.
I can tell. Look, we'd like to lean on you again, okay?
Anytime. Please reach
Oh,
out.
don't say anytime, girl. I'll be calling you tomorrow. Dr.
Have a
Kay
great
Williamson,
day.
pediatrician with Providence Mission Hospital there in Orange County. And by the way, I'm going to say it again because you got to put respect on these names. President of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I feel like I should genuflect to the president. Orange County.
And that's the latest on vaccines for children from our colleagues over at Fox 11 Los Angeles. And this is all happening as we continue to look for ways to return back to work and school while staying safe, of course. So here are some innovative ways in the Metro Detroit area that people are returning back to school and work during this new normal.
Back to class amid the COVID-19 pandemic means so many special protocols have to be in place to keep students and staff safe. In Royal Oak schools, that includes a brand new system to purify the air inside.
Classroom air is brought into that unit. It's treated with high-intensity UVC, and then comes back out into the classroom space as completely sterile air.
Patrick Murphy is the operations manager for the Royal Oak School District. He says they looked for guidance from the World Health Organization, the CDC, their local health department, and consulted with the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, ultimately deciding on this UVC technology.
What it came down to is that UVC technology is the only system 100% endorsed by ASHRAE.
It's ultraviolet light in a specific bandwidth.
That's exactly the frequency of light that will kill COVID-19, allergens, influenza, many other. So this will provide protection for COVID-19 and beyond.
We are also taking care of large spaces, cafeterias, gymnasiums. Our learning commons will also be treated by rooftop units.
Kathy Abella is the executive director of finance and operations. She says federal grant funds from the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Program helped make the $1.5 million project possible.
One of the district decisions was to use these funds specifically to enhance our air quality.
One of the many strategies in place in hopes of keeping everyone safe. In Royal Oak, Amy Lang, Fox 2 News.
Sounds like we should have never been using them.
I would say yes.
In spring of 2020, companies couldn't make these plastic barriers fast enough. Schools, restaurants, nail salons, even newsrooms had them installed in hopes of protecting students, employees, and customers from COVID droplets, allowing everyone to get back to business. But air quality expert Dr. Marwa Zatari says over time, researchers discovered COVID-19 is also spread through unseen aerosol particles. The plexiglass is actually blocking airflow, increasing the risk of transmission.
You're creating what we call cluster. So the virus will cluster next to you or next to people sitting next to you, basically. So the virus will go beyond the plastic barrier, so over it or on the side, and you will get infected.
In fact, Dr. Zatari says erecting those plastic shields gave people a false sense of security, and some stopped social distancing and wearing masks. Over the last year, Zatari has worked with schools and businesses debunking myths and coming up with pandemic plans. She says the best protection, air ventilation and filtration.
Ventilation and filtration. Basically bringing outside air from outside to inside to dilute the virus, or filtration capturing the virus. If you invest in these two metrics, they will work all the time, will work beyond COVID.
Dr. Zatari, along with other experts, believe businesses and schools need to be investing in better airflow. It's cost effective, and using proven methods, ventilation or filtration is a better option than depending on people to wear masks, social distance, and wash their hands correctly.
What we learned specifically for schools and other environments like restaurants is that social distancing is not really key.
For some, working from home went from convenient and fun to frustration and too much isolation.
Separating home life and work life is key. I mean, not everyone can have their cat or dog running all over the place or their kids screaming.
It just so happened that architect Dan Stockieve was in the middle of transforming Ferndale's old White Heather Club on Vester into a solution for remote workers.
I look past all the mold, the bad, the leaks in the roof. I look past all that and see the corn shell and what we can do with this space.
This is Folio, a contemporary co-working space with conference rooms, an open kitchen, and 23 offices. You can purchase a membership for a one-person space or an office that fits up to 8.
It helps prevent, slipping into Slackerville.
Tracy Zambak, who works remotely for MSU, says this booth offers a great balance.
People say that, oh, you're so lucky, and it's like, no, I always want to put in a little laundry or, the distraction piece. So here, I just come here and it gets done.
So this is a nice feature if you get a membership where you work out here in the open, but you're like Tracy and you need a little privacy, you need to make a phone call. You can hop in here into the phone booth, they call it. It's soundproof, quiet, so no one can hear you when you're maybe on a Zoom call or making that important phone call.
I think co-working is still new for people, but we're a member-based office where you can no long-term commitments.
Okay, sure.
If you do longer-term commitment, you can get, a better discount. But people are still, what is this? Is this a coffee shop? Is this, we have coffee, we have snacks, we have all the amenities. It's just more of a little drop zone where you can get out of the house.
Dan, who has another location in Berkeley, says Folio memberships range from $200 a month to $3,000. For those who are suffering from COVID fatigue, a clean, functional, and welcoming workspace steps from downtown is priceless.
We want people to be inspired.
In Ferndale, Taryn Asher, Fox 2 News.
We all want faster internet, but we don't want to pay for it. Before you call that repairman, try these simple tips. You may save yourself some money.
All right, Derek, first tip, connections. Loose connections will cause signal leakage, so you want to make sure all of your cables in your cable boxes or gateways are finger tight, and this one seems to be finger tight. If you have leakage, you're going to have interference. If you have interference, you're going to have problems with your Wi-Fi network. The next tip is location, location, location.
And you're talking about of the thing that sends the Wi-Fi signal.
Absolutely. This is an internet gateway. It's a modem and a router in one. You want this in the middle of the house, first floor, so that Wi-Fi signal can hit all gadgets that are around it.
Excellent tip. Also, don't tuck it away in a drawer or underneath furniture. You want that signal nice and free. What's next?
Wi-Fi extenders. I have a home office in the basement, and sometimes the signal down here is a little bit spotty, so these things are great to cure that. And this will create a mesh network in your home. So if you find that your internet's a little bit spotty because it's in the basement, or maybe you have a larger home with a home office in a far-flung bedroom, these things work great boosting your signal.
Next tip, especially if you have kids who seem to be on multiple devices at once.
Yep, always doing double duty, so you want to make sure you have enough bandwidth to support all those devices.
And what he means, make sure you're paying for the correct speed plan.
If you feel like your internet's a little slow, take an inventory on the devices that you have, and then make sure you have a good internet plan to match that.
Last but not least.
Okay, Derek, the last tip is just shut it off and turn it back on.
Everyone says that, Rob. Does that actually do anything?
Absolutely. So it'll power cycle. So when you turn it off and turn it back on, it'll download any updates it needs from the internet, and then it'll be all up to date.
As simple as unplugging it, waiting a couple of seconds, and plugging it right back.
A couple minutes.
A couple minutes.
And once a month.
And that'll do it.
That'll do it.
How about that? Some tips to increase your internet speed. We'll give them a shot. For this week's Tech Talk, I'm Derek Kevra, Fox 2 News.
Welcome back. Thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox. Right now, joining our show live is Gary Lau, stress and grief coach, also the author of Stress Under Performance. Gary, I'm sure you've closely been following the Gabby Petito case. We now know that the 22-year-old's death has officially been ruled a homicide. Very, very tough times for the Petito family. And not just the fact that her death has been ruled a homicide, but they've been grieving since she was reported missing a few days ago. So where does the healing process begin?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a sad story that we have to report on, but at least they found her body, because grief without a body is so much more difficult to handle. So, you know, thank God for the family being able to know that there's some comfort that the body's been recovered, it'll be sent back, because that helps the grieving process. So it really starts by knowing that she's been recovered, and then that, you know, they're going to be able to get closure, which is a big part of grief. As I call good grief. There's a way to do it properly, and it's just knowing that grief is a process from one reality, which is the past, to a new reality, which is the future. And that transition is what grief is.
Grief, a natural process of losing someone. So what is that process now that we do have a body and we know that Gabby was unfortunately murdered? Her death has been ruled a homicide. What is the process for family members to begin grieving?
You know, it's really interesting, because in the trauma field, when, you know, we show up, I do trauma for a part of my business, like Ground Zero in Thailand, you know, during the tsunami. And the first things we're trained to do is, if you find someone that's still alive, it's air, breath, circulation. In other words, do they have airway? You have to trachea them. Are they breathing on their own? You have to help them breathe. And do they have circulation or a problem with circulation? And you know what? Grief starts with, I can't breathe. Like, it knocks the wind out of you. It's a shock value. It numbs us, but it's also very hard to understand what's happened. So the family is going right now from shock to a grieving process that starts, you know, the emotional side, because now they know there's some closure that's coming home to them. The hardest grief is when there's death and no bodies. You know, what happened at 9/11, what happened in disasters around the world, in airplane crashes where bodies aren't recovered. That's the hardest thing to deal with. So the family is starting more of that grieving process, knowing that they found their daughter.
Now, there's another element that's probably making this grieving process a lot harder, is the fact that this is all unfolding in the public eye, national attention. We're talking about it right now. Almost every major news network is talking about the Gabby Petito case. On top of that, she was known as an influencer, so social media is also outraged. Can you talk to how this impact, the national attention that this story is getting, will impact the grieving process for the family?
Yes, absolutely. And anything that's under public eye like this and scrutiny is just that much more difficult. I can't imagine, you know, watching news every day and looking at your missing child, you know, your sister, your brother, whoever it could be. You know, it's awful. But again, it's being able to compartmentalize that. And part of what I teach and write about is how do you collect and connect mind and body? And in this case, you have to kind of put your emotion in a box until you can do the work, you know, and then process begins. And the emotion follows, and it's going to be there for a while, but the mental side of it is just X's and O's, so to speak, from a sport analogy. It's knowing that you're going to hear things and see things in social media and on the news, but you've got to keep your head straight. What are we trying to do? We're trying to locate a body. We found her body. We want to get her home. We want to do a proper burial and do a service for her, that we can start our closure process. So if the family's listening, they just need to lock in and try to lock some of that out and go step by step to go through the first parts of this grief.
Now, we know that everyone grieves in their own way. Have you noticed anything in particular about the Petito family as they have been addressing the media and speaking to the public?
Well, I think they've done a great job on trying to, like, ask people to respect their privacy, you know, and step away. I mean, I think they've been really fortunate to have some space. For some cases, get zero space. I've done a lot of stories with a lot of people over the years that You know, they were being accosted day and night. And, you know, I think if people start realizing that if I were them, what would I want? You know, I want to be able to get information out that can help kind of recover her, which they did. But at that point, you back up and you say, look, we've got to grieve. And I think one of the things that's really powerful is any of us that lose people is to write a letter to them by hand, tell them everything you want to tell them, and burn it. It's like a sacrifice. It's a very interesting letting go process that can open up, and you can write and write and write. Just don't reread it, don't save it. It's not a journal. It's an access of letting go, and that's the process starting stage.
An access of letting go. And you briefly gave the family some advice, but if you could just one more time reiterate some words of healing for the Petito family.
Yeah, you know, I mean, first of all, you know, no one wants to lose a child. You know, I mean, it's just heartbreaking to even put your mind around that if that's your child or loved one. And, you know, just know that whatever happened, there's a court system and a legal system that will take care of the rest. What happened, how it happened, that's all the details. But on the emotional side, your daughter lived a great life. And, you know, she's in a better place. I love the photo with her with the wings behind her, like angelic. And, you know, obviously she didn't want this to happen, but they'll live with a memory that they have of her. And memories are great things. They're like little souvenirs in French is the word memory. They're little souvenirs that they have all over their home of photos and videos and memories. Hang on to those memories and commemorate her.
Gary Lyles, grief and stress coach. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. President Biden addressed the leaders from around the world at the United Nations General Assembly. This took place on early Thursday. Now, although he spoke of issues like the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change, the president didn't say much about Afghanistan and stayed silent on Russia and China. In case you missed his full remarks, we're going to play them out for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Intermingled with great pain and extraordinary possibility. We've lost so much to this devastating pandemic that continues to claim lives around the world and impact so much on our existence. We're mourning more than 4.5 million people, people of every nation, from every background. Each death is an individual heartbreak, but our shared grief is a poignant reminder that our collective future will hinge on our ability to recognize our common humanity and to act together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clear and urgent choice that we face here at the dawning of what must be a decisive decade for our world. A decade that will quite literally determine our futures. As a global community, we're challenged by urgent and looming crises, wherein lie enormous opportunities if we can summon the will and resolve to seize these opportunities. Will we work together to save lives, defeat COVID-19 everywhere, and take the necessary steps to prepare ourselves for the next pandemic, for there will be another one? Or will we fail to harness the tools at our disposal as the more virulent and dangerous variants take hold? Will we meet the threat of challenging climate, the challenging climate we're all feeling, already ravaging every part of our world, with extreme weather? Or will we suffer the merciless march of ever-worsening droughts and floods, more intense fires and hurricanes, longer heat waves, and rising seas? Will we affirm and uphold the human dignity and human rights under which nations in common cause more than 7 decades ago formed this institution? Will we apply and strengthen the core tenets of the international system, including the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as we seek to shape the emergence of new technologies and deter new threats? Or will we allow those universal principles to be trampled and twisted in the pursuit of naked political power? In my view, how we answer these questions in this moment, whether we choose to fight for our shared future or not, will reverberate for generations yet to come. Simply put, we stand, in my view, at an inflection point in history. And I'm here today to share with you how the United States intends to work with partners and allies to answer these questions, and the commitment of my new administration to help lead the world toward a more peaceful, prosperous future for all people. Instead of continuing to fight the wars of the past, we are fixing our eyes on devoting our resources to the challenges that hold the keys to our collective future. Ending this pandemic, addressing the climate crisis, managing the shifts in global power dynamics, shaping the rules of the world on vital issues like trade, cyber, and emerging technologies, and facing the threat of terrorism as it stands today. We've ended 20 years of conflict in Afghanistan, and as we close this period of relentless war, we're opening a new era of relentless diplomacy, of using the power of our development aid to invest in new ways of lifting people up around the world, of renewing and defending democracy, of proving that no matter how challenging or how complex the problems we're going to face, government by and for the people is still the best way to deliver for all of our people. And as the United States turns our focus to the priorities and the regions of the world, like the Indo-Pacific, that are most consequential today and tomorrow, we'll do so with our allies and partners through cooperation at multilateral institutions like the United Nations to amplify our collective strength and speed our progress toward dealing with these global challenges. It is a fundamental truth of the 21st century within each of our countries and as a global community that our own success is bound up in others succeeding as well. To deliver for our own people, we must also engage deeply with the rest of the world. To ensure that our own future, we must work together with other partners, our partners, toward a shared future. Our security, our prosperity, and our very freedoms are interconnected, in my view, as never before. And so, I believe we must work together as never before. Over the last 8 months, I prioritized rebuilding our alliances, revitalizing our partnerships, and recognizing they're essential and central to America's enduring security and prosperity. We have reaffirmed our sacred NATO alliance to Article 5 commitment. We're working with our allies toward a new strategic concept that will help our alliance better take on evolving threats of today and tomorrow. We renewed our engagement with the European Union, a fundamental partner in tackling a full range of significant issues facing our world today. We elevated the Quad partnership among Australia, India, Japan, and the United States to take on challenges ranging from health security to climate to emerging technologies. We're engaging with regional institutions from ASEAN to the African Union to the Organization of American States to focus on people's urgent needs for better health and better economic outcomes. We're back at the table in international forums, especially the United Nations, to focus attention and to spur global action on shared challenges. We are re-engaged at the World Health Organization and working in close partnership with COVAX to deliver life-saving vaccines around the world. We rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're running to retake a seat in the Human Rights Council next year at the UN. And as the United States seeks to rally the world to action, we will lead not just with the example of our power, but, God willing, with the power of our example. Make no mistake, the United States will continue to defend ourselves, our allies, and our interests against attack, including terrorist threats, as we prepare to use force, if any is necessary. But to defend our vital U.S. national interest, including against ongoing and imminent threats. But the mission must be clear and achievable, undertaken with informed consent of the American people, and whenever possible, in partnership with our allies. U.S. military power must be our tool of last resort, not our first. And it should not be used as an answer to every problem we see around the world. Indeed, today, many of our greatest concerns cannot be solved or even addressed through the force of arms. Bombs and bullets cannot defend against COVID-19 or its
United States of America, and to invite
on devoting our resources to the challenges that hold the keys to our collective future. Ending this pandemic, addressing the climate crisis, managing the shifts in global power dynamics, shaping the rules of the world on vital issues like trade, cyber, and emerging technologies, and facing the threat of terrorism as it stands today. We've ended 20 years of conflict in Afghanistan. And as we close this period of relentless war, we're opening a new era of relentless diplomacy, of using the power of our development aid to invest in new ways of lifting people up around the world, of renewing and defending democracy, of proving that no matter how challenging or how complex the problems we're going to face, government by and for the people is still the best way to deliver for all of our people. And as the United States turns our focus to the priorities and the regions of the world, like the Indo-Pacific, that are most consequential today and tomorrow, we'll do so with our allies and partners through cooperation at multilateral institutions like the United Nations to amplify our collective strength and speed our progress toward dealing with these global challenges. It is a fundamental truth of the 21st century within each of our countries and as a global community that our own success is bound up in others succeeding as well. To deliver for our own people, we must also engage deeply with the rest of the world. To ensure that our own future, we must work together with other partners, our partners, toward a shared future. Our security, our prosperity, and our very freedoms are interconnected, in my view, as never before. And so, I believe we must work together as never before. Over the last 8 months, I prioritized rebuilding our alliances, revitalizing our partnerships, and recognizing they're essential and central to America's enduring security and prosperity. We have reaffirmed our sacred NATO alliance to Article 5 commitment. We're working with our allies toward a new strategic concept that will help our alliance better take on evolving threats of today and tomorrow. We renewed our engagement with the European Union, a fundamental partner in tackling the full range of significant issues facing our world today. We elevated the Quad partnership among Australia, India, Japan, and the United States to take on challenges ranging from health security to climate to emerging technologies. We're engaging with regional institutions from ASEAN to the African Union to the Organization of American States to focus on people's urgent needs for better health and better economic outcomes. We're back at the table in international forums, especially the United Nations, to focus attention and to spur global action on shared challenges. We are re-engaged at the World Health Organization and working in close partnership with COVAX to deliver life-saving vaccines around the world. We rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're running to retake a seat in the Human Rights Council next year at the UN. And as the United States seeks to rally the world to action, we will lead not just with the example of our power, but, God willing, with the power of our example. Make no mistake, the United States will continue to defend ourselves, our allies, and our interests against attack, including terrorist threats, as we prepare to use force, if any is necessary. But to defend our vital U.S. national interest, including against ongoing and imminent threats. But the mission must be clear and achievable, undertaken with informed consent of the American people, and whenever possible, in partnership with our allies. U.S. military power must be our tool of last resort, not our first. And it should not be used as an answer to every problem we see around the world. Indeed, today, many of our greatest concerns cannot be solved or even addressed through the force of arms. Bombs and bullets cannot defend against COVID-19 or its future variants. To fight this pandemic, we need a collective act of science and political will. We need to act now to get shots in arms as fast as possible and expand access to oxygen, tests, treatments to save lives around the world. And for the future, we need to create a new mechanism to finance global health security that builds on our existing development assistance and global health and a global health threat council that is armed with the tools we need to monitor and identify emerging pandemics so that we can take immediate action. Already, the United States has put more than $15 billion toward global COVID response, the global COVID response. We've shipped more than 160 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to other countries. This includes 130 million doses from our own supply and the first tranches of the 500 million doses of Pfizer vaccine we purchased to donate through COVAX. Planes carrying vaccines from the United States have already landed in 100 countries, bringing people all over the world a little dose of hope, as one American nurse termed it to me. A dose of hope direct from the American people, and importantly, no strings attached. And tomorrow, at the U.S.-hosted Global COVID-19 Summit, I'll be announcing additional commitments as we seek to advance the fight against COVID-19 and hold ourselves accountable around specific targets on 3 key challenges: saving lives now, vaccinating the world, and building back better. This year has also brought widespread death and devastation from the borderless climate crisis. The extreme weather events that we have seen in every part of the world, and you all know it and feel it, represent what the Secretary General has rightly called Code Red for humanity. And the scientists and experts are telling us that we're fast approaching a point of no return in a literal sense. To keep within our reach the vital goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, every nation needs to bring their highest possible ambitions to the table when we meet in Glasgow for COP26. And then have to keep raising our collective ambition over time. In April, I announced the United States' ambitious new goal under the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the United States by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030, as we work toward achieving a clean energy economy with net zero emissions by 2050. And my administration is working closely with our Congress to make critical investments in green infrastructure and electric vehicles that will help us lock in progress at home toward our climate goals. And the best part is, making these ambitious investments isn't just good climate policy, it's a chance for each of our countries to invest in ourselves and our own future. It's an enormous opportunity to create good-paying jobs for workers in each of our countries and to spur long-term economic growth that will improve the quality of life for all of our people. We also have to support the countries and people that will be hit the hardest and that have the fewest resources to help them adapt. In April, I announced the United States will double our public international financing to help developing nations tackle the climate crisis. And today, I'm proud to announce that we'll work with the Congress to double that number again, including for adaptation efforts. This will make the United States a leader in public climate finance, and with our added support, together with increased private capital and from other donors, we'll be able to meet the goal of mobilizing $100 billion to support climate action in developing nations. As we deal with these crises, we're also encountering a new era, an era of new technologies and possibilities that have potential to release and reshape every aspect of human existence. And it's up to all of us to determine whether these technologies are a force to empower people or to deepen repression. As new technologies continue to evolve, we'll work together with our democratic partners to ensure that new advances in areas from biotechnology to quantum computing, 5G, artificial intelligence, and more are used to lift people up, to solve problems, and advance human freedom, not to suppress dissent or target minority communities. And the United States intends to make a profound investment in research and innovation, working with countries at all stages of economic development.
All right, everybody, thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday, September 22nd. Playing it in case you missed it segment here this morning. Big news that we brought to you yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. President Biden addressing the United Nations General Assembly for the first time since taking office, talking about Afghanistan, climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and all topics that were kind of assumed that he would discuss at the General Assembly. This was taking place in New York and will take place throughout the week. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. My name is Regina Gonzalez. After that break, we will run through all of the top stories that we are following this morning as we continue to follow the case of Gabby Petito, who is officially confirmed to be dead yesterday. Coroners ruling her death a homicide and confirming that the body in Wyoming was indeed that of hers. We've got the intense search for Brian Laundrie underway in Florida, and we've also got the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border evolving down there in Texas. So stay with us, everybody. All of these top stories coming up after this 2-minute commercial break.
Of international engagement
All right, everybody. Thank you again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, September 22nd. Actually, excuse me, it's Wednesday, September 22nd. My apologies, everybody. It is actually the first day of fall. So all of you up north expecting those chilling temperatures to start kicking off here within the next couple of weeks or so. I'm jealous. Fall is my favorite season. Don't get too many fall temperatures out here in Florida. But again, just wanted to wish you all a happy fall fall solstice. We are starting off with a live now look in Houston, Texas this morning as we are following the growing situation at the Texas-Mexico border. We are actually getting word that hundreds of migrants are going to be making their way to this holding shelter in Houston. So that is something that we are going to keep tabs on here and get a live report on a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours before Rain Augustine hops back on, and then we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters team in Phoenix, Arizona. We've got another busy morning for you, and to the side of your screen you can see some of the live reports that we've got coming up here on our show this morning. Unfortunately, we did get a tragic update from the FBI Denver Bureau yesterday, confirming that the autopsy report done on the remains found on Sunday in Wyoming, believed to be Gabby Petito. It was indeed the body of Gabby Petito. The coroner's office ruling it a homicide. So we're going to be speaking with a medical examiner to kind of break down the initial autopsy report that we got yesterday. Not all of that information, obviously, in that very detailed report was released. So we're going to go through a timeline of when we can expect more information, as well as how this process works. Then at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to check in with our Fox 13 Tampa team. They have been boots on the ground out there in Northport, Florida, both outside of the Laundrie family home. Gabby Petito's 23-year-old fiance, Brian Laundrie, now not seen or heard from in over a week. We've got the FBI and police out there honing in on that 25,000-acre wilderness reserve in Venice. The search is continuing this morning, so we're going to check in with Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry about that at 9:15. And then at 9:45 a.m. Eastern time, like I said a little bit earlier, we're going to be checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team as we are learning that hundreds of Haitian migrants are making their way to a holding shelter out there in Houston. Something we are following here on Live Now from Fox is definitely that growing situation at the U.S.-Mexico border. I am going to start off with a lot of coverage here regarding the Gabby Petito case. Again, unfortunately, we did learn yesterday that she has officially been confirmed dead. Her initial cause of death being ruled a homicide. So I do want to bring you the latest here from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses on the investigation that is still underway for Brian Laundrie, as well as the autopsy report that was revealed to the public yesterday.
Florida say today they will resume searching a swampy 25,000-acre wildlife refuge for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, who is believed to have left his parents' home 8 days ago to go on a hike there. Police say their search of the area yesterday turned up nothing of note. More than 2,300 miles away, the coroner in Teton County, Wyoming, ruled that Laundrie's fiancée, Gabby Petito, died by homicide, that is, at the hands of another person. Authorities found Petito's remains on Sunday. In response to the coroner's announcement, the Laundrie family attorney said, "May Gabby rest in peace." Through their attorney, Petito's family members promised to make a statement, quote, "when Gabby is home." So where is Laundrie, described by police as a person of interest? Either no one knows or no one is saying. Members of the sheriff's office in Okaloosa County in the Florida Panhandle say they investigated a possible sighting of Laundrie after a fuzzy image of a person resembling him was captured on a trail camera. No one and nothing was found. Joseph Petito spoke to Dr. Phil about Laundrie in an interview that aired Monday and was recorded before his daughter's remains were found.
There's no red flags that stuck out.
Petito and Laundrie, engaged high school sweethearts from Long Island, left on a cross-country road trip in mid-June in a white van registered to her. Police in Moab, Utah responded to a domestic dispute between the couple on August 12th.
You want to tell me about those scratches on your face? She had a cell phone in her hand, that's why I was pushing her away.
Laundrie returned to his parents' home in Northport, Florida, where Petito had also been living on September 1st in the white van, but he was alone. Petito's parents reported her missing 10 days later. Joseph Petito says he and his family reached out to Laundrie and his family to no avail.
We called Brian, we called the mom, we called the dad, we called the sister, we called every number we could find. And we got no phone calls were picked up, no text messages were returned.
All right, everybody. And after we did get that official confirmation that the body found was indeed that of 22-year-old Gabby Petito, we saw a lot of posts coming through on Twitter and all throughout social media. So I did want to bring some of them to you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Starting off with a tweet from the FBI Denver after releasing their initial full statement regarding the autopsy investigation and the confirmation of the body of Gabby Petito. They are saying hashtag FBI Denver thanks the public for their continuing support of this investigation and the valuable tips that have been submitted. We extend sincere condolences to Gabby's family, friends, and all the people whose lives she touched. We also have some coming in from the Sarasota Sheriff's Twitter there saying, despite rumors on social media, Brian Laundrie is not in the custody of our agency at this time. We can confirm we have received reports of suspected sightings. However, none have been accurate. So a lot of agencies throughout the night trying to sift through the tips that people may have seen Brian, they may have not. So as you can see, the Sarasota Sheriff's Office confirming that they have not been accurate in their specific location. We've also got the Northport Police tweeting photos from the search of the Carlton Reserve saying that it concluded for the evening yesterday. There was nothing of note to report. The current plan is to return Wednesday with a similar operation, going on to say we join the FBI in asking for continued public assistance by sharing any info. You can call 1-800-CALL-FBI or tips.fbi.gov. We also heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis yesterday as the search for Brian is intensifying in the state here, saying at the request of Northport Police and My Florida Fish and Wildlife, law enforcement has been assisting in the search for Brian Laundrie. I have directed all state agencies under my purview to continue to assist federal and local law enforcement as they continue to search. We need justice for Gabby Petito. And this was posted after the initial FBI report of the remains being found on Sunday, but just thought it was important to bring it to you here again on Live Now from Fox. We did hear from Joseph Petito, Gabby's father. This is the last time we heard from him on social media, saying hashtag Gabby Petito, she touched the world. So again, they have asked that the media and the public respect their privacy right now as they grieve the loss of their daughter. Meanwhile, everybody, as you can see, posts flooding on social media, and Gabby Petito herself lived a life on social media, and her disappearance inspired a wave of social media sleuths determined to help find her. Our Fox 13 Tampa team filed this report about how this can help the case and this could also potentially hurt it. Let's take a listen.
Right now, it's not hard to find someone.
I honestly hope that she gets justice. I mean, it's really upsetting.
Anyone.
The poor girl, you know, it's just horrible what happened.
Who knows about Gabby Petito?
It seems natural that there would be a lot of interest in this case because there was a lot of interest in her to begin with.
The young, beautiful woman had been documenting her cross-country road trip with her fiancé on social media. Since her disappearance, her accounts have become fodder for regular folks at home.
If you've heard about the Gabby Petito case, there's a more zoomed-in version.
Trying to understand what happened to her. Experts say social media is changing the way crimes are investigated.
It's becoming sort of this extension of the surveillance state where, you know, a lot of things are being documented and we've got video footage of it. I think this is going to have a big impact when it comes to crime moving forward.
Years ago, when someone went missing, people didn't have this kind of access to their personal lives, but now they do. And that's inherently drawing more people in.
The search of Gabby Petito.
A lot of people were hooked just because they were on this adventure, but then you add this mystery to it, and there you go.
Thousands and thousands of followers as a travel influencer. And what that essentially does is it allows a lot of breadcrumbs to be left.
wondering if we might be able to add some to the mural, and then I found out that. 1 second. 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 1
Meanwhile, some more video that I wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, as the world is paying a tribute to Gabby Petito, who has unfortunately officially been confirmed dead. A makeshift memorial was actually posted outside of the butterfly mural where Gabby Petito shared her last Instagram post in Ogden, Utah. This video was taken by Instagram user Drake Osborne 21, who said they filmed it showing the memorial out there. This was actually filmed about a day ago, so you can see vigils popping up all around the United States, specifically in the last place she was here. We've also seen several videos of visuals being posted and memorial sites in Northport, Florida. Meanwhile, I did want to bring to you some of this video here. Let's take a listen in as the Florida Fish and Wildlife and the Northport Police Department have been videoing and documenting their search at the Carlton Reserve for fiance Brian Laundrie.
So two vehicles stay together.
Joe, what are we out here doing?
We're out here searching for Brian Laundrie. We have multiple law enforcement partners assisting us in the search. The contingent that they've sent us to assist with is ATVs, UTVs. We have multiple drone operators that have been sent out in numerous teams. So we'll mix the resources and deploy them out so that if they encounter flooded areas or terrain that they can't access with these wheeled vehicles, we'll deploy our drones directly out into the wooded areas. We also have partners with the Lee County Sheriff's Office with drones that operate at a higher altitude that has more advanced technology to zoom in and to see areas that are difficult to access on foot or wheeled vehicles as well.
What's the terrain like?
Terrain's very difficult. Essentially 75% of it's underwater. And other areas that are dry, we're trying to clear. So we're expecting to get wet by the end of the day and check the entire area for Brian Laundrie.
All right, everybody, again, this was video shared by the Northport Police Department capturing scenes throughout yesterday's search of the nature preserve, where they are continuing to bring their efforts there and search for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie. The FBI joining the search after authorities confirmed on September 19th that a body had been found consistent with the description of Gabby Petito in the Spread Creek dispersed camping area in the Bridger-Teton National Forest in Wyoming. Again, yesterday we did get a confirmation that that body is hers, and they are ruling the death a homicide. Petito was first reported missing on September 11th, 10 days after Laundrie returned home from their cross-country road trip without her. Laundrie has not been seen since last Tuesday. So again, everybody, we do know that the search at this wilderness preserve, specifically in Venice, Florida, is going to be continuing today, and we will be checking in with our Fox 13 Tampa team, who has a crew out there this morning. So something that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Any twist and turn and latest developments, you can bet that we will have that for you. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to touch on some other top stories that we're following this morning, heading out to the White House, where we've got Fox's Doug Lazader covering the situation situation growing at the U.S.-Mexico border and how the Biden administration plans on handling it. And we're also going to have a recap of his United Nations General Assembly address. So again, stay with us, everybody. Those top stories are coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Bringing you out to a look we have right now of the White House in our nation's capital. President Biden saying he will get the border crisis under control, but a new report says that thousands of Haitian immigrants are being released into the United States. As Fox News correspondent Doug Lazada reports from Washington this morning, a huge immigration surge has touched off a humanitarian crisis.
The Biden administration says that immigrants that have recently overwhelmed a Texas border crossing are being sent home. But a new report out by the Associated Press suggests that's not the entire truth. The scene at Port-au-Prince Airport in Haiti is volatile. Angry Haitians dropped off here by the Biden administration throw rocks and shoes at the plane that carried them home. 3 U.S. ICE officers were reported injured during incidents on the tarmac. And what's happening along the southern border is a mess. Thousands of mostly Haitian immigrants are corralled into a makeshift camp.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to the images coming from the southern border? Get it under control.
President Biden said he would get the situation under control while at the United Nations yesterday. But Texas Governor Greg Abbott was unsparing.
The Biden administration is a man-made disaster of inhumanity.
A new report from the Associated Press questions administration claims that the immigrants are being sent home. Thousands, it says, are actually being released into the United States. The Secretary of Homeland Security faced some heat on Capitol Hill yesterday when he didn't have overall expulsion numbers.
How many people have been returned? How many people are being detained? How many people have been dispersed to all points around America?
Senator, I would be pleased to provide you with that data.
I want them now.
At the same time, the administration is angry over images showing Border Patrol agents on horseback appearing to use their reins to help fend off immigrants.
What I saw depicted about those individuals on horseback treating human beings the way they were is horrible.
Some law enforcement agents have defended that move as a crowd control technique, but the Department of Homeland Security is investigating. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. Again, stick with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be touching base with our Fox 26 Houston team, where there is a shelter out there that is currently taking in hundreds of Haitian migrants this morning. We are going from Washington, D.C. to New York City right now, where we've got live exteriors at the location of the United Nations General Assembly. I'm also monitoring a feed that we have. We are very shortly apparently going to expect some remarks from Secretary Blinken meeting with foreign ministers of several countries out in the Middle East in New York. So we are going to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox when we do get that official clean feed. However, yesterday we saw President Biden address leaders from around the world at this United Nations General Assembly. And although he spoke of issues like the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change, the president didn't say much about Afghanistan and stayed silent on Russia and China. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the details.
We're challenged by urgent and looming crises.
Top of the list, COVID.
Bombs and bullets cannot defend against COVID-19 or its future variants.
And climate change.
The extreme weather events that we have seen in every part of the world, and you all know it and feel it, represent what the Secretary General has rightly called Code Red for humanity.
Not mentioned, China.
He was like a scared child from a Harry Potter novel who wouldn't say Voldemort's name because he was afraid about what might happen.
This was as close as he came.
We are not seeking a new Cold War or a world divided into rigid blocks.
And the president never mentioned the deal he just made to keep China in check by sending nuclear-powered submarines to the UK and Australia.
The United States has no closer or more reliable ally than Australia.
The French president is furious about being left out, and Macron and Biden haven't spoken since.
I know he's looking forward to speaking with President Macron in the coming days.
In New York, the president pushed the Iran nuclear deal.
We're working with the P5+1 to engage Iran diplomatically and to seek a return to JCPOA.
That's as Republican Congressman Mike McCall argued his eagerness to return to the flawed nuclear deal is only encouraging Iran's nuclear provocations. For the president, today was full of firsts.
It's my honor to speak to you for the first time as President of the United States.
Also the first post-Afghan war.
I stand here today for the first time in 20 years with the United States not at war.
And he celebrated military technology to keep the U.S. safe while ignoring last month's drone strike that killed innocent kids and not ISIS-K.
Today, we're better equipped to detect and prevent terrorist threats, and we are more resilient in our ability to repel them and to respond.
The growing humanitarian crisis at the southern border wasn't in prepared remarks, but the president couldn't avoid questions about it.
Get it under control. Get it under control, or you have it under control. We will get it under control.
President Biden took a question about the border this evening from a British reporter during a meeting with Boris Johnson in the Oval Office, but not about the southern border with the U.S. President Biden said in response he doesn't want to see the Irish borders closed. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Peter Ducey for that report. Again, we are monitoring a feed of Secretary of State Antony Blinken at the United Nations General Assembly today. And if we do get that clean feed, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to bring you another Live Now look at some of the live reports and interviews we've got coming up throughout our morning today. Stick with us because in just a couple of minutes, we will be joined by a medical examiner who's going to weigh in on the autopsy report that we received yesterday regarding the official confirmation that the body found in Wyoming was that of 22-year-old Gabby Doe. Before that interview, I do want to play for you a segment by our very own Live Fox's Daytona Everett. She spoke with a cold case consultant about this investigation. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are going to go into this story. Gabby Petito, really dive deep into this. I'm going to bring on Dr. Sarah Stein. She is a cold case consultant and an expert on all things along these lines. Sarah, I have several different questions for you, but I want to start off first with what your thoughts were of this autopsy being released today by the Teton County Sheriff's Department, or Teton County Coroner's Office.
For having me this evening, and I'd like to start by expressing my sincerest condolences to Gabby's family and all her loved ones. The news of the autopsy today and the release of information that it is indeed Gabby was heart-wrenching to see, certainly, but it did give us some information, at least to begin with. And of course, the most important piece of information being that the manner of death for Gabby was indeed homicide. So we do have that knowledge tonight that it was a wrongful death.
Yeah, I mean, we had no idea that it was going to come out this early, and like you said, this initial determination is that the manner of death is homicide, but we're still waiting on the final autopsy results. So can you kind of clarify what that means for all of our viewers right now?
Certainly. So there will be a few things pending this evening and into the coming days and potentially even weeks ahead. One of those things will be toxicology results to determine if Gabby had any unusual substances in her system at the time that she passed, that she was murdered. And the second thing, of course, being the actual cause of her death. And we don't know what to expect there. There could be any number of causes of death. However, considering the fact that the coroner was able to determine that this was a homicide, that does seem to indicate that they have an idea of what might have caused her death, whether that be strangulation, in which case we would see breakage of the bones in the hyoid in her neck, or if it was a blunt force trauma, there would certainly be evidence of that. So the fact that they were able to determine that it was a homicide is significant.
Yeah, definitely a significant development in all of this. I want to circle back just to kind of the beginning of this case. As you know, this has gotten incredible national reaction and attention, whether that be online. We just showed all of these digital detectives who are trying to crack this case alongside the FBI. You know, I'm curious what your thoughts are of this reaching the national spotlight so quickly.
Well, there have been a few media pundits who have been quick to label the interest in Gabby's disappearance and unfortunate homicide as a phenomenon known as missing white woman syndrome. And I read a piece tonight actually on Fox by one of your contributors, David Marcus, in which he referred to missing white woman syndrome as being reductive and dismissive. And it simply would lump Gabby into a category that is not favorably really looked upon. And I don't think at all that that's what galvanized this massive social media response. I have never in my career seen such an immediate response by the public and such a willingness to become involved and be singularly focused on this case and provide information to authorities. It was remarkable that within hours of Gabby's story hitting the national spotlight, that there were actually people starting to descend on the Laundrie home demanding accountability. That's something you just don't see every day in missing persons investigations. But I think Gabby captivated so many people because she truly embodied the American spirit that seems to have been a little elusive in recent times. And she embraced freedom, she embraced adventure, and she made her home out of traveling across the country. So like a lot of us, I'm sure she was feeling a little lost, but also found in her new purpose in life. And we got to live through her eyes on social media and see all her experiences. And that compels people. And I think we all came together to try and bring Gabby home. And the digital detectives and the FBI and law enforcement did that. It was truly remarkable to see.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, not to mention that the trip that she went missing on, they literally had documented themselves, which brings me into my next question. With it being such a far-reaching investigation, I mean, this is months-long trip, how do you think that's going to play a role in this investigation for the FBI moving forward?
I think it could play a very significant role. The first issue at hand is, of course, we have not been able to locate Brian Laundrie to date. He is still missing. He must be located, and it must be determined whether he had any involvement in Gabby's murder. And the second issue is that he covered, and Gabby as well, covered such a vast amount of terrain in their journey. They left from New York and traveled across the country. And so I think it's really critical that the public remain engaged and alert and continues to review their vacation film, their photographs, anything that they might have remembered along the route that was unusual if they encountered Gabby or Brian. And I certainly think that their travels play a significant role in determining what happened to Gabby.
Sure. I think the question on everyone's mind right now is, if Brian Laundrie is not found, what happens next? How long does this story remain a story?
Well, I think Gabby's story will remain a story for as long as we continue to be present and continue to be involved and continue to demand accountability. One thing that I thought was very impressive, and certainly it's a desire for this type of action to be taken in every single missing persons case and every homicide case. But Governor Ron DeSantis came out today and vowed decisive action. He vowed additional resources to contribute to finding Mr. Laundrie. And I think that was a very admirable and courageous step for him to take.
Do you think that's going to make a major difference in this investigation right now, allotting more resources?
I think certainly it will be helpful. As we know, law enforcement has faced a myriad of challenges during the past several months, and one of them is funding and personnel, and law enforcement needs all the help that they can get right now. So I do believe that that might make a difference.
Doctor, I'm just curious, from your point of seeing so many of these cases, is there anything in particular that has stuck out to you that you have found interesting or unique for this case in particular?
I think that one of the things, the biggest thing, is the social involvement, the social media, how quickly people got involved in Gabby's case. The second thing that really sticks out to me is, I hate to say it, but the tragedy of this whole case. We have, as you said, Gabby's photographs, her videos, her documenting her entire life for the world to see, which was so beautiful. But at the same time, we have this heart-wrenching video from the body cam of the Moab police officer who responded to the potential domestic violence incident between her and Mr. Laundrie. And we really got a window into...
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez checking in with you here on Live Now from Fox. Currently listening in to a segment from our very own Daytona Everett, checking in with a cold case consultant after we learned of the tragic turn of events in this case yesterday, when the FBI Denver Bureau confirmed that the body found in Wyoming on Sunday was that of Gabby Petito's. The initial report from the coroner ruling it a homicide as far as a cause of death. I do want to bring in our own live guest right now. He is a chief medical examiner in Bay County, Michigan. His name is Dr. William Maroney. Dr. Maroney, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I wish we were speaking under better circumstances. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. The lockdown is nowhere near happening in Michigan. Everybody's healthy up here. We're doing well. Serving the county, serving the people, and it's nice to connect to new friends.
Yeah, well, we really appreciate you making time for us here on Live Now from Fox to give us your insight on this really extensive case that we're following. There's a new development, new twist and turn, it seems, almost every day. So, Dr. Maroney, if we can, I do want to backtrack for a second. So, it was Sunday evening when the FBI Denver Bureau released that they had found remains that were believed to be Gabby Petito. So, what does it necessarily mean when they say we've identified remains, but we don't have that positive ID yet?
When they talk about remains, it's really important that they're talking about they do not have a recently deceased human body. If you look at anywhere from September 11th to September 30th, the average temperature was 60 to 70 degrees. Sometimes it got up to 80. You can have a body go through dry bloat and bloating, wet putrefaction. These are all different phases. What they know that they think that they have a female, they think they have somebody who's the approximate height and weight and who's race congruent, and her bone structure's that of somebody who's the appropriate age, past puberty, but not an elderly female. They have somebody who's blonde, and this person's remains fit a timeline from the disappearance. And what they hope to do with more information is to look at the forensic medical knowledge and dental knowledge and match the deceased Petito to the remains that they have. But they don't have a fresh human dead body, but they have remains.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Doctor, because we know that the area where she was found is very rural, it's very open, it's very deserted. And talking about that timeline from when she was reported missing to when those remains were found, does weather have an impact on identifying these remains? And, you know, is it able to cause any wearing of these remains?
Yeah, I took a look and I went back to the National Weather Bureau and I looked at humidity and temperature with sunlight are probably our biggest problems that are natural boundaries. Human body will decompose, and that early part of that will allow nature to interact with the body and return a body to certain components. What we're going to lose is all the water in the body. What they probably have is remains from that temperature and that time of year that are really close to mummification. Unless this body was under the ground and wrapped, and they're not telling us that. But if you assume that the body was exposed, we have the right temperature and the right humidity for a rapid decay through the first 3 stages of decomposition.
Now, Dr. Maroney, yesterday we did hear from the FBI Denver again. They did release the coroner's information from a preliminary autopsy. So what does that necessarily mean?
That's really important. The first thing is, a preliminary autopsy means there's going to be a second autopsy. And the second autopsy may be involving federal experts and surely FBI resources. The autopsy so far has been to identify the remains and to begin the paperwork for prosecution. The second autopsy might be at the university closest that has a medical school. It might be in Quantico. They might take the remains to FBI headquarters in Virginia. Or the autopsy could go to the nearest armed forces, Army base, Air Force base, where you would have the Armed Forces medical examiner contribute. And the other thing, because we have the environment, you might want to invite, and I'm sure the FBI has people on staff that are consulting forensic anthropologists and entomologists because of the involvement with insects. And the most important thing, and I do think people will mention this now, but when this first happened, if Miss Patino was drugged, we need to know what the toxicology is, and it'll involve chemical testing. But remember that the national parks are federal land. So for the current medical examiner to give this up to the FBI is not uncommon.
Yeah, and Dr. Maroney, I do want to mention that we've spoken with a couple of forensic experts throughout the week as we knew that this autopsy report was being done yesterday. And they said, like you were just mentioning, you know, we may get some information on Tuesday, but we're not going to get all of it. So why is the official cause of death pending right now and not public?
Here's why this is really important. In the autopsy, they will collect findings or pathological conditions. It could be broken bones or lacerations or blunt force injury or injury to internal organs, but we do not know exactly the order in which those happened to cause the homicide. So exactly how that has to be laid out is important. And then if there's damage to the human body, we need to test to see what kind of force would that have been. Was it from a shovel? Was it from a knife? Was it from an axe? And we would want to be able to take lacerations and match them to blades so that we knew what we had. And if there was any kind of restraint, any kind of forensic restraint with tape or rope will still be there, even in a dry, mummified body. So the extra time will also give us fiber and trace evidence analysis. Many of these components are incomplete, and the majority of coroner and medical examiner offices across the United States can handle a normal homicide, but this is not a normal homicide. So the federal government is going to bring in resources to give us some of those specialists.
Now, Dr. Maroney, I do want to show again, we do have some video of the exact location where the body was found. Now, as you were saying, this is a very deserted area, but they still, ironically enough, we know that a Tampa family who was in the area and happened to accidentally video the white van that they were doing that road trip with, that actually led FBI to this area where the body was found. So why is evidence recovered at the scene of the body important for the medical examiner?
Well, the evidence that they're going to recover is going to help them recreate a crime scene. And until we actually know that there's only one crime scene, that where she was found is where she met her end, we need to know how many different places are going to present evidence. If there's no blood where she was found, but the body seems to have endured tremendous trauma, then there's another crime scene. And we need to find that crime scene. We have to look at a possible multiple crime scenes, including the vehicle. That's what's really important.
Yeah, you literally went to my next point. We also have this video of the van. We also have Brian Laundrie's car, his Mustang that was believed to be found at the reserve where he was last allegedly heading to. That's being towed as well. So why his personal car?
His personal car, because not all of his traveling items may still be in the van. he can take things that he brought across America and unpack them and put them in storage. And that's really what they need to do, is for personal and trace evidence, look to see if there's a certain kind of fiber to a shirt that's not available in the van. We have to look, where does he get dressed? Where's his armoire? Where's his cabinets? Where's his closets? If it's athletic wear, is it in a duffel bag? We need everything he's owned to match to all the crime scene evidence. And especially if there was any kind of defensive wounds that are available, we need to know if he has makeshift weapons or real knives.
Now, we do have that search continuing today for her fiance, Brian Laundrie. If he is found, Dr. Maroney, how will an examination of Brian himself also help a medical examiner when it comes to an autopsy and this whole investigation?
Well, the most important thing is that if there was a struggle and this crime scene ended up in some kind of altercation and the deceased shows defensive wounds, that he may show the end product of somebody struggling, which would be scratches, abrasions, bruises, something that might last 2 or 3 weeks. And a physical exam for him would be really important, because driving a truck usually doesn't result in those kind of trauma.
Now, you've touched on it several times, Dr. Maroney, but can you explain how time has played such a factor in this whole investigation? And really, when do you think that we will get an official cause of death with more explanation?
Here's why it works the way it does. The chemistry working behind the toxicology is usually set up that runs through equipment that has to do duplicates and triplicates, and it takes a long time. And then some of that stuff is audited and it's refereed, especially if it's going into a chain of custody. That's what's really important. So some of the data needed to collect may be collected in 4 weeks, but it has to go to the investigators, it has to go to the detectives, it has to go to the special agents to reconstruct things. They're really not going to tell us a lot of what they were doing in these next 3 or 4 weeks. And we may not know some of the most important facts until court. That's when they keep the most important things. But we'll be able to see they're following a chronological timeline that a second autopsy, I don't know if anybody's brought that up, but that's why I called it a preliminary autopsy. The toxicology results, if she was drugged and she was murdered, we have to be able to put that into a timeline.
All right. Well, Dr. William Maroney, Chief Medical Examiner out there in Bay County, Michigan. Is there anything else we may have missed? Anything else you want our viewers to know about the autopsy or anything about this investigation before we send you off?
Well, I really have a full faith in the FBI team and the special agents on this, but because it was a national park and these are federal lands, some of the news media and news releases may shift away from the Grand Teton counties and go back to FBI headquarters or the site of the court, the federal court where this is going to be prosecuted.
Actually, I want to ask you one more question, Dr. Maroney, because we heard from the Petito family lawyer. They said that we do not want to have a memorial service. We don't want to make a statement until Gabby is home. So because this is such an extensive investigation, how soon can the Petito family expect to get Gabby's body back?
Well, if it goes to an Army base, the second autopsy, or it goes to Quantico in Virginia, you're going to have hundreds of people working overtime to get the data they want so they can try to get to a funeral service for closure, which reasonably in a high profile murder case might be 7 to 10 days.
All right. Well, Dr. Maroney, we thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciated your insight. It's been a lot of information to cover that we love having experts on like yourself for. So thank you so much for being with us here.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
You as well, Dr. Maroney. All right, everybody, we've got a news alert to bring you here. We've got these live aerials coming in from our Fox 13 Tampa Sky Fox. Another day of searching for Brian Laundrie officially underway in Venice, Florida. Again, this is the Carlton Reserve. It is a 25,000-acre park out there. They have searched it all weekend long. They stopped those searches on Monday, and then they did resume yesterday and are continuing today. We are just minutes away from checking in with Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry. She is out there at the reserve where law enforcement look like they are already getting started. It does look like they're flying over a bit of terrain there, but earlier when I was monitoring this shot, we did see officers already on four-wheelers. So again, this is a very active scene right now, very active investigation, and we appreciate experts like Dr. Maroney to come on and provide us some insight on a situation like an autopsy now being ruled a homicide investigation. So some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Before I take you to break, I also do have this live shot right now of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi with United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson at the United Nations General Assembly. It actually looks like we may get some remarks here, so let's listen in for a second.
The other side of the Capitol, and now it's my privilege to welcome to the House. I had the privilege earlier, a few days ago, in the UK, as I was participating in the G7 Heads of Parliament meeting, to visit with the Prime Minister, and every chance we get to celebrate our special relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States, to thank him for his leadership in hosting the COP26 in Glasgow in a few weeks from now, and also to talk about how we can work together, not only on climate, but on COVID, on counterterrorism, so many issues that relate to the security and well-being of our two countries. I was just showing the Prime Minister a picture of when Winston Churchill came to speak to the Congress, 1941, the day after Christmas, a few weeks after Pearl Harbor. And it was an historic. He said at the time, his mother was born in America, and maybe under other circumstances he might be in that audience. But happily for the world, he came as the Prime Minister at that important time. Why it was special to me is my father is in that picture, Thomas D'Alessandro from Baltimore, Maryland, listening to the Prime Minister of the UK, of Great Britain at that time, Winston Churchill. And now today we welcome another Prime Minister. And it is with great pleasure that I present the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson. Mr. Prime Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker Pelosi. It's a great honor to be here with you, and I much enjoyed welcoming you to Number 10 just a few days ago. And fantastic to see that picture of your father with Winston Churchill. Absolutely amazing. I had no idea that had taken place. Folks, everybody listen, I just want you to know that for me it's a very important moment coming here to Speaker Pelosi's office, because all my life America has stood for some ideals, and their freedom, equalities, human rights, but above all, democracy. Democracy, the principle that the people should choose their government, and the people alone should choose their government. And the sad thing about the world today is that fundamental principle is not uncontested. There are plenty of parts of the world where they don't think democracy really matters that much, and that you can have all sorts of systems that are just as good, if not better. And I vehemently disagree. And it is vital for the world that America stands up for that principle in the way that the US government does and the way that everybody on Capitol Hill does. And I thank you. And I just want you to know that you can count on us in the UK to help you, Speaker Pelosi. I hope you had a good time with Speaker Hoyle the other day.
In the northwestern
In Chorley. In Chorley, in beautiful Chorley. You were in Chorley. I hope you enjoyed it. And I just want you to know that we stand by you shoulder to shoulder with you in sticking up for our values, our beliefs, in democracy, and in sticking up for parliaments and assemblies of the people around the world. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
What's the biggest difference visiting the U.S. this time?
Getting better and better.
All right, everybody, that was some quick remarks by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi at the UN General Assembly out there in New York alongside United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to stay on top of our coverage when it comes to the Gabby Petito investigation, her body officially being confirmed to be that one found in Wyoming over the weekend. And now we've got the search for her fiance, Brian Laundrie, intensifying at a wilderness reserve out in Venice, Florida. And we do have those aerials to bring you right here on Live Now from Fox. We've got our Fox 13 Tampa Sky Fox flying over this. It's specifically called the Carlton Reserve. So stay with us, everybody. We're going to check in with Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. About 9:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we have a news alert to bring you this morning. We've got live aerials coming in courtesy of our Fox 13 Tampa's Sky Fox out in Venice, Florida, hovering over the 25,000-acre wilderness preserve where the search is continuing for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, the fiance of Gabby Petito, who was officially announced to have died yesterday. The remains being confirmed to be that of hers after they were found in Wyoming. The coroner did declare the initial cause of death, or ruled the cause of death as a homicide. So as you can see, we've got law enforcement officers on ATVs. You've got lots of vehicles out there. We do know that several agencies are assisting the FBI. Now, I do want to bring into the conversation Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry. She is out there at the Carlton Reserve right now with an update for us on these efforts. Elizabeth, good morning to you. We've got these aerials showing a very active scene. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Regina. Like you mentioned, it is a very active scene out here already this morning. We saw law enforcement pull in around 7:15 with their mobile command unit, ATVs, several different law enforcement agencies out here at the Carlton Reserve in Venice. They're not wasting any time this morning. They resumed their searches out here yesterday after taking a break on Monday. Over the weekend, they searched the Carlton Reserve from the Northport side on the other side of this reserve. And yesterday, they announced they were shifting their focus over here to the Venice side. At this point, we're not really sure as to why that is, but investigators right now are just trying to answer the question of where is Brian Laundrie, especially on the heels of those autopsy results from Gabby Petito yesterday.
Now, Elizabeth, do you know of the operations being similar or different to that of those this weekend when it comes to resources? How are they searching out there today?
You know, I think it's pretty much a lot of the same. There is a lot of area to cover out here, over 24,000 acres of land, and this land is not easy terrain at all. It's heavily wooded, it's very swampy, there's gators, there's snakes, so a lot of different challenges presented for law enforcement that's out here conducting this search. They've been using ATVs, swamp buggies, drones. Yesterday they had their helicopter up, and we do know that those helicopters with the sheriff's office do have thermal imaging, so they are bringing everything out in full force to do whatever they can to find Brian or find some type of sign as to where he could be. But this is not an easy task. One Northport police officer told us yesterday that about 75% of this area that they're searching is actually underwater. So this is very difficult terrain, but they say at this point nothing is holding them back. They're going full force with this search once again today.
Now, Elizabeth, do you know any information? This really seems to be the only place that they have searched for him thus far. Do you know why? Have they given you any insight as to why this specific area and not other areas either around the state or even other states at this point?
Well, initially, Regina, on Monday, when we learned that they would not be resuming their search out at the Carlton Reserve, they told us they had exhausted all avenues over there on the Northport side. So then when they announced on Tuesday that they were going to be resuming their searches over on the Venice side, of course, the question was why? We don't have that answer at this point. They haven't told us why they shifted their focus to the other side of this reserve. But the whole reason that they were searching out here in the first place is because this is where Brian Laundrie's parents told them that he was going here on Tuesday, when that was the last time they saw him. They said he was coming out here to go hiking. He took a backpack with him, and then he never came back. So as far as we know, that's the information that law enforcement has been going off of. We don't know if Brian's parents told them anything additionally when they served that search warrant on their home on Monday. We just know that Tuesday came and they decided to start searching again over here on the Venice side of this reserve. So there still are a lot of questions that we want answers to, but right now authorities say this is their best bet at finding Brian.
And Elizabeth, I do want to mention some interesting developments that we saw within the last 24 hours when it was officially ruled that that was Gabby Petito's body out in Wyoming, the initial cause of death, a homicide. I'm actually showing our viewers a tweet right now from last night from the Sarasota Sheriff's Department. They are saying, despite rumors on social media this evening, Brian Laundrie is not in the custody of our agency at this time. We can confirm we have received reports of suspected sightings. However, none have been accurate. So tell us about the tips that, local agencies have gotten and how they've kind of been sifting out what could be real and what couldn't be.
Well, as we know, social media has played a huge role in this investigation. One tip from a Tampa Bay area woman actually is what helped lead investigators to Gabby Petito's body in the first place. So social media has definitely played a huge role in helping investigators on their search. But, as this continues, we have seen a lot of different posts circulating around social media as to alleged sightings of Brian. At this point, officials have not confirmed any of those sightings for us. In fact, you mentioned the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office. Well, Sarasota County County Police Department, they actually put out another tweet this morning saying that despite numerous calls and emails over through the course of the evening and this morning, they do not have Brian in custody. That was the rumor floating around. So just like we've seen social media be a huge help to investigators, we've also heard that it can be a hindrance as well. So at this point, they're taking everything with a grain of salt until they can look into it. As you mentioned, none of those sightings have been confirmed to be true at this point, but they did say they are looking into every tip that is called in.
All right, well, we do have those live aerials up from Fox 13 Tampa's Sky Fox as well. So Fox 13's Elizabeth Fry out there at the Carlton Reserve. Thank you so much for keeping us updated throughout the week, and we really appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. You stay safe out there.
Of course. Thank you, Regina.
Again, everybody, here is the full shot we have right now of those aerials. You can see just how large this reserve is, exactly what Elizabeth was talking about, a lot of ground to cover. They've got canines, they've got drones, they've got law enforcement officers on four-wheelers. They've even got something called swamp buggies because a huge percentage of this reserve is actually underwater. So there's a lot of crocodiles, there's a lot of wildlife, so a really big effort here on this reserve. But again, this is something that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. 23-year-old Brian Laundrie now officially not seen or heard from since last Tuesday. We did have the FBI raiding his family's house with that search warrant on Monday. They were taking items and evidence out of the house. They declared the home a crime scene. They did not resume the search on Monday, but then on Tuesday, yesterday, they did come back out here at the reserve. Nothing to report as of last evening, and these efforts are continuing this morning. As you can see, multiple four-wheelers heading out into this reserve right now, executing all of their resources to see if 23-year-old Brian Laundrie could possibly be out here. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 9:25 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are bringing you front row to the search efforts continuing this morning in Venice, Florida, at a 25,000-acre wilderness reserve, specifically called the Carlton Reserve out there in Florida. We've got agencies continuing to search for the fiance of now officially confirmed deceased Gabby Petito. Brian Laundrie not being seen or heard from since last Tuesday, and the search for him is intensifying at this reserve. Now, it's important to note that Brian is still a person of interest in this investigation, but we did see the FBI executing a search warrant at his family's home on Monday. They declared the house a crime scene, and now we've got the FBI as well as other agencies, including the Northport Police, who really took the reins on this case because that is where Brian Laundrie and his family live. They are out there right now. You can see this officer on an ATV out there. We just checked in with Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry, and she noted, and you can just see from this live picture right now, how large this reserve is. It's a lot of ground to cover. It's very muddy. The terrain is very wet. A huge percentage of it actually underwater. Now, I do want to play for you the latest full report we have from our Fox News correspondent, Madeline Rivera. She is following this entire investigation regarding Gabby Petito and now the search for her fiance, Brian Laundrie. I'm then going to play you some remarks from Northport Police. They've been documenting a lot of their search efforts. And just like I mentioned before, how a lot of this terrain and a lot of this land is underwater, the vehicle that you are seeing right now, those are two officers from the Florida Fish and Wildlife, it looks like. And this vehicle is called a swamp buggy. You could see just how large the tires are, very, very high up and raised. They did say that they've had to check a lot of swamps, and in these swamps there are literally alligators and a lot of wildlife when it comes to, just the general wildlife that would live out there in the grasslands of Florida, just like this one. You can see that these officers have on really high boots in case that they have to search through the water. And again, this vehicle is called a swamp buggy. So I personally didn't even know these exist. I have definitely learned a lot myself when it comes to search and rescue efforts, especially out in terrain just like this wilderness preserve. So we really appreciate our Fox 13 Tampa team for sending out their chopper and providing us these aerials of the search land. So again, let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera. If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we are going to continue our extensive coverage of the case of Gabby Petito, the search for her fiance. We're also going to be touching on some other top stories that we're following on this Wednesday morning as well.
The FBI has confirmed the body found near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming is Gabby Petito. Her death has been determined a homicide, but the exact cause is still pending full autopsy results.
Homicide in our field means death at the hands of another. And so I'm sure they found injuries to substantiate that.
Meanwhile, the search is still on for Gabby's boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, who's been named a person of interest. But authorities wrapped up Tuesday's search of a swampy nature reserve in Florida empty-handed. The massive wildlife refuge is reportedly where Laundrie went hiking before he disappeared a week ago.
You have to really round this out and make sure that he's not in there, he hasn't done something to himself. That's not the kind of place where you can live.
The couple left for a cross-country road trip in June, but Laundrie returned to Florida on September 1st alone. A search warrant now reveals multiple phone conversations between Gabby and her mom, in which there appeared to be more and more tension between her and Laundrie. Body cam footage from police in Utah on August 12th shows an emotional exchange between Gabby and the officers after they received reports of a domestic dispute.
You want to tell me about those scratches on your face? She had a cell phone in her hand, that's why I was pushing her away.
The lawyer for Gabby's parents says the family will make a statement when Gabby is home, and police will return to that nature preserve in Florida Wednesday to continue looking for Laundrie. Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Basically take this wood field, you're going to see the
All right, so yeah, I do want to let you listen into some of this video provided yesterday from the Northport Police Department documenting the challenges when it comes to the search efforts in the 25,000-acre wilderness preserve. You've got that live look of the search happening to the top left corner of your screen. Let's listen into what they have to say here.
Joe, what are we out here doing?
We're out here searching for Brian Laundrie. We have multiple law enforcement partners assisting us in the search. The contingent that they've sent us to assist with is ATVs, UTVs. We have multiple drone operators that have been sent out in numerous teams. So we'll mix the resources and deploy them out so that if they encounter flooded areas or terrain that they can't access with these wheeled vehicles, we'll deploy our drones directly out into the wooded areas. We also have partners with the Lee County Sheriff's Office with drones that operate at a higher altitude that has more advanced technology to zoom in and to see areas that are difficult to access on foot or wheeled vehicles as well.
What's the terrain like?
Terrain's very difficult. Essentially 75% of it's underwater. And other areas that are dry, we're trying to clear. So we're expecting to get wet by the end of the day and check the entire area for Brian Laundrie.
Again, everybody, that was footage provided to us yesterday from the Northport Police Department, taking to social media to really document the struggles when it comes to searching a land of this nature. Again, this is that live now look of the search resuming this morning, courtesy of our Fox 13 Tampa Sky Fox. I'm really glad that it just zoomed out right there because, again, like Elizabeth Fry with Fox 13 just said, as well as the Northport police officers just said as well, you can just see how big it is, the terrain. It's a lot of grassland, a lot of swamps. These officers forced to use ATVs and swamp buggies. They're also operating drones, and you saw them using canines out there as well. When we saw that, not raid, I would say, last Friday when we saw police, Northport police only, go to the Laundrie family home, they were walking out with some items. A lot of people, neighbors, media were questioning why they were taking those things, what they were doing, and you can actually see this camera zooming into the drone right now. So again, executing lots of resources on this reserve. And like I was saying before, they grabbed items from the Laundrie family home last week to give to their canines so that way they could pick up a scent when searching this land here. So we are staying on top of this search on Live Now from Fox. Again, everybody, this is who we are and what we do. We bring you front row to all of the breaking news, live events, and stories that are happening across the country. We are also worldwide as well. We get feeds from all over the globe, but we are definitely focusing a lot of our coverage each and every day on the search for Brian Laundrie, as well as the new developments coming from the Gabby Petito investigation. Again, we did hear from the FBI Denver Bureau yesterday, officially confirming that the remains, the body found in Wyoming on Sunday, was hers, and the coroner ruling an initial manner of death a homicide. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue our coverage when we return. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you these aerials that we have courtesy of our Fox 13 Tampa Sky Fox as the search for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, the fiance of now officially confirmed dead 22-year-old Gabby Petito, still not seen or heard from since last Tuesday. Again, we've got the FBI and several law enforcement agencies searching this wilderness reserve out in the Venice, Florida area. We are going to keep these aerials up for you guys, but we do have a live event coming to us here on Live Now from Fox. We are learning that this is a House Homeland Security Committee hearing on worldwide threats to the homeland 20 years after 9/11. We're expecting to hear from Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, as well as FBI Director Wray and other officials. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Recognize myself for questions. Director Wray, you testified before this committee 2 years ago that domestic terrorism threats were the most concerning terrorism threats in terms of lethality. More recently, you testified that the threats of domestic terrorism is metastasizing. Secretary Mayorkas, you testified before us earlier this year that domestic violent extremism represents the greatest threat in the homeland right now. Despite these acknowledgments, it appears that warning signs were disregarded or the domestic terrorism threat was not prioritized appropriately in the lead up to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Director Wray and Secretary Mayorkas, what is your current assessment of threats posed by domestic terrorists to the homeland?
I'd be very pleased, Mr. Chairman, to answer that at the outset. We in the Department of Homeland Security, of course, with our partners across the federal government and state and local law enforcement, consider domestic violent extremism to be the most prominent terrorism-related threat to the homeland right now. I think our response in anticipation of what could have materialized on September 18th demonstrates the lessons learned from the January 6th insurrection. We gathered a great deal of intelligence and information from public-facing sources, as well as leveraging academic and other third-party institutions. We disseminated that information and intelligence to state, local, tribal, and territorial partners. We focused on the National Capital Region, and we were far more prepared should anything have materialized on September 18th than was previously the case, Mr. Chairman.
Director Wray.
Director Wray. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I would say a few things. First, starting back in June of 2019, I elevated racially and ethically motivated violent extremism to a national threat priority, which is our highest threat priority level. And I think that has already shown fruits in the fact that we have effectively doubled the number of domestic terrorism investigations and arrests since that time. We had about 180 domestic terrorism arrests last year. We've had over 600 now in connection with January 6th alone. I would say that we have also created a domestic terrorism hate crimes fusion cell to help increase the level of intelligence and information flow that goes out. Certainly from a lethality perspective, as you noted, Mr. Chairman, we have seen those kinds of domestic violent extremists responsible for the most lethal activity over recent years, although I would add that in 2020, we saw a significant uptick in lethal action and violence by anti-government, anti-authority violent extremists to go along with the racially motivated violent extremists. And from a perspective of pushing out intelligence, as we did before January 6th, we've been pushing out dozens of intelligence products to our federal, state, and local partners to highlight the threat.
Thank you much. Director Wray, Congress passed the Data Act. And as you know, we have been trying to make sure that the FBI produce information on domestic terrorism in a manner that not just members of Congress, but the public at large can understand what's going on. We finally got a report subject to the NDAA legislation, but there's still some gaps in terms of data missing from 2009 to 2019. Can you commit to helping close those data gaps in that report so that members of Congress and the public at large can have the understanding necessary about the growing problem with domestic terrorism in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, you can count on us to work with you and your staff and the committee staff to try to produce more information, to be more responsive to those requests. Certainly, as I understand it, some of the information requested, and this gets overly involved for this setting, involves information that at least wasn't maintained in earlier years in the form that would be, I think, most useful. So we're trying to work through that with your staff. And certainly I recognize that the earlier report took longer to get to you than it should have. Some of that, in all fairness, was in part due to the pandemic and the fact that the people that we really needed to rely on for that work were both strained by the pandemic, but also working on the significant domestic terrorism caseload that, as I testified a few minutes ago, mushroomed last year. So we're going to work with you, and we will try to see if we can get you more complete information.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes as a ranking member of the full committee, gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. Director Wray, it's nice to see you again, and I appreciate your service to your country and your candor. Just a very brief question, because I got a lot of questions from Secretary Mayorkas. Does the situation in Afghanistan give you a concern about the possibility of terrorist networks reconstituting there and, in effect, trying to incite violence in the homeland?
Yes, actually, there are a number of reasons why we're concerned, and recognizing the time, I'll just tick them off real quickly. One, we are, of course, concerned that there will be an opportunity for a safe haven to be recreated there, which is certainly something that we've seen in the past, and allowing foreign terrorist organizations to operate more freely in the region. We're concerned that ISIS-K can take advantage of a significantly weakened security environment to operate more freely. We're also concerned that the events there could serve as a catalyst or an inspiration for terrorists, whether they be members of FTOs, foreign terrorist organizations, or homegrown violent extremists to conduct it. And then most importantly, concerned that foreign terrorist organizations will have an opportunity to reconstitute, plot, inspire in a space that's much harder for us to collect intelligence and operate against than was the case previously.
Well, thank you very much, and I wish I had more time to spend with you on this, but perhaps a cup of coffee or breakfast soon is in order, so I can talk to you more about that. Secretary Mayorkas, I want to commend you on many of the things that you've done at Homeland Security since you've been there, particularly in the cybersecurity area. The people that are appointed to leadership positions are doing a tremendous job, and we have a very difficult task ahead of us. And as you know, and as Chairman Thompson knows, I pride myself on being one of the most bipartisan members of Congress, and one who is hopefully seen as a gentleman. But I got to tell you, Secretary Mayorkas, there's one major problem that I have, and I've just got to unburden myself with it, and that is the southern border. I started my career as a federal organized crime prosecutor in the southern border, and I spent my adult life trying to keep this country safe. And what's happening at the southern border is absolutely out of control. And you and the administration have repeatedly referred to this border situation as a quote unquote rebuild. You need to rebuild the border. Well, let me, some things I'm just wondering about. Is rebuilding the border having an unprecedented level of alien seized at the border over the last 6 months, more than 170,000 a month over the last 6 months? Is rebuilding the border, releasing many individuals, tens of thousands, into our communities without vaccinations for COVID? Is rebuilding our border not testing people in Customs and Border Protection custody for COVID because you don't have the facilities to keep them there? Is rebuilding our border allowing more aliens to die in custody this year than in any time in recent memory? And as a matter of fact, in 2018, 6 people died in custody. 2019, 11. 2020, 13. This year, that number's quadrupled to 51. Is that rebuilding our immigration system? Let me ask you, is rebuilding our immigration system allowing cartels to get fentanyl across our border in record numbers? There's been more fentanyl seized this year than all of last year, and last year was a record number. And the fentanyl seized this year is enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States 6 times over. And many of those deaths have reached my doorstep in Onondaga County, where 45 people in the first half of this year died of heroin overdoses laced with fentanyl. That's just my one county, and what's going on across the country. And I guess the other thing too is the number of known and suspected terrorists seized at the border this year, caught, not the ones that got away, caught at the border this year, it obviously is an unprecedented numbers, and you know that, and I know that. Is that rebuilding our immigration system? Is it? So you come to the inescapable conclusion from a letter from September 11th from a career Customs and Border Patrol agent who was running Customs and Border Patrol, Rodney Scott, who said, quote, "In my professional assessment, the U.S. Border Patrol is rapidly losing the situational awareness required to know who and what is entering our homeland." He goes on to say, amongst many other things, "It is important to remember that the border is not the destination, but only a transit port en route to cities and towns throughout the United States, and that these gaps in the border are exploited to easily smuggle contraband, criminals, or even potential terrorists in the United States." Now, this is not from some political hack that's appointee by the Trump administration. This is from somebody who served 29 years under 5 different presidents. And so to me, it is unbelievable what is going on at the border. And now we have the deflection about saying Haitians and the border is closed. And now we know the border is not closed because some Haitians are being sent home, some are being sent here, and we don't know what their distinction is. And that goes for every other type of person coming across the border as well. So, Mr. Chairman, before I ask one simple question of Secretary Mayorkas, I ask unanimous consent to enter this letter into the record, September 11th, 2021 letter from Rodney Scott.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez back with you here on Live Now from Fox. These statements just made from this hearing, a perfect segue into this next live report that we've got for you here this morning. We are going to head out to Houston, Texas, where we have learned that several busloads of migrants are headed to Houston from Del Rio today. And Houston is part of the migrant resettlement plan, with hundreds of Haitians already taking to a holding facility, specifically in North Harris County. So I do want to bring into the conversation Fox 26 Houston's Denise Middleton. Denise, good morning to you. I see that you're outside there in front of that facility. What can you tell us?
Good morning. We haven't seen any buses arrive just yet, but they are expecting about 6 to 8 buses to get here sometime today. And the volunteers are basically just preparing these migrants for the next part of their journey. Many of them have escaped violence and persecution, hoping for a better life here in America. Now, here's some video of them here at the facility last night. We're told the migrants spend about a day here before they're set up with sponsors and put on flights and flown across the U.S. There have been hundreds of Haitians who have been brought to this holding facility, and they were tested for COVID-19 and then given meals and clothing. And we're told, this facility is expecting about 1,000 people to arrive throughout the week, despite a massive effort to expel Haitians on flights to Haiti under pandemic-related authority. The Biden administration has said that Haitians who enter the country illegally will face immediate expulsion. Those expulsion flights reportedly started on Sunday, removing about 500 migrants. And the head of the UN Refugee Agency has said that these expulsions might violate international law by sending refugees back to life-threatening situations. So, of course, we are keeping a close watch and we'll bring you the very latest. But again, we are expecting them to arrive sometime today. So we've been watching very closely here at the facility in North Houston.
Now, Denise, do we know what happens and where these migrants can possibly go once they arrive at this shelter and they're vetted and kind of secured here in the U.S.?
You know, we don't know exactly where they will be going, but we did speak to some of them yesterday who said that they were trying to reach out to family. We spoke with one man through a translator. He said that he would now be joining his family in Alabama. So right now they're just getting set up with sponsors and then they go from there. But we do know some of them will be joining their family in other parts of the U.S.
And Denise, I just want to ask you, because we did hear from Texas Governor Greg Abbott yesterday regarding border security. What do we know about his response to try and control this situation?
Well, we do know that he has requested an emergency declaration from the Biden administration, saying local and state resources are just overburdened. But that's all we know so far.
All right. Well, Fox 26 Houston's Denise Middleton out there at the holding shelter in Texas, specifically the Houston area as well. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate your time.
Will you be presenting a case or information to the DOJ for them to go further?
Well, on that issue, the Inspector General, as you may know, took over the investigation. So it's really a conversation between the Inspector General and the Justice Department. If we can be helpful in that regard, and that's appropriate, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you so very much. I'll pursue that. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for your heart and as well your commitment to serving the United States. I think the narrative about immigration is so wrong. First of all, the southern border is 1,954 miles. It is not out of control. Thank you to those who are protecting it. I have many people who acknowledge that. They quickly raised the point that we should refrain from these kinds of accusatory attacks against migrants. We are a nation of laws and immigrants. And so let me first of all raise the question of the terrible scenes that are all over the internet now, and also the mockery of Haitians who are taking water or washing in the water. First of all, how much did race play a part in these actions? Are you looking into that as well? And also, have you considered this Trump relic of Title 42, not eliminating, but a suspension of it, in light of the fact that Haitians have been determined to be no national security threat? There are Haitians in my district right now, migrants who have come from NGOs on the border. We welcome them. I will be visiting them over the weekend. But I want to know how we can do better in this particular instance. You've answered all the other questions of asylum opportunities, the opportunities for them to be taken by sponsors or family members, which they have. We can do better. I know you want to do better. Can you give me those answers? Thank you.
Congresswoman, thank you very much. The investigation is going to be all encompassing. We're not going to cut a single corner or compromise any element of thoroughness. It will be a sweeping investigation, number one. Number two, with respect to Title 42 and its exercise, that is an authority of the Centers for Disease Control. It is not a matter of immigration policy. It is a matter of public health policy driven by the situation of COVID-19 and where the trajectory of that pandemic is. It is based on the data that CDC analyzes, and it is a CDC order that determines the applicability of the Title 42 authority.
Lady's time has expired. Chair recognizes gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the chairman and the ranking member for holding this hearing today to discuss worldwide threats to the homeland as we move beyond the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Americans watching this hearing today are wondering why the focus of our narrative is not on the obvious threats as we look at the immediate future of our nation and the security of our homeland, being the threat of jihadist terror coming into our country due to the abhorrent failure in Afghanistan and the disintegration of our southern border. Our national sovereignty has been lost at the southern border. We've been invaded. My colleagues refer to scenes on the internet. You don't have to look very far to see imagery that none of us have ever seen in our lives. I'm 60 years old. I've never seen anything like this in America. And you know, we have witnesses before us. With all due respect, good Lord, step away from your talking points and let us share truth as Americans. After the Biden administration's disgraceful retreat from Afghanistan, the Pentagon is actively warning Congress of the increased likelihood of terrorist attacks on U.S. soil. That's a fact. Regardless, this committee's recent markup of the Democrats' $3.5 trillion reconciliation monstrosity bill didn't include a single dime for counterterrorism efforts, despite these warnings. And Republican amendments to attempt to correct that were voted down by party line vote by Democrats with the majority control. Further, during this time, the security crisis at our own southern border has gotten worse and worse. We didn't think it could get worse, but it has. And we have witnesses that consistently stick to these talking points, like Baghdad Bob, saying there's nothing wrong here. Move along, and America is wondering exactly when will Congress embrace the truth and have honest discussion of the actual threats to our homeland on the Homeland Security Committee. We've had 170,000 documented interactions. Now, based upon known formulas of estimated, what are referred to as gotaways. This means you have 250,000 illegal crossings or attempted illegal crossings a month. We've never seen numbers like this, and yet we keep getting told, "Oh, it's all cool. The border's under control." I don't know how you would define failure of securing our southern border if it's not what we're witnessing right now. But to no one's surprise in the Republican Party, there was zero funding in the majority's $3.5 trillion bill for border security. We face significant national security threats that have been made worse by this administration's own policies. There's no shame in admitting that, but we're responsible to deal with it. And that begins with honest communications, which we seem we're avoiding this right now. From, with all due respect, my colleagues across the aisle, in a very disciplined manner, sticking to their talking points. Director Wray, I'm going to ask you, yes or no, did 19 terrorists execute the 9/11 jihadist terror attacks on America? Not the planning, the execution.
There were 19 hijackers.
Okay,
yes.
there you go.
Okay,
So
there you go.
that's a number. That's a number I'm referring to. Now you won't tell us.
All right, everybody. Again, thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. You are currently taking a listen into a live web hearing happening regarding the House Homeland Security Committee. They are having this hearing on worldwide threats to the homeland 20 years after 9/11. We've heard from Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. We've also heard from FBI Director Wray, and we're also hearing from some other officials weighing in on the situation. And they've also addressed other situations like the border. We've got Haitian migrants making their way into the United States, and we literally just checked in with our Fox 26 Houston team as they were arriving at a holding facility today. So that is something that we're staying on top of here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Our Orlando team will have the show for about another hour. That's when we pass things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters team in Phoenix, Arizona, where you'll have Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. We are a 24/7 nonstop stream of breaking news, live events, and we bring on guests to kind of weigh in on the top stories that we are following each and every morning. I do want to let you know that we are continuously staying on top of the search for Brian Laundrie, the 23-year-old fiance of Gabby Petito. Unfortunately, yesterday we got an update from the FBI saying that the remains, the body found on Sunday in Wyoming near Grand Teton National Park, was officially confirmed to be hers, and the manner of death from the coroner initially being ruled a homicide yesterday. So these are some aerials from the search. This is not live, but this was just a little bit earlier here on our show. We have Fox 13 Tampa's team out there, boots on the ground, as well as sending out their chopper to show us the efforts happening at this Carlton Reserve. This is in the Venice, Florida area. It's a 25,000 acre wilderness reserve. Now, Brian Laundrie himself has not been seen or heard from since allegedly last Tuesday. So it's been more than a week now. His family says that this was the last place they knew that he was going. He was last seen with a hiking backpack. He took his car to the reserve on Tuesday, and then later on his family went to the reserve to see where he was. They allegedly found his car, a Ford Mustang, and they brought it back to his home, their family's home, after they did not hear from him. He was reported missing officially by the family last Friday. On Monday of this week, we saw the FBI officially execute a search warrant on the Laundrie family home, declaring it a crime scene. They did not search the reserve on Monday. They were back out there yesterday. There was nothing to report. So as you can see, the efforts are continuing this morning. A manhunt underway with the FBI as well as the Northport Police and other local agencies. We've seen drones, we've seen canines, we've seen officers on four-wheelers and swamp buggies, because this is a very, very wet terrain. A lot of it is swampland. There's a lot of wilderness and animals out there, including snakes, crocodiles. So we've got the Florida Fish and Wildlife also helping out in this search as well. So it's something that we're staying on top of here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox's Robert Moses, recapping the information that we have gotten over the last 24 hours, including that autopsy report, as well as the ongoing search for Laundrie.
Today, they will resume searching a swampy 25,000-acre wildlife refuge for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, who is believed to have left his parents' home 8 days ago to go on a hike there. Police say their search of the area yesterday turned up nothing of note. More than 2,300 miles away, the coroner in Teton County, Wyoming, ruled that Laundrie's fiancée, Gabby Petito, died by homicide, that is, at the hands of another person. Authorities found Petito's remains on Sunday. In response to the coroner's announcement, the Laundrie family attorney said, "May Gabby rest in peace." Through their attorney, Petito's family members promised to make a statement, quote, "when Gabby is home." So where is Laundrie, described by police as a person of interest? Either no one knows or no one is saying. Members of the sheriff's office in Okaloosa County in the Florida Panhandle say they investigated a possible sighting of Laundrie after a fuzzy image of a person resembling him was captured on a trail camera. No one and nothing was found. Joseph Petito spoke to Dr. Phil about Laundrie in an interview that aired Monday and was recorded before his daughter's remains were found.
There's no red flags that stuck out.
Petito and Laundrie, engaged high school sweethearts from Long Island, left on a cross-country road trip in mid-June in a white van registered to her. Police in Moab, Utah responded to a domestic dispute between the couple on August 12th.
You want to tell me about those scratches on your face? She had a cell phone in her hand. That's why I was pushing her away.
Laundrie returned to his parents' home in Northport, Florida, where Petito had also been living on September 1st in the white van, but he was alone. Petito's parents reported her missing 10 days later. Joseph Petito says he and his family reached out to Laundrie and his family to no avail.
We called Brian, we called the mom, we called the dad, we called the sister, we called every number we could find. And we got no phone calls were picked up, no text messages were returned.
And I do want to give you a look at some of the posts that we've seen on social media since getting that information from the FBI yesterday. The FBI Denver Bureau literally tweeting, #FBI Denver thanks the public for their continuing support of this investigation and the valuable tips that have been submitted. We extend sincere condolences to Gabby's family, friends, and all the people whose lives she touched. We've also been monitoring the tips that have come in. As you saw in Robert's report, we've had a lot of people across the state of Florida and other states as well claiming that they've seen Brian Laundrie. So now one specifically was reported in the Sarasota area of Florida, and the Sarasota Sheriff's Department taking to Twitter last night saying, despite rumors on social media this evening, Brian Laundrie is not in the custody of our agency at this time. We can confirm we have received reports of suspected sightings. However, none have been accurate. We've also heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is saying here in his tweet, at the request of Northport Police and My Florida Fish and Wildlife Center, law enforcement has been assisting in the search for Brian Laundrie. I have directed all state agencies under my purview to continue to assist federal and local law enforcement as they continue to search. We need justice for Gabby Petito. So again, that is exactly who you saw searching the grounds earlier today. We do know that Fox 13 Tampa's chopper will be up and around the wilderness reserve that is being searched. So when we continue to get those feeds, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as we go back to this post and kind of talk about how social media has played a role in this investigation, I mean, you've had help from the public that Tampa family accidentally filming the van that belonged to the couple out in Wyoming on their GoPro, and that actually led FBI to the area where they found Gabby Petito's body. So I do want to play you this story from our Fox 13 team about how social media and the public have really helped this investigation, but some of this information could actually hurt the investigation as well. Let's take a listen.
Right now, it's not hard to find someone.
I honestly hope that she gets justice. I mean, it's really upsetting.
Anyone.
The poor girl, you know, it's just horrible what happened.
Who knows about Gabby Petito?
It seems natural that there'd be a lot of interest in this case because there was a lot of interest in her to begin with.
The young, beautiful woman had been documenting her cross-country road trip with her fiancé on social media. Since her disappearance, her accounts have become fodder for regular folks at home.
If you've heard about the Gabby Petito case, there's a more zoomed-in version.
Trying to understand what happened to her. Experts say social media is changing the way crimes are investigated.
It's becoming sort of this extension of the surveillance state where, you know, a lot of things are being documented and we've got video footage of it. I think this is going to have a big impact when it comes to crime moving forward.
Years ago, when someone went missing, people didn't have this kind of access to their personal lives, but now they do. And that's inherently drawing more people in.
The search of Gabby Petito.
A lot of people were hooked just because they were on this adventure, but then you add this mystery to it, and there you go.
Thousands and thousands of followers as a travel influencer. And what that essentially does is it allows a lot of breadcrumbs to be left.
Meanwhile, wanted to bring you some more video posted to social media over the last couple of days. You can see this makeshift memorial being posted outside of the butterfly mural where Gabby Petito shared her last Instagram post in Utah. This video was specifically taken by Instagram user Drake Osborne 21. You can see how many people are there paying their respects. You can see flowers and gifts and posters and pictures outside. So again, this case impacting not just Florida, not just New York, where Gabby is from, but really the entire nation. This case has just garnered such national attention. And as we do follow these search efforts that are continuing to happen for Brian Laundrie, her 23-year-old fiance, I do want to bring you some video provided to us by the Northport Police. I told you about how the nature reserve out there is just such a rough terrain. It's been pretty difficult to search, but that is where they are continuing their efforts today. They have been documenting their efforts and provided us this video. Let's take a listen.
Basically take this wood field. You're going to see the trail once you get there, but this is going to intertwine.
One can go straight, one can go left, one can go 17. Get you out. So two vehicles stay together.
What are we out here doing?
We're out here searching for Brian Laundrie. We have multiple law enforcement partners assisting us in the search. The contingent that they've sent us to assist with is ATVs, UTVs. We have multiple drone operators that have been sent out in numerous teams. So we'll mix the resources and deploy them out so that if they encounter flooded areas or terrain that they can't access with these wheeled vehicles, we'll deploy our drones directly out into the wooded areas. We also have partners with the Lee County Sheriff's Office with drones that operate at a higher altitude that has more advanced technology to zoom in and to see areas that are difficult to access on foot or wheeled vehicles as well.
What's the terrain like?
Terrain's very difficult. Essentially 75% of it's underwater. And other areas that are dry, we're trying to clear. So we're expecting to get wet by the end of the day and check the entire area for Brian Laundrie.
All right, everybody. Again, that was some video provided and posted to social media by the Northport Police Department. They are executing all resources out at the Carlton Reserve. It's a 25,000-acre wilderness reserve in the Venice, Florida area. Again, that is the last place, where his parents allegedly claimed that he was going to before they never saw or heard from him again. The last time they claimed they heard from him was last Tuesday. So it's now been more than a week, and since he was confirmed to be missing on Friday. We've seen a lot of developments over the course of the last several days. I'll kind of take you through a timeline of what we've seen when we come back from this 2-minute commercial break. But before we head to break, I do want to let you know that we are obviously following a lot of top stories as well here on our show this morning. And we've got a lot of live feeds coming in to you here on the Live Now from Fox desk too. I'll walk you through what we have right now. Here is a live now look at the Dow Jones Industrial Board. The stock market looking pretty good on this Wednesday, September 22nd. We've also got this panel hearing coming in. It's a live feed from the FDA. They are, and at the CDC, they are apparently speaking on booster shots as well as more information on COVID-19 vaccines. This specifically is the CDC's Independent Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. They are planning to meet today and tomorrow, and they are prepared to discuss COVID-19 vaccine booster shots. So we may or may not dip in and out of this. I know these hearings can get a little dull at certain points, especially since they're virtual. So we'll continue to monitor this feed here on Live Now from Fox. Actually, really quick though, everybody, I'm not going to send you on a 2-minute commercial break. I'm just kidding. We've got Chuck Schumer speaking on the Senate floor. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Republican colleagues, vote yes. You want to avoid a government shutdown? Vote yes. You want to provide hurricane aid? Vote yes. You want to help the Afghan refugees? Vote yes. That's the bill that will be on the floor. Those who will vote yes will vote to avoid default, to avoid a government shutdown. Those who vote no will be saying, we're okay with default and we're okay with the government shutdown. To say do it another way, that doesn't cut it. This is what's on the floor. This is what the House passed. And the kind, again, of sophistry that we've heard from the Republican leader doesn't make any sense, either through past history or through practicality and what we need today. At the end of the day, it's how we vote that matters most. Our constituents sent us here to vote. Plain and simple. So Republicans face a choice. Vote yes to pay our bills and keep the government open, or vote no, which means you're okay with default and a government shutdown. Every single Democrat will support this bill. Whether or not we avoid default is simply entirely up to the Republican senators. It's up to them, plain and simple. The president has a proposal. The House has passed a proposal. I will put that proposal on the Senate floor. And remember, this is not just a political fight. The last time Republicans played with the debt ceiling in 2011, the credit of the United States was downgraded for the first time ever. And all indications are that if Republicans succeed in causing a default this time around, the consequences would be catastrophic. According to a sobering new analysis by Mark Zandi at Moody's Analytics, a default would create up to 6 million, would erase up to 6 million jobs in the economy. It would cause unemployment, which we've worked so hard to bring down during this COVID season, to spike up again to as high as 9%, and as much as $15 trillion of household wealth would be wiped out of existence. Every American family will suffer from the Republican desire to play political games and send our nation into default. Let me say that again. $15 trillion of household wealth. And that means thousands of dollars for each family, or for many families. Thousands. That's not fair. All for the sake, Leader McConnell, of a political game. Political game. It's an incomprehensible number. I can't think of a worse gut punch to the American people who spent the last 19 months fighting against COVID-19 pandemic than to see their life savings disappear because Republicans won't pay political bills and are simply trying to gain mere political advantage. There's no scenario on God's green earth where it's worth risking 6 million jobs, 9% unemployment, and $15 trillion in household worth just to stick it to your political opponents. But that seems to be the MO these days of the Republican leader. not caring at all about the American people and what matters to them, and playing political games in an effort, I believe, a futile effort to gain political advantage. It won't succeed. Everyone knows who's doing what around here. So, over the past few weeks, Republicans have advanced a number of dishonest and duplicitous arguments to rationalize their opposition to the debt ceiling, to play the political games that the minority leader is involved in. I'll expect we'll be hearing these arguments over and over again, so let's set the record straight on two of their main points. First, our Republican colleagues have argued that raising the debt ceiling should exclusively be the domain of one party when it controls all three branches of government. Of course, this is nonsense. Since 1960, the debt ceiling has been raised about 80 times under both unified and divided government. As recently as 2017, Leader McConnell, as majority leader, put forward a bill to raise the debt ceiling when there was a Republican president, a Republican Senate, a Republican House, urged Democrats to join him, and of course we did, because it's the right thing to do. We don't want to hurt the American people. We don't want to play games with the livelihood of Americans, the way the Republican leader seems to revel in doing. And rather than play political games, rather than engage in inconsidered games of chicken, Democrats work with the other side. Second, and even far more dishonest, Republicans say they don't want to raise the debt ceiling because they don't want to clear the way for more domestic spending. This statement is false, pure and simple. Our proposal to suspend the debt ceiling is not about future spending. Raising the debt ceiling is about paying the bills that have already been racked up. The proposal the House sent over is designed to help pay for the $908 billion that we approved last year in the depths of the COVID crisis. That legislation was drafted by Republicans, voted for by Republicans, put on the floor by Leader McConnell, and signed by a Republican president. It's the Trump debt that we now must pay. For Republicans, after voting for it, after going back to their districts and claiming credit for some of the things in that bill, to now decide they've changed their minds and they don't want to pay the debt that they willingly took on and brag about the spending that incurred that debt, is the height of irresponsibility and the height of hypocrisy. It's a dine and dash of unprecedented proportion. And if they have their way, it's going to be the American people who will foot the bill. The full faith and credit isn't a game. It's the bedrock upon which our economy stands. No lawmaker can vote to refuse to pay the bills and then say they have the best interests of the American people in mind. So again, here's what's on the line with this vote. The well-being of tens of millions of Americans, everyone from small business owners, homeowners, veterans, active duty military, Social Security beneficiaries, and American consumers everywhere. And Senator Warner has made a very good point. If we default, or even if the risk of coming close to default raises interest rates by 1%, that will cost the government more than some of the spending programs, many of the spending programs that the Republicans say they don't like, even though they voted for them. It's a very simple answer to avoiding this entire problem. When the CR comes to the floor, Republicans vote yes and put this needless crisis to an end. But if they choose to vote in favor of a default by a cynical political blame game, it will ultimately be the American people who will pay the price. And the American people will know who did this, the Republican Senate, because there'll be a proposal by the Democratic president, the bill will have passed the floor, and Democrats and Republicans will each have to vote yes or no, simply put, on whether we want to default. Now on nominations. Last night I filed cloture on 7 nominations that have to date been tied up by Republican obstructionists. These individuals will play a critical role in advancing U.S. diplomacy across the globe, from Europe to East Asia to Africa. One will be tasked with international narcotics law enforcement. Another will advise on military affairs. And these are not controversial nominees. Quite the contrary, they were all reported out of committee with overwhelming bipartisan support and would normally be confirmed by this chamber without much fuss. Now, a few on the other side have decided they're going to hold these critical nominations hostage for the sake of scoring political points with the far right. It's sort of a manic dash. Who can be the most irresponsible to please the far right of people who seem to be interested in running for president in 2024? They want to drag out what should be an easy process, wasting the chamber's time and energy and hindering the government's ability to protect American interest. The Republicans who are delaying the confirmation of these nominees are deliberately making the American people less safe, just so they can try to enhance their political fortunes, which in my judgment will be, if there's any gain, it'll be short-term, and the loss of doing this will be much greater to them. Everyone here knows what's really going on. But despite Republican obstruction this week, we're going to make sure these important nominees are confirmed by the Senate. I hope we can come to an agreement to ultimately move them quickly through this chamber, but either way, we're going to stay here until these nominees have been confirmed. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
All right, everybody, that was Senator Chuck Schumer addressing the threat of a potential government shutdown and how that should not be looming anymore, as well as addressing the aspects of the budget bill that is still up for debate there on Capitol Hill. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. These feeds that you are seeing right now, or these aerials, I should say, this is not live, I do want to point out, but wanted to bring you some recordings from the efforts earlier that are still underway. We just have Fox 13 Tampa Sky Fox fueling up to then head back to the scene where they are still searching for 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, the fiance of now confirmed dead Gabby Petito. She was 22 years old and went missing after the two went on a cross-country road trip. The FBI did announce on Sunday that a body was found, and then yesterday they confirmed that it is Gabby Petito's body, and an early autopsy revealed that the manner of death is officially homicide. So we've been speaking with forensic experts and our Fox 13 Tampa team all morning long, kind of telling us what we can expect as far as search efforts, what we can expect as far as getting more information on an official cause of death, and any more from the autopsy report that's being conducted, as well as when Gabby's family can expect to get her body home. They did ask the media and everybody to respect their privacy as they grieve the loss of their daughter, and they don't plan on making any official statements as of right now until Gabby's body is back, and then they will also arrange a memorial service. So we've seen vigils pop up all across the nation mourning the loss of Gabby Petito, and now the search is intensifying to find her fiance Brian Laundrie. Now, we did see agents raid the home on Monday and execute a search warrant. They officially declared the scene, or the house, I should say, a crime scene. And that was a big development when it comes to this entire case, because it's important to note that Laundrie is still just a person of interest. So really not sure what we can expect if they are going to find him. Will he be arrested? What can we expect as far as, will he no longer be a person of interest? Will he be interviewed? The forensic experts also saying that they will most likely conduct an examination on him to bring any more information to light that would help medical examiners with the autopsy report. This is some of that video that we saw from Monday when the FBI rolled up to the Laundrie house. They removed Brian Laundrie's parents, brought them into that black van, and then you can see they brought a lot of supplies and resources from their own vehicles into the house. We saw them leaving with a lot of items. I believe I even saw them leaving with a cooler at one point. So again, this is a very fluid situation, still an ongoing investigation. We have not heard anything as far as official press conferences from attorneys, from Northport Police, from the FBI. That last official press conference we got was Sunday evening from the FBI Denver Bureau, when they officially announced that they had found a body matching the description of Gabby Petito. So if we do get any information regarding full live remarks from any entities involved in this investigation, you can bet that we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, everybody, with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Our team will have the show for just a little bit longer, until at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We pass things off to Christy Larson out there with our Live Now team at the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. You've got Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft there. As we do continue to follow this investigation, I do want to bring you an interview from our very own Andrew Kraft. He spoke with a former FBI agent about the search for Laundrie and anything related to the Gabby Petito case. So I do want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Be covering this throughout the night here, and to join us right now is retired FBI agent Stacey Aruda. Stacey, so good of you to join us to kind of go into what exactly happens now, because the search there in Florida at that nature preserve for Brian Laundrie has concluded for the night. They'll be back there tomorrow. What do you expect going into tomorrow?
Okay, everybody, I apologize for starting this interview, but we will touch base with Andrew and this former FBI agent here in just a second, because we've got Mitch McConnell speaking live on the Senate floor. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
And of course, that's exactly what's happened. Well, just ask any working family in this country about their last trip to the gas station, the grocery store, or the car dealership. Inflation's gotten so bad on Democrats' watch that it has wiped out every ounce of the average American worker's pay growth during this economic recovery. And then some. Annual real wage growth is negative, even though employers have been handing out raises. Because, Mr. President, because of inflation. Remember, at the start of the year, working Americans had an economy that was teed up for a roaring recovery. So when Washington Democrats rolled out their first springtime spending spree, even the Washington Post cautioned, quote, "The improving picture is raising questions about whether the stimulus bill is mismatched to the needs of the current moment." That was the Washington Post on the so-called rescue package that passed back in March. You might think the disastrous consequences of Democrats' last spending binge for working Americans might give our colleagues some pause about the next one. But alas, no such luck. Behind closed doors, they're putting together another even more reckless taxing and spending spree. They want to take the last bill, which Democrats call the most left-wing law in American history, and actually dwarf even that. Massive tax hikes on Americans that will hurt families and help China. Let me say that again. Massive tax hikes on Americans that will hurt families and help China. A socialist transformation that nobody voted for last year. Another invitation for even more painful inflation that will hit working Americans right where it hurts. The American people don't want it, and Senate Republicans won't support it. Now, on a related matter, yesterday evening, Senator Shelby and I introduced a continuing resolution that would pass the Senate, that could pass the Senate and prevent a government shutdown. Our legislation would fund the government through December. It would restore the defensive assistance for our ally Israel that House Democrats stripped out to appease some of their worst elements of the far left. As one frustrated Democrat congressman stated yesterday, quote, "A missile defense system like Iron Dome defends civilians from missiles, hence the name. Only in a morally inverted universe would this be considered a controversy," end quote. That's a House Democrat describing the action yesterday of House Democrats. And our bill also removes the debt limit language that Democrats have known since July. Since July, will not receive bipartisan support from Senate Republicans. As one of my colleagues put it succinctly, if Washington Democrats want to jam through trillions of dollars in reckless spending all by themselves, they can raise the debt limit all by themselves. If they want to do one, they'll need to do the other. If they do one, they need to do one, they do the other. It's that simple. Now, on one final matter, the American people are watching a terrible sight unfold down on our southern border. Many thousands of people, largely from Haiti, are literally huddled together underneath a bridge in Del Rio, Texas, just across the Rio Grande. Temperatures have been in the triple digits. The conditions are unsanitary and inhumane. This nightmare is the direct result of the left-wing policies and left-wing messages pushed by the Biden administration. They say their approach to immigration is the compassionate path, the one that reflects the soul of America. They are wrong. In no way does it honor America's soul or uphold American values to tolerate a major border security crisis and unending humanitarian disaster that appear to be permanent features of life under the Biden administration. This false choice is the constant refrain from the left. Either we adopt democratic policies that lure people into literal squalor and effectively open our borders in the middle of a pandemic, or else we're somehow betraying the spirit of the Statue of Liberty? That is simply nonsense. Legal, orderly immigration has been a proud strength of our country and a core pillar of the American way of life, literally for generations. That is completely different than Washington Democrats sabotaging our border while publicly advertising a catalog of socialist benefits they say they'll provide for illegal immigrants who manage to make it in. When President Biden was sworn in, thousands and thousands of people took his far-left campaign rhetoric seriously and began streaming toward our borders. One person at the border directly told the Washington Post they came because they heard, quote, President Biden was letting people in. First, in the springtime, his administration called this a seasonal surge. Well, so much for that. We've had more than 150,000 border apprehensions every single month for the past 6 months. Encounters usually fall off during the hot summer months, but on President Biden's watch, the opposite has happened. Listen to one recent example of the chaos. A few days ago, the Biden administration filled a big bus with illegal immigrants from this encampment. The bus set out for somewhere else in Texas. But according to news reporting, partway through the journey, the illegal immigrants on board revolted, took control of the bus, and broke out. But more broadly, it sounds like catch and release may be the de facto Biden policy. Just this morning, the Associated Press reports that according to government officials, quote, Haitian migrants camped in a Texas border town are being released in the United States on a very, very large scale, undercutting the Biden administration's public statements that the thousands in the camp faced immediate expulsion, end quote. Nobody believes Democrats that this lawless chaos and human suffering is the fair and compassionate way to govern our country. Nobody buys that. An average of recent surveys shows that only 36% of the country approves of President Biden's handling of immigration, while 56% disapprove. Look, Americans know a train wreck when they see one. Our citizens deserve better than this failure, utter failure of leadership. And so do the people Democrats are luring here with a mirage.
All right, it does look like Senator Mitch McConnell. Oh, just wanted to listen in there to see if he was still speaking. Looks like he concluded those remarks there. He was talking about inflation, the stimulus bill, and then he was also calling on the Biden administration to get control of the situation at the border, as we have learned that hundreds of Haitian migrants are making their way into the United States illegally. So again, it's something that we're staying on top of here on Live Now from Fox, but wanted to bring you his full remarks here on our show because this is who we are and what we do. We bring you front row to all of the major news happening each and every day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is just about 10:50 a.m. here on the East Coast, bringing you a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Board up this morning. It is Wednesday, September 22nd, the first day of fall. And as I was saying before, we don't really get too much fall weather here in Florida, where I am located in the Live Now from Fox East Coast hub, specifically in Orlando. Fall is my favorite season. I was about to say holiday. Fall is my favorite season. I'm from New York, so I really do enjoy the crispy air and the leaves, and Halloween is my favorite holiday. So it's really sad to be living in Florida around this time each and every year, but I'm a huge beach person, so kind of works itself out. But again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez, here with you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for about another 10 minutes before we pass things off to Christy Larson over with our Phoenix team out there on the West Coast. They will bring you the latest news surrounding all of the top stories that we are following this morning. There is a growing situation at the border. We've got Haitian migrants making their way into the United States. We did check in with our Fox 26 Houston team a little bit earlier, as they were expected to arrive at a holding shelter today. So our Live Now from Fox team will be checking in on that situation as well. We are also continuing to closely monitor the situation involving the case of Gabby Petito and her fiance, Brian Laundrie, now not seen or heard from for more than a week. He was last seen or heard from last Tuesday, allegedly from his parents. Now, I do want to walk you through a timeline of what we've seen so far, because these are some aerials. We've got a search continuing at the Wilderness Reserve, where his parents last claimed that he was going before they never saw or heard from him after that. So we saw the police, the Northport police, kind of go into his home on Friday. This is some footage from last Friday when Northport police went into the home. They came out with some articles of clothing, some objects, and we later found out that this was so they could give their canines a scent in order to conduct the search at the Carlton Reserve in Venice, Florida on Saturday. And here's some ground footage of that search that was first started Saturday. It continued into Sunday, and on Sunday night, that's when we heard from the FBI saying that they had found remains believed to have matched the description of Gabby Petito. And unfortunately, we did get an update from them yesterday confirming that the body was indeed hers. The manner of death ruled initially a homicide. So we've been joined by forensic experts all morning long, kind of weighing in on the information that we got yesterday and what we can continue to get as the situation develops. But again, this is from the reserve on Saturday. We've still got those we've got those efforts underway right now. We do have our Fox 13 Tampa chopper expected to head back there soon. They did have to go and refuel. So again, this is over the weekend. Now, after the FBI announced that they had found remains to match the description of Gabby Petito on Monday, we then saw this situation unfold at the Laundrie family home in the morning there. It was breaking news that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox. They officially executed a search warrant. They removed Brian Laundrie's parents from the home for a bit, brought them into this black van, and then they proceeded to go to their own vehicles, bring in a bunch of resources to go and collect evidence, and they officially declared the house a crime scene. So again, Brian Laundrie's parents not arrested, and it's important to mention that as of right now, he's not seen, he's not heard from, he's been missing since last Tuesday, and he still remains a person of interest in this case. So again, these are some aerials from earlier. The search resuming today at the Wilderness Reserve, where his parents last claimed that he was going. Yesterday, they did search this reserve as well. No new developments out of that search yesterday. And then again, yesterday, we did hear from the FBI Denver Bureau again, officially confirming that the body found in Wyoming belonged to Gabby Petito. So a very unfortunate turn of events in this situation. Again, we are going to bring you any and every development when it comes to this case unfolding. Even just to take a look at this timeline here, I do want to show you this picture because time has just been such of the essence. You had August 25th, they were in Grand Teton National Park. That was Gabby's last call to her family. But step back a couple weeks before that, August 12th, that was when we got that 911 call released Monday and the body cam footage released last week when somebody called in an alleged domestic altercation between the two. The 911 call, the person making the call saying that he allegedly saw Brian Laundrie slapping Petito, and that's when we also saw that body cam footage of the Moab, Utah police kind of rolling up on the couple and questioning them both individually. So then you go to August 25th. That's Gabby's last call to her family. That's the last time her father, her stepfather, as well as her mother and brother heard from her as well. Then August 30th, they did claim that they got a suspicious text from Gabby's phone. They didn't believe that it was Gabby, so we don't really have a whole lot of information on that text. Again, it's still a very ongoing investigation. Then in September, Laundrie arrives at his home in Florida 2 weeks after the family last heard from Gabby Petito. She was officially confirmed missing and reported missing on September 11th. And then unfortunately yesterday it was declared that the body found in Wyoming near Grand Teton National Park was hers. So a very tragic situation, and we again are following each and every development. I will be signing off with you here. In the meantime, I'm going to bring you back out to Capitol Hill where we've got a live webcast happening on the growing threat of terror. We have heard from Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas as well as FBI officials on terror threats when it comes to being 20 years since the 9/11 terror attack. So we're going to play for that. We're going to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox. I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
CBP agents stationed in Del Rio warning and asking for more resources in early June. And then the foreign minister of Panama warned on June the 3rd about this influx that was coming up to the southwest border. Did you see this threat coming? And if so, what, if anything, did you do?
So if I may, Congressman, thank you. It's good to see you. Again, I know we've worked closely for a number of years. I did not say that we are going to lose. That's unequivocally false, number one. And number two, we have not seen before such a rapid migration, irregular migration of individuals as we have observed and experienced with respect to the Haitians who've crossed the border in Del Rio, Texas. That has been an unprecedented speed.
But did you have any warning signs? When the sector chief is being warned about this, when the Panama foreign minister is warning on June the 3rd, and here we are in September, months later. Did you see this coming?
Well, so we watched the flow of individuals who are seeking to migrate irregularly through Mexico from the Northern Triangle countries and further south. We do indeed track it. Nevertheless, Congressman, as I previously articulated, the speed with which this materialized is unprecedented. And that is why we surged as many resources as we have. We have deployed as many.
If I could just one last question, and that is, you've said this is the worst in 21 years, and I agree with you. And the speed has been very fast paced. The migrant protection protocols, the asylum agreements negotiated by the prior administration, I believe were effective. And unfortunately, this president on day one rescinded those agreements, opening up this border. And the traffickers know that. They know that if they touch base in the United States, they can stay now. And I think, and I respect you, sir. I think you've been a federal prosecutor, deputy secretary. Now you understand this concept of deterrence, but also the fact that these were working. My question is, this has now been taken up to the Supreme Court of the United States, and they have upheld the decision that the migrant protection protocols need to be reinstated. I believe that you can call it whatever you want, sir, but it will greatly help in securing this border that is out of control right now. What are you doing to comply with the Supreme Court order?
Congressman, as you know, both of us served as federal prosecutors. We have an obligation to abide by the orders of a court. The district court ordered us to implement the MPP program, and that is indeed what we are doing. We are in ongoing negotiations with Mexico with respect to that implementation. We rely upon Mexico's agreement to do so, and we are moving with deliberate speed. I recognize and respect and will abide by a court order.
I appreciate that. I think it will help tremendously. Any assistance you need with dealing with Mexico, I've chaired the U.S.-Mexico IPG for 15 years, and I hope they'll be willing to take the agreement back or to reinstate it, because I do think it will make a difference in this crisis that we have at our border.
Gentleman's time from Texas has expired. Here I recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes, Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you, Chairman. My first question is directed to
Swalwell.
Thank you, Chairman. My first question is directed to Director Wray, and I have been tracking the public reports of anomalous health attacks worldwide, including public reporting that there may have been attacks domestically in the United States. And so, Director, what are you doing at the FBI with your agents to determine who is responsible for these attacks, and what message do you have to those conducting these attacks as to what you will do if you find out who they are?
For the question, thank you, Congressman. Certainly there is nothing more important to us than the health and safety of our own workforce and the intelligence community's workforce. We at the FBI are working very aggressively in a very concerted way together with our intelligence community partners, who also have a huge role to play on this issue. Our role is doing interviews of victims and pursuing the investigation from both a potential criminal but also national security type perspective. But again, it's a victim-focused effort at the moment, and we are going to make sure that if we can figure out who is responsible, that we leave no stone unturned in holding them very firmly unaccountable. Because if this is an attack, it's totally unacceptable.
Thank you, Director. And thank you, Director. And moving to ransomware attacks, also something that has affected America's businesses, and John Chambers, former CEO at Cisco, predicts that there will be 60,000 ransomware attacks. The Bureau has worked to try and help America's businesses, but what additional resources do you need to, one, reach out and work with businesses who have been affected, reach out, provide perhaps cyber hygiene tools that they may need, and of course, to try and claw back any keys that have been stolen from them. And I would also welcome Secretary Mayorkas if he had any insights on this.
Well, thank you for the question. Certainly, ransomware has mushroomed significantly over the last year, and it's on pace to mushroom again this year. In terms of what we need, we have significant budget requests that have come before the Congress that are pending as part of a 5-year cyber strategy that I unveiled last September, a year ago. And part of that is designed to make sure that in every field office we have a true model cyber squad capable of handling a Colonial Pipeline, a JBS, a Kaseya, whatever it happens to be, in every field office. We also have the need to be able to improve our training, and we need more technical tools. And I would also say, I know there have been various legislative proposals swirling around about potential pay grade modifications for computer-trained cyber expert personnel in a number of agencies. And if something like that were to go into effect, obviously we would want it to apply to the FBI as well. And a lot of what those personnel are going to do is not just investigate, respond, and disrupt threats, but engage, to your point, with the private sector, with victims. That's one of the strengths, one of the things that the FBI can provide to the fight, is with 56 field offices and 250-something RAs, we can put agents on the doorstep of a victim, often within an hour or two, no matter where they are and when they get hit. And that's why we need the footprint to be able to make sure that we're doing right by all the victims.
Thank you, Director. And Director Mayorkas, actually, I'll follow up with you separately on ransomware, but I do have a question about the reimbursable services program for airports. You know, all politics is local, and I have a local airport in Livermore, California, that would like to use this service, pay for it itself, so that as international flights come in, they can have border agents or CBP custom agents to receive the flights. Is that still a program that DHS supports if local airports want to do that?
It is, and it is a Congressman, thank you. It is a program that is implemented on a fact-specific, circumstance-specific basis, and we look forward to speaking with you about it and the jurisdiction that you identified.
Great, thank you. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas for 5
Thank
minutes.
you, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Sluga.
Secretary Mayorkas, good to see you. We have a letter that I know has been referenced from outgoing Border Patrol Chief Rodney Scott that basically claimed of great concern that he's witnessed any lack of meaningful effort to secure the southern border. And I'd like to ask you, this person was 29 years in the department, a nonpartisan actor, somebody that served 5 administrations with the only goal of securing this country. Is the border more secure under your leadership than when you started?
Congressman, the border is secure. We're executing our plan, and I've been very clear and unequivocal in that regard.
Mr. Secretary, the question is the border more secure now under your leadership?
Congressman, it is no less secure than it was previously.
Mr. Secretary, I want to look at something in his letter. Outgoing Border Patrol Chief Rodney Scott said that suspected terrorists are entering this country at a level we have never seen before. And I want to know, I know it's been asked, how many known or suspected terrorists have entered this country this year?
I respectfully disagree with Mr. Scott's assertion, and the information that you have requested, we'd be pleased to share with you in a classified context.
He said, in my professional assessment, the U.S. Border Patrol is rapidly losing situational awareness required to know who and what is entering our homeland. The ability of U.S. Border Patrol to detect and interdict those that want to evade apprehension is being degraded daily. Low-level, unsophisticated, and uneducated smugglers are illegally crossing the border and increasingly evading apprehension daily. To think that well-resourced terrorist networks, criminal organizations, and hostile nations are not doing the same is naive. The current situation is unsustainable and must be mitigated. So I've received the brief. I went to Del Rio in less than 1 week. I was actually there on Saturday at the peak, 15,000 people in what your department said yesterday, bum rushed the border. That was, and there's, by the way, 40 to 60,000 on the way. So is the quote true at a level we have never seen before, that terrorists, suspected terrorists, are entering this country at a level that we have never seen before?
Congressman, as I've previously articulated, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Scott's assertions. And I should say that assertion has no relationship to a reference to Del Rio and the fact that vulnerable Haitians have crossed the border there, have been encountered, and are being repatriated. Those are two very different.
It ties in because.
All right, just wanted to interrupt here as we continue to listen into this hearing because we, of course, want to continue to stay the most up to date on the latest with our search for Brian Laundrie. So just want to say good morning and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. And as I mentioned, we want to continue to update all of our viewers here with us on what we know at this time as the search for Brian Laundrie continues and intensifies down in Florida. So within the past 24 hours, Florida law enforcement resumed their search for Brian Laundrie At a Sarasota County preserve, and a Wyoming coroner confirmed that the remains found near Grand Teton National Park do belong to Gabby Petito, and she has been ruled that she died as a result of homicide. Now we're taking a look at just some of the search video that we had captured from earlier this morning, but that search is still continuing on at this time. Now on Wednesday, Northport Police said search crews have once again began combing through here the 25,000-acre Carlton Reserve in Venice to track down Brian, the only person of interest in this case. So before daybreak, Sarasota Police said they've received several calls and emails overnight due to rumors that Brian was in custody. However, that was not the case, they said. So investigators have said Brian hasn't been seen since September 14th, according to his parents, who said they believed he was at the park. Now, officials turned their attention to the Carlton Reserve area here over the weekend. The preserve is closed until further notice, according to the nonprofit Friends of Carlton Reserve. Now, over the weekend, investigators scoured through the reserve, but search efforts were focused on the Northport end. The PAWS then searched on Monday as the FBI served their search warrant at Brian's parents' home in Northport, and then resumed here at the Carlton Reserve on Tuesday on the other side of the reserve. So Tuesday, investigators were out in full force once again, utilizing drones, swamp buggies, and dogs, all to try to pick up on the scent of Brian. Now, this is not a small search by any means. We've been talking about this with many of our reporters there down in the ground, as well as some of the experts in the area, and also ones we've brought on to LiveNOW from Fox. So the Carlton Reserve is extremely large area, so there's over 25,000 acres. It's heavily wooded, it's swampy land, and of course there's plenty of wildlife that do call this area home. That's including gators and snakes, and in typical Florida fashion, they've had some rain over the past few days that has not made the job of looking for Brian any easier for investigators. So Northport Police Department Commander Joe Fussell did say the terrain is difficult. Essentially 75% of it is underwater. Other areas that are dry, we are trying to clear. We are expecting to get wet by the end of the day and check the entire area for Brian Laundrie. So at this point, it's unclear as to what Brian's parents have said to investigators about his whereabouts or why the search has shifted to the Venice side of the reserve. Now, many believe Brian is using Florida expansive wooded areas to his advantage to try to evade authorities. Now, according to Northport Police, Tuesday's search of the reserve turned up nothing of note. Authorities said that reports of several suspected sightings of Brian have not turned out to be true. For example, on Tuesday, deputies in the Florida Panhandle were checking into a Facebook post that had showed a person of similar description on a rural trail cam in the community of Baker, but that did not appear to be leading to any solid intel. So that was debunked by officials after they did, of course, search into that had been circulating on social media. Now, of course, yesterday is when that news broke. A coroner had confirmed that a body found on Sunday in Wyoming was indeed Gabby. They said the matter of death was homicide. So investigators believe Brian, Gabby's fiance, is the last person to have seen her alive. So the remains discovered on Sunday at the Bridger Teton National Forest after a national search for the 22-year-old. It was discovered, video captured by a vacationing Tampa family, accidentally caught what appeared to be the couple's van parked at the Spread Creek dispersed camping area in the forest, where Gabby's body was later found nearby. So her body was found nearly 3 weeks after Brian had returned home to Northport with the camper van without Gabby, and Brian was later named a person of interest in her disappearance. So after not speaking with investigators for days, the Laundrie family eventually told investigators Brian had left days earlier with a backpack heading to the preserve, and his family's attorney said Brian's parents actually went looking for him on Wednesday, found his car parked there at the preserve. They left it there, though, on Wednesday so he could drive home. However, he didn't return home by Thursday morning, so then Laundrie's parents went back to then retrieve the car themselves. So once again, this timeline continues to just unfold and be laid out here before you. Now, again, there was a search warrant that was released Monday. It revealed police had already searched the couple's van, found an external hard drive that they continue to search for clues. And the attorney for the Petito family says Brian is not missing, but rather on the run, adding that the Laundrie family's request to have Northport police look for their son, especially at this time with what they're dealing with, is reprehensible and hypocritical. So investigators are still asking the public to continue to look out for Brian, continue to help them during this time when they are searching for him. As we've mentioned, a lot of tips and emails and pieces of information have been shared with police, and of course they're going to follow up on each and every single one of those leads. So Brian, once again, we know he is a white male. He's 5'8", weighs about 160 pounds. He has brown eyes, very short hair, trimmed facial hair, and is wearing a hiking bag and wrist strap. So again, any information is asked to be shared with 1-800-CALL-FBI. And once more, this is going to be a story we're going to stay on top of as that search continues down in the state of Florida. So what we're going to do is, of course, if there's more developments, continue to update all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead. I know we have a few live events that we can jump into. We're going to do that after we send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with more stories across the country when we return. For our viewers not in a break, let's listen in here as President Biden is doing a virtual COVID-19 summit.
Urgent than all of us working together to defeat COVID-19. And that world is going to be much better prepared for future pandemics. We have to do both. This summit is about supercharging our efforts in 3 key areas: vaccinating the world by dramatically ramping up vaccine production, donations, delivery, and administering the vaccine, which is a logistical challenge. Addressing the oxygen crisis in many hospitals around the world, making other treatments more accessible, and increasing the availability of public health tools like masks and tests. And building back better so that our global health security infrastructure is more resilient than it is today. We've all suffered. The United States has lost more than 670,000 of our fellow Americans. Worldwide, the death toll is above 4.5 million people. 4.5 million people. And this is a global tragedy. And we're not going to solve this crisis with half measures or middle-of-the-road ambitions. We need to go big, and we need to do our part. Governments, the private sector, civil society, leaders, philanthropists. This is an all-hands-on-deck crisis. And the good news is we know how to beat this pandemic. Vaccines, public health measures, and collective action. During the first 8 months of my presidency, we have worked aggressively to get Americans and the world vaccinated. As President of the United States, my first responsibility is to protect the American people. And I'm proud that we've gone from 2 million Americans being fully vaccinated when I took office in January 20th to 182 million and counting today in America. But we also know that to beat the pandemic here, we need to beat it everywhere. And I made and I'm keeping the promise that America will become the arsenal of vaccines as we were the arsenal for democracy during World War II. We've already shipped nearly 160 million doses to 100 countries. More than every other country has donated combined. America's donations of 500 million Pfizer vaccines through COVAX that I've announced before the G7 summit in June have already begun to ship. Today, I'm announcing another historic commitment. The United States is buying another 500 million doses of Pfizer to donate to low and middle income countries around the world. This is another 500 million doses that will all be shipped by this time next year. And it brings our total commitment of donated vaccines to over 1.1 billion vaccines to be donated. Put another way, for every one shot we've administered to date in America, we have now committed to do 3 shots to the rest of the world. I want to thank Pfizer and its CEO and chairman, Albert. Albert's been a good friend and has been helpful. They've been and continue to be partners and a leader in this fight. And the United States is leading the world on vaccination donations. We need, as we're doing that, we need other high-income countries to deliver on their own ambitious vaccine donations and pledges. That's why today we're launching the EU-US vaccine partnership to work more closely together and with our partners and expanding global vaccinations. And as we do so, we should unite around the world on a few principles. That we commit to donating, not selling, donating, not selling doses to low and lower income countries, and that the donations come with no political strings attached. And that we support COVAX as the main distributor for sharing WHO-approved vaccines. And that we fight vaccine disinformation and exercise transparency to build vital public trust in these life-saving tools. It's also important that we are working toward common goals and targets so that we can measure our progress and hold ourselves and each other accountable. Secretary of State Blinken will be convening foreign ministers later this year to check on our collective progress. And I propose that we come together for a second high-level virtual summit in the first quarter of 2022 to help gauge our progress and keep our efforts fully aligned. Another goal is dramatically boosting global and regional vaccine manufacturing capacity, enhancing transparency so that vaccine production and distribution is predictable and coordinated. In fact, an important part of the reason the United States is able to make these big historic donations is because we've worked with the U.S. vaccine manufacturers to accelerate the manufacturing rate and production. And now we're working quickly to scale up vaccine manufacturing in other countries around the world so they can manufacture as well. We're working with partner nations, pharmaceutical companies, and other manufacturers to increase their own capacity and capability to produce and manufacture safe and highly effective vaccines in their own countries. For example, our Quad partnership with India, Japan, and Australia is on track to help produce at least 1 billion vaccine doses in India to boost the global supply by the end of 2022. And we're providing financing and helping strengthen manufacturing in South Africa and produce more than 500 million doses of J&J in Africa for Africa next year. Next, we also know from experience that getting those vaccines into people's arms may be the hardest logistical challenge we've faced. That's why we need to significantly step up our investment in helping countries get shots in arms. Today, the United States is also announcing that we're providing an additional $370 million to support administering these shots and delivery globally. And we will be providing more than $380 million to assist in the Global Vaccine Alliance, Gavi, to further facilitate vaccine distribution in regions with the greatest need. And while vaccinating the world is the ultimate solution to COVID-19, we know that we have to act to save lives now. That's why the United States is providing nearly $1.4 billion to reduce COVID-19 deaths and mitigate transmission through bulk oxygen support, expanded testing, and strengthening healthcare systems and more. And we're going to help all of us build back better by supporting the establishment of a financial mechanism for global health security. To simply state it, to prepare for the next pandemic, because there will be a next time, we all know that. Vice President Harris will be speaking more on this issue later today. And finally, I want to acknowledge the leaders from the private sector, philanthropy, and civil society who are here today. Governments can do a lot, but we cannot do everything on our own. We've asked our non-governmental partners to take up the call for new actions that will solve the core challenges of making vaccines available to everyone, everywhere, solving the oxygen availability crisis, financing health security, and more. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for their leadership. And let me close with what I made clear yesterday at the UN. We can do this. This is within our capacity. We know what needs to be done. We just have to make the choice to do it. Now, the leaders on the screen that I see here today, I know they've made that choice. And I think they know we can do this. And I promise you, the United States will continue to lead. We'll continue to drive historic commitments in vaccine donations, 1.1 billion and counting, so we can defeat COVID-19 together. And we'll continue to invest in creating a future of true global health security for all people. That is a big, big goal we should have. And we're going to lead with the power of our example. And we're not going to stop. But the only way to get this done is for everyone, everywhere, is for all of us to step up, which I'm confident you will. And now I'd like to turn this over to Ambassador Thomas Greenfield of the United Nations. And I want to thank everybody on the screen I can see here, without going to each one of you, for all you've done, continue to do. And I think you all know we can do this. We can do this. We have to do this. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me thank you all for joining us today to participate in the COVID-19 summit as we collectively work to end this pandemic. This administration is grateful to be working alongside you. And let me start by echoing what the President made clear. Because this pandemic is global, none of us is safe until everyone is safe. Only a truly global response can meet and defeat this threat. After all, the world has learned the hard way that global health isn't only about viruses and disease. It touches every aspect of life itself. Economies have collapsed. Gender-based violence has spiked. Millions of children have lost valuable education time, and many, particularly girls, may never return to school. The pandemic has disrupted people's lives and livelihoods in ways it will take us years, maybe even decades, to fully comprehend. We have to come together to vaccinate the world, stop this pandemic, and build a global ecosystem that is well equipped to prevent, detect, and respond to outbreaks so we're ready for the next pandemic. That is what this summit is all about. Gathered here, we have the people, organizations, and knowledge necessary to put COVID in the past. So let's share our experiences, our expertise, our best practices. Let's bring our funding and our technology to bear. And let's work together through the WHO, COVAX, and the United Nations to vaccinate the world and make 2022 the year we learned that public health is absolutely essential to global security and safety. To that end, I'll start by handing the floor over to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who can speak to the importance of vaccinating the world and the role the United Nations and multilateralism can play in stamping out this pandemic. Secretary General, over to you.
President Biden, Excellencies, I want to thank President Biden for this important initiative.
All right, so once again, we were just getting a portion of that virtual summit. This was the Global Vaccine COVID-19 summit taking place, especially at a time when we do have a lot of our world leaders all brought together here. President Biden expanding the sharing of vaccines from the United States to other countries, emphasizing the point that these will be shared at no cost. And of of course, he also had mentioned with no political ties as well. So this is another big effort to combat the pandemic that has taken place. And as we were just listening in as well, a lot of economies have been hit hard because of COVID-19 that has spread throughout the world. So what we're going to do is, they mentioned, is pop back into that virtual summit a little bit later here today when Vice President Kamala Harris helps take over that conversation. But right now we're going to head over into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to come back with more, continuing to stay up to date on the latest down in Florida as the search for Brian Laundrie continues. Again, going to go into a break, come back with more on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. I want to continue to keep all of our viewers up to date on the latest with what we know at this time. Down in Florida, the search continues for Brian Laundrie. Again, after yesterday's autopsy did confirm the body found Sunday at Grand Teton was that indeed of Gabby Petito. So we're taking a live look at this time at just some of the exterior shots. Again, park closed according to some of the folks on the social media platforms, friends of Carlton Reserve. Now, again, Brian Laundrie hasn't been heard from by his parents. They said the last time they heard from Brian was over a week ago, and authorities have been intensifying search efforts as they're going through 25,000 acres of this property here. Again, it is thick, dense forest. There's a lot of swampy areas and, of course, a lot of wildlife that you have to think about as well. So once again, this is just one of our live looks. Going to take us to another live look. You can see here just officers set up outside of this reserve, helping keep it closed as we do have investigators inside searching at this time. All right, what we're going to do is, of course, if there's more developments, we'll be bringing them to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we do have an officer that was injured, suspect in custody at this time in Oakland, California. Let's jump into this press conference live here on Live Now from Fox.
Arriving to the scene, the suspect was in the 2100 block of Telegraph. The suspect did shoot one of our officers who is listed in stable condition at a local hospital. The suspect then ran to the 2100 block of Martin Luther King, where he barricaded himself in the lobby of an apartment building. We immediately asked the residents to shelter in place. We set up a safety perimeter for our community. We had our patrol officers, our tactical team, and our negotiators, along with our mental health crisis unit, were all on scene. The important piece is to establish communication and ultimately have the suspect, who's armed with a knife and with self-inflicting wounds to himself, to peacefully surrender. That did happen just moments ago, and we did recover a firearm that the suspect used to shoot one of our officers in the 2100 block of Telegraph. So we have two crime scenes, 2100 block of Telegraph and the 2100 block of Martin Luther King. They're about a block away from each other, maybe a little more than a block away. But again, we're working those two scenes where we have recovered a gun and a knife used by the suspect. The officer is at a local hospital in stable condition. We understand and we're very sensitive to any family members, loved ones, anyone who may be watching or monitoring the news. We want to ensure you that the Oakland police officer is okay, stable, and is recovering at the hospital. We also want to share with our community that we appreciate the community member who called in this morning, reported a man with a gun. We appreciate that. We also appreciate everyone in the apartment building who stayed and sheltered inside their units so we could safely do our job to ensure the safety of the peaceful surrender of the suspect, who not only shot the Oakland officer this morning, but also was armed with a knife and self-inflicted stab and cut wounds. They are minor, but self-inflicted stab wounds to himself. He is being transported to a local hospital for medical treatment as well.
What do you know about him, his age, his hometown, rap sheet? What drew him here? Does he live here?
Amy, that's a really good question. We have an excellent team that is very knowledgeable with a lot of the clients that we have in our community, and we did not have very much basic information. So we are still learning who this individual is, what were his intentions, what were his motives, and again, it all resulted in a peaceful surrender, and we that is the outcome that we desire.
So you don't know anything about him at this point?
We do not. We're
like,
still.
Is he a veteran who lives here, or?
We know that he does not live in the building. He is not a tenant of the building, and we don't. Typically, our officers and our mental health crisis team, our tactics officers, our patrol officers, typically someone would know of an individual or have some basic information. We do not have that. This is something new and evolving for us, and right now we are gathering the information to identify who he is, what were his motives, what was he doing in the area, what led to him shooting an officer that was responding to really help to find out what was needed, right?
In the past year, there's been a lot of talk of reimagining how police officers respond to things like this. Do we need officers or mental health team? So that mental health team you called out, is that a new tactic? Was that something new that has come about in this last year, or have you always done that?
That's a really good question. Our officers are trained. We do CIT training. This is critical intervention training. We have been doing that for years. Sergeant Dorian Neff is one of the leaders and creators of our mental health unit at the Oakland Police Department. She works very closely with the Alameda County Health Organization, with the clinicians. She not only teaches at our department, but teaches other law enforcement agencies as well. So we have been doing it for quite some time.
Okay, so that's nothing new.
That's right.
I'm just curious if people, they want to see their protest and activism in action, if this was an example of that. But it sounds like.
Absolutely. It's something we have been doing, but what is new is we continue to strengthen the mental health unit continues to grow, we continue to strengthen, and we also recognize the need for other resources in our community. We know that macro is coming online. We know that macro is standing up, and we welcome and support. Again, this was a positive outcome where the suspect peacefully surrendered. Our officer is recovering.
Where was he shot?
I cannot share with you those details right now. It's going to be part of the investigation.
And did they tell you what tipped him into surrendering? What happened? How they got him to do it?
We certainly took our time. It was slow. It was methodical. We listened. We're patient, and we ensured that he is safe. He is safe. Our ultimate desire is for him to make the choice to peacefully surrender.
Do you have his age or race or anything?
I don't have those. I can tell you male adult. I don't have an age, an exact age, but I can tell you a male adult. And the outcome of our officer being okay, is recovering at the hospital, is always a desire, and also the peaceful surrender is always a desire, the ultimate outcome.
Do you think he is mentally unstable?
It's very difficult to say. That's what we're going to have. The professionals are going to certainly evaluate, but we have to ask ourselves, if you are in need and you need help, we're certainly here to provide those resources. But I cannot say that at this time. We still need further evaluation. Right now, the most important officer is receiving medical attention, and the suspect who just peacefully surrendered is also going to seek medical attention. We need to get everybody, ensure that they are not only stable, but they're going to be okay and receive that proper care and attention, and then we'll continue the evaluation. Again, what led up to this? What are the motivations? Yes.
Initially, a block away when it started, the person that called in to the police said he saw what? The guy's waving a gun around or walking? What was he doing?
Right. So initially, the community member saw and reported that this individual had a gun, that this individual had been displaying the handgun in a manner that they felt that their own safety was threatened. So they called the police. They did the right thing. They called the police. And when we responded, that's when this suspect shot our officer. Okay. All right. Let's go to.
Can we say he for officer?
Right now, we certainly want to be sensitive to family and loved ones who maybe just be hearing about this. The department is working to reach out through our police union and the department.
Say the officer? No,
why don't we just keep it the officer? And I'm going to transition up to Highland Hospital.
Okay.
Are you going to head up there? Or?
I don't know. Let me check in. It sounds like we have a crew there, so
okay.
I'll see what they want to do.
All right.
Is it to be out in front kind of thing?
Yeah, we'll be right outside the emergency doors.
All right.
And when do you think you'll open this up? When do you think you'll open
this? This is going to be here for a long time.
Oh, a long time.
All right, so we were just listening into that live update from police. Again, an incident that they were called out to originally was for a man who was waving a gun at another person this morning. And so police were called to that scene, and when police tried to confront him, he had opened fire. One officer was struck, but as you've heard, that information that officer is in stable condition in the hospital at this time. So the suspect did have a knife, was harming himself, but officers were able to safely get him into custody. So that is one of the good pieces that has come out of this here today. And of course, when it's live and it's breaking and it's happening anywhere across the country, we're on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. Going to slide away for a quick break, have more news across the country when we return again after a quick break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. We always like to stay on top of breaking news that is happening all across the country. And what we're going to do is head out to some breaking news that has been taking place just in Louisville, Kentucky. Now, there was earlier here this morning a shooting that happened at a bus stop. And there were some teens standing there at the bus stop when someone drove by and opened fire. And unfortunately, one of those teens has succumbed to their injuries, has died, and 2 others were injured. So what we want to do is go back and listen into the latest update that police are providing here today. Again, 1 person killed. That person was 18. Let's go listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us here on short notice. Obviously, there's been a terrible incident that's happened in our city this morning. Our city's 145th homicide victim of the year. Let me repeat that, 145th homicide of the year was a 16-year-old student waiting at a bus stop, a school bus stop. What should be a sacred space in our community, a safe space, where there should be every expectation of safety and security. This is a traumatic tragedy that impacts not just that space, but every school bus stop and every family that thinks about the safety of these stops in our city. That sacred space was violated this rainy Wednesday morning by gunfire. And a teen who should be in school today will not be there and will never be there again. 2 other students also waiting at the bus stop were shot. As mayor of Louisville, it's my job to shepherd our city through the best of times, the worst of times, and the times in between. And clearly the loss of another child to meaningless violence is one of the worst of times. As a father and a grandfather, this breaks my heart. And even the most caring words seem inadequate in offering solace to a family suffering such irreplaceable loss. I pray that this child's family and friends know the people of Louisville carry them in their hearts in their time of great sorrow. And while that's not enough, I hope that offers some comfort. To the rest of the community, and specifically to those committing these crimes against what is civil and decent and compassionate, I say again, please look in your heart. You were not born this way. This is unacceptable. Gun violence in Louisville and in cities throughout the country is exacting a human toll that predates COVID-19 and will continue long afterward if we don't pull together as institutions, as families, as individuals, to combine our best efforts to work as one, to try to stop this, to say as one, enough, enough. When is enough? It's past time. Chief James and Chief Shields and others will speak in a moment, but I will tell you that every agency, every department in Metro government is focused on the challenge of gun violence, on getting weapons off the street, and holding people accountable for these acts of violence. Please know that this is daily, constant commitment of my administration. It is not an easy challenge in cities all over America and in our city right here, and I know that's our focus, is our city, but especially given the limitations placed on us by state laws that ban common sense gun measures, gun wear. Is a huge source of this problem, not just today, but each and every day. We can't do this alone. And on this tragic Wednesday morning, one that claimed another of our young people, I call on our federal partners, our state leaders, and our entire community continue to work toward the same goal of stemming this terrible tide of gun violence. We can do better as a country. We can do better as a state. We can certainly do better as a city. I'm going to be followed by several folks here that will be demonstrating our whole of government response when a tragedy like this takes place. Obviously, LMPD, our federal law enforcement partners, the Office for Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods, so people can understand the type of resources that are in place to fight crime, to prevent crime, to intervene before crime takes place, and then the support that's in place when a tragedy like this occurs. So to kick us off, I'd like Chief Erica Shields to say a few words. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. We are deeply saddened by the events that occurred this morning at the bus stop. On behalf of LMPD, our condolences go out to the children that were impacted, their families, the teachers. LMPD immediately started working on gathering information, pulling videos, cameras, and putting any and every resource toward this crime, toward solving this heinous crime. We are truly grateful for those citizens who approached us, volunteered information, looked in their security cameras to see if there was anything that they could proffer us. This one's a hard one. Children are always hard, but when it's just senseless and someone's just so vulnerable, there's an added level of pain. I've been asked a lot, what are we doing? And I will tell you, we are making arrests daily. We are getting violent felons off the street daily. But as the mayor indicated, the availability of illegal guns is just so widespread. It's a difficult curve to get ahead of. We are fortunate in that we don't have to tackle this alone. Since I've come to LMPD, our federal partners have just been absolutely phenomenal. We have officers embedded in different federal agencies, and we have federal agencies embedded with our department. The FBI and the ATF have been phenomenal, and they have employees who work with us daily. This has been going on since I got here. The relationship is robust. It's imperative. They have technology, they have resources that we don't have, and there's a recognition that this problem is not going to be solved by one single entity. So I just want to say thank you to them. I have Sean Morrow, who is the head of the ATF in Louisville here, and Ed Gray, who's the head of the FBI in Louisville here. And so I want to afford them an opportunity to make comments, but this is just a tough day for the city.
Well, good morning. Thank you for being here. My name is Sean Morrow. I'm the special agent in charge for the ATF Louisville Division. Like everybody standing here today, I'm really devastated to hear about the shooting incident and the really senseless loss of life this morning. No young person should have to live in an environment where they're afraid of violence. And no community should have to live in fear that their children could be victimized while waiting on a school bus. This morning, ATF Special Agents...
All right, everyone, just wanted to break in real quickly here to update all of our viewers on what we're seeing here. So obviously we've been listening in to an update on these teens that were shot at while waiting at a bus stop. Again, a person drove by, fired shots into a group. 3 were injured during this incident. Unfortunately, one of the 16-year-old males died from their wounds. Another did have wounds and went to the hospital, while a third did deny medical attention. So this is an update that we're listening to in that left-hand upper box, but down in the right-hand box, we're watching as it's been a somber week for Houston Police Department. They're mourning the loss of one of their own after senior police officer William Bill Jeffrey, who's 54, was fatally shot. He was serving 2 felony warrants at an apartment complex in Northeast Harris County. and another officer was wounded during this gun battle. So here on Wednesday morning, we do have the HPD chief along with other commanders and officers escorting the senior officer's body from the medical examiner's office to a funeral home. So again, this procession taking place down in Houston. We're watching it live here on LiveNOW from FOX.
Call the police immediately. If you or your children overheard something, share that with us. If you live in the area, as the chief said, please review your security cameras for anything unusual. We're asking for any information at all to help us solve this investigation. With that, I'll introduce Ed Gray, Special Agent in charge with the FBI.
Thank you, Sean. Again, my name's Ed Gray. I'm the Acting Special Agent in charge of the Louisville Field Office of the FBI. First, as mentioned, I'd like to offer our sincere condolences to the family of the victims, to the children that were there this morning, the teachers, and all those affected by this terrible act. As mentioned before, we at the FBI feel just as strongly that this is shouldn't happen at a safe space at a bus stop. It's too early for children to die and to lose their life, especially through gun violence. I'm here for a couple of reasons today. I'm here, first of all, to let you know that we stand united with LMPD and with the ATF in combating all violent crime and gun violence here in the city. As Chief Shields mentioned, we've been here already. We have additional resources in town from our headquarters division, and we've embedded those with LMPD just as recently as last night. And these activities, will take time to stem violence in the city, but we are committed to doing that. We live here too. The agents that are embedded, the agents with the FBI, live in Louisville. Our kids go to school, bus stops here as well. And we want the violence to end as much as anybody on this stage and in the audience. So we're here to work with them through a number of task forces, but specifically today I'll talk about the violent crime task forces that we're embedded with. Secondly, we have federal jurisdiction on this matter. I mean, gun violence is used. There's a number of things that we are doing that fall under our purview that we can assist with. As ATF mentioned, FBI also stands ready to assist with laboratory, technical products, and other equipment that we can use to bring to bear in this investigation, as we do every day with LMPD. Lastly, I'll just thank the public. I know there's people that have already reached out, have provided information, and I thank you for that continued support. And as I'll leave you with another phone number, it's 502-263-6000 or tips.fbi.gov. And it's a plea. I mean, people need to understand that we're serious on our end and we need the public's help. And we ask for that. And video footage, tips, we'll cover those leads, and we have the resources available to do that. With that, thank you.
So once again, we've been listening in as officials have been talking about this shooting that took place earlier this morning. Again, this was out in Kentucky, but I do want to continue to stay on top of a story we've been following ever since Gabby Petito was claimed to, or had been reported missing. Again, she had been reported missing by her parents on September 11th. This is some live video that we're taking a look. Our chopper up in the air as the search for Brian continues in Florida. You can see just some of the unique vehicles that they have to use to get through some of this terrain. Again, officials have been saying that about 75% of this reserve is covered in water. So once more, this is a live look as the search for Brian Laundrie continues down in Florida. So we do know at this time that search efforts have intensified ever since yesterday's autopsy has confirmed that the body found on Sunday in Grand Teton National Park was that of Gabby Petito. It also was ruled as a homicide. So more developments continue to happen here in this case, and we've been taking a lot of live looks from down on the ground to up in the air. And of course, LiveNOW has been working hard to talk with just some of these different experts. And yesterday we were speaking with a policing expert who said police and agents there in Florida searching for Brian Laundrie are going to try to utilize all the pieces of equipment that they do have. You can see here just some of these different tools. They're using a boat, also some of these different equipped four-wheeler type vehicles to get through some of this area. So let's go ahead, jump into some of our coverage with our Fox 13 Tampa team as they are just starting another show here.
Joins us now live from the search area. Kim, bring us up to speed with what's happening today.
Well, Linda, I can tell you, talking with law enforcement officials, they're now focusing in on these large bodies of water and shallow ponds that are at the Carlton Reserve. We just saw as the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office dive teams and their gear were brought into the reserve. And we've also seen crews moving in with pumps, shovels, and other equipment to take a look at those areas. Now, this is day 2 of searching at the Venice entrance of the Carlton Reserve. Talking to law enforcement, some of the challenges they face are those marshy conditions, extra standing water, and the elements, of course, alligators, snakes, and other creatures. Parts of the reserve go into developed areas, while other trails lead into land that has not been developed. There are a number of areas where Brian Laundrie could be hiding if he's here in the reserve. The Northport Police Department recorded an interview talking about the conditions that searchers are facing. They are less than ideal.
Terrain's very difficult. Essentially 75% of it's underwater, and other areas that are dry we're trying to clear.
And we've also seen backhoes and tractors going into the reserve. That can help clear some of that brush and other debris that could be hindering their search. And again, the latest development that we have today is that searchers are now focusing in on those bodies of water. Some of them are larger ponds, some of them are shallow water, but that was definitely confirmed seeing the Sheriff's Office dive team coming in through here and also bringing those pumps in to clear out some of that water that could possibly help investigators get a closer look and see if possibly Brian is in any of those areas. Linda, back to you.
All right, Kim, we know you're going to stay out there and bring us up to date throughout the afternoon. Thank you. The memorial for Gabby Petito in Northport is growing. People have been steadily dropping off items such as flowers and teddy bears near City Hall. Petito is not originally from our state, but many say she will always be a part of the Northport community.
One of the amazing things about Northport is how we come together as a community when something like this happens. We just feel like, she lived here and this is her community.
Gabby is originally from Long Island. Another memorial has been set up for Gabby, this one at the spot where she made one of her last Instagram posts, a wall in Ogden, Utah, with a butterfly mural. The spot is now filled with candles, balloons, flowers, and photos of Gabby. There's been a steady stream of people holding vigil ever since her body was found late last week. Well, in other news, a deadly crash this morning in Palm Harbor closed US 19 for hours as Fox 13.
All right, so once again, we were listening in there a little bit with Fox 13 as they continue to keep us all up to date on the latest happening there down in Florida. You can see just some of our chopper videos showing us again a look at the search efforts that are taking place in the Carlton Reserve. Again, this in Florida is a 25,000-acre nature reserve, and so authorities have had a lot of issues to try to make their way through, including the terrain, the swamps, and of course, as we heard, the wildlife that they may be encountering as well. We just heard from our reporter that, again, Kimberly Cuizon, she was saying that you could tell that efforts were definitely focused on some of these bodies of water within the park. So they did have a dive team that was making their way into the park. And again, a lot of focus has been on the Venice side of the Carlton Reserve. So they are trying to track down down Brian, who again is the sole person of interest in the Gabby Petito case. And we've been staying on top of this story here for you on Live Now from Fox. So far, no sign of Brian Laundrie, again, their only person of interest at this time. So we will be staying on top of this story for you here on Live Now from Fox. Going to also give you just another quick look down on the ground. We have crews down there, but we're also up in the air giving you some different views of this nature reserve. Again, Carlton Reserve. This is in Venice, Florida, where they are focusing their search efforts here today. So we will have more to come here on Live Now from Fox after we go into a quick 2-minute commercial break. Again, going to be staying on top of these stories that are happening all across the country for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. So welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, Sky Fox up in the air, giving us some different looks here down in Florida as this search continues. FBI, police, all working together to search this Florida reserve for Brian Laundrie. Again, the sole person in this case of Gabby Petito. Yesterday, we had broke the news that FBI did confirm the body that was found in Wyoming on Sunday is Gabby Petito, and her death has been ruled a homicide. So that has been some of the latest developments that we have been learning about. And we do know also here during this search, efforts have been focused on the Venice side of the nature reserve. Again, this is a big 25,000 acre area that we do have authorities out looking for, again, Brian Laundrie. And we know that there's not been any clues so far to his whereabouts in this nature reserve. So we're staying on top of this story for all of our viewers here with us. We just heard from Fox 13's Kim Cuizon. She was speaking with her team there down in Florida. We got to listen into her live report saying that dive teams were arriving on scene. They've heard that the focus has been searched to some of these bodies of water. So we know dive team has been called in amid this search to help try to find where is Brian. So law enforcement resuming their search on Tuesday. They had looked over the weekend for Brian, paused the search on Monday when they were conducting, helping the FBI conduct the the raid that happened at the Laundrie family home, and then it did resume yesterday. That's at the same time when the autopsy was being performed on the body that had been found. Teton County Coroner's Office performing that autopsy and confirming it to FBI, who did release the information that it was Gabby Petito, and she died as a result of homicide. Now, we will still be waiting for more on those results to what made them decide it was homicide, what kind of wounds they were maybe able to find on her body that helped them lead to that result. So Wednesday, here today, police and search crews again combing through 25,000 acres of the Carlton Reserve in Venice to track down Brian. This again is live, raw, unfiltered as we're watching it unfold here. Our chopper up in the air giving us some of these different looks, and you can just see how many teams, how many pieces of equipment, how many vehicles it takes for them to make their way through this park. Again, it's a 25,000 acre park with a lot of rough terrain for investigators to try to make their way through. So what I wanted to do was bring you at least a couple different views of some of these stories we've been following here this morning, especially as we do have our choppers up in the air all across the country. This is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox, as we bring you always the latest and breaking news happening no matter where it is. So again, we are taking a live look in that left-hand box on the search efforts that are taking place at the Carlton Reserve in Florida. Again, they're focusing more on the Venice side of this park. I say that because there's this nature reserve that's in the middle of Florida. It covers a lot of different areas, and now dive teams have been also called in to help assist in this search for Brian Laundrie. So our chopper was up in the air this morning, now up in the air once again as we're getting into some of the afternoon hours for our friends with us on the East Coast. Still morning here on the West Coast for our viewers. So this search going to continue on into many more hours until they're able to find any clues as to where Brian is. I want to talk about what we're also seeing in our right-hand box, because today, Houston Police Department warning a officer, one of their very own, was killed in the line of duty. So today they are holding a procession for senior police officer William Bill Jeffrey, who was just 54 years old. He was fatally shot while serving 2 felony warrants at an apartment complex in Northeast Harris County. Now, another officer, Sergeant Michael Vance, was also wounded during this gun battle that took place. Again, Wednesday morning here today, HPD chief, along with HPD commanders and other officers, are escorting the body of Senior Officer Jeffrey from the medical examiner's office all the way to the Klein Funeral Home that's located on West Main Street in Tomball. So we've been staying on top of all of these different news pieces here with you on Live Now from Fox. Again, this procession taking place over in Houston in that lower right-hand box. That's what we've been watching here today. As I mentioned, the search for Brian continues. If we do hear more developments of course, happening down in Florida. We're going to be staying on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. It's something that we're going to be continuing to update people, the latest information that we do know about every hour, if not even more frequently. So if you have to step away for a quick minute, if you're watching because you're at work or you're at home, you have to step away for a quick minute, always tune back in because we're going to be staying right on top of this story here for you, continuing to reach out to experts. Again, we'd spoken with some policing experts just yesterday, some investigators, private investigators as well. Both of them were saying police do have a lot of tools at their hands that they're going to be using to dig into where Brian is. So they're going to be using drones. They've been using boats. Now they're bringing in a dive team to help with this search inside of the nature reserve park. So not only that, but they also have equipment outside of the nature reserve to try to track exactly what happened leading up to him coming to this nature reserve. So they're going to be pulling, there's cameras that take pictures of license plates often throughout to the area. They're going to be pulling those. They're going to be doing a number of things to try to stay on top of trying to track down if he indeed did come to this area, when that exactly was. And again, his parents saying that they haven't heard from him since last Tuesday. So it's been more than a week now for these parents who say that they haven't heard from Brian, saying he went here to go for a hike. And what I'm going to do is, of course, stay on top of this story here for you. I'm going to switch around our double box, make it into a triple box. And that's because we do have quite a few different live events taking place all at the same time. So we're going to be looking at a couple different shots, going to send us out to Capitol Hill, where we do have Mitch McConnell, along with our GOP leaders. They're speaking about the debt ceiling, but then also keeping an eye on this officers' procession happening, and of course the search for Brian Laundrie. It's all here on Live Now from Fox, where we have our fingers into everything. Going to be listening into GOP leaders again on Capitol Hill here on Live Now from Fox.
A $1.9 trillion bill earlier this year that all of us opposed for darn good reason, and this reckless tax and spending measure, which could range from $3.5 trillion to $5 trillion. So my advice to this Democratic government, the President, the House, and the Senate, don't play Russian roulette with our economy. Step up and raise the debt ceiling to cover all that you've been engaged in all year long. So no effort on their part to describe our position as irresponsible makes any sense, because the facts are indisputable. This is a totally Democratic government. They have an obligation to raise the debt ceiling, and they will do it.
Well, first off, I completely agree with the leader that we should never default on our debt. That's number one. Number two, the Democrats can deal with this all by themselves, because they have the House, the White House, and the Senate. So this is their responsibility. But let's look at where we are today. We are seeing unbelievable inflation that's hurting our poorest families. You saw the CPI numbers come out for August, 5.3%. You saw the PPI numbers come out over 8%. If you talk to businesses all across this country, they're all seeing inflation, and they're seeing significant supply disruptions. This is hurting our poorest families. Anybody has to watch when they put food on their table, they're seeing their prices go up on food. Anybody has to drive to work, they're seeing their gas prices up. If you're rich, it's not going to have an impact on you. But if you're struggling to make ends meet, this reckless government spending is causing inflation, and we've got to figure out how to get our house in order. We can't just do exactly what this do here. It's called a blank check. The Democrats want a blank check to just keep spending money to oblivion. There is a day of reckoning. It happens in your personal family, it happens in every business, and it happens in government. I paid off, in my 8 years as governor, a third of the state debt. I walked in with a significant budget deficit, a state debt system that was going to have trouble paying their debts, and we balanced the budget and watched our money. We have to do the same thing here. There's a variety of proposals. I put up the Federal Debt Emergency Control Act, which says if you're going to have a bill that's not paid for, then it's going to take a 2/3 vote because you're raising the debt ceiling. That's what you're doing. So every time we do deficit spending, we're going to have to take a 2/3 vote. Once we get 100% of debt to GDP, we take all the stimulus money and start paying down the debt. We have got to get our debt in control. It's almost $30 trillion. There's also, Pat Toomey has a bill, the Full Faith and Credit Act. It guarantees we will not default on our debt, but we're going to prioritize how we spend our money. We have got to get control of this spending because it's hurting our poorest families.
So people wonder, why is it different this time, given the fact that over the last 80 years, the debt ceiling has been raised 98 times? Well, it's different this time because the Democrats are doing all of the spending. They're proposing trillions and trillions of additional spending without a single Republican vote. In the past, when the debt ceiling has been raised, it's been done after a discussion in a bipartisan way on ways to try to get spending under control. And with a 50-50 Senate and a narrow margin in the House, that's what we ought to be doing this time. Instead, the Democrats are rushing toward the Bernie Sanders socialist budget plan. And Republicans are not going to be a rubber stamp for this, not in any way. What do they want to do? Now they want to spend more than twice what they've already spent this year recklessly in adding to the debt. The $1.9 trillion in so-called COVID relief, very little went for medical care. They don't care about that, and now they want to spend almost twice that much, again, without any Republican support. And the thing is, they can do it themselves. Don't just trust us. The chairman of the Democrat Committee of the Budget in the House on MSNBC said, oh yeah, we can raise it on by ourselves. We may need to do that, but we don't want to do it because we would have to specify a dollar amount to raise the debt ceiling. They don't want people to know how much money they want to spend and borrow. They don't want the American public to know. They don't want to put a dollar figure on their irresponsible, reckless spending. The American people can see through this. They know that they're going to be taxed. Everyone's going to ultimately pay one way or another through inflation, through higher taxes on their income, on their retirement savings, even on death. If the Democrats want to go it alone on spending, they're going to have to go it alone on raising the debt ceiling.
Well, this impending train wreck, which is the Democratic agenda, is entirely predictable, and it's entirely of their own making. Senator McConnell has told them since July that because they have refused to work with us on a bipartisan basis and they're determined to spend as much as another $5.5 trillion borrowed money, that there needs to be some accountability. And I think the American people want and expect political accountability when elected officials make decisions. But by and large, many times they're able to avoid that accountability. But I think this is a very, very important and decision to raise the debt ceiling, but it will be, as they were told in July of this year, something they have to do themselves. Look, we've been willing to work with them on a bipartisan basis all through the COVID-19 emergency. We spent trillions of dollars on a bipartisan basis because it was an emergency. But now they want to continue to spending borrowed money on their ideological and partisan agenda on non-emergency items. But we've demonstrated we would work with them on things like infrastructure, things like the Endless Frontiers Act, for example. But now, since they've chosen to go it alone, they're going to have to raise the debt ceiling alone.
So there's really several issues that are coming up right now that are all hitting at the same time. The most predictable of all those is September the 30th, the end of the fiscal year. Not one appropriation bill has been passed in the Senate, not even in committee, not one. While Democrats have focused on all kinds of other issues, the core issue of how are we going to work through all of our appropriation bills and to get to the end of the fiscal year, to be able to product at the end of the fiscal year, they've not resolved. And then weeks and weeks after Republicans announced we are not going to help you with a debt ceiling, they decide that they're going to put a continuing resolution to keep the government open attached to a debt ceiling and try to quote unquote jam the Senate on this. It's irresponsible. It pushes us to the edge on yet another government shutdown. We've had 21 government shutdowns in 40 years. We don't need to continue that. That's why I have a bill on preventing government shutdowns, that if we get to this moment on September the 30th
and we don't have resolution on the 12 appropriation bills, we'll continue on government with an automatic continuing resolution, but members of Congress can't travel. We're in 7 days a week in session, and we can't move to bills other than the appropriation bills. So we actually get the appropriation work done. The focus of that is, how do we avoid shutdowns, get the appropriation work done if it's not been done on the calendar? But at this point, they've actually attached the debt ceiling to a CR, and so now they're not only trying to challenge the full faith and credit of the United States in the debt ceiling, they're also taking us to a 22nd government shutdown in the last 40 years. It's not responsible. They know where we are on this. They know why we're at this spot. We need to actually get the things resolved and to be able to make sure that we're not hurting federal workers, we're not hurting the American people, we're not hurting the credit of the United States, that we're trying to actually get things done here in Washington, D.C. That should not be an expectation that's unfulfilled by the American people.
I hope that all of you are hearing that this is a conference of solutions, especially given the Democrats' tax and spend. And what I'd like to do as well is provide yet another solution, because the Democrats have been out there spending money just high on the hog. Okay, you know, one of my favorite expressions. I always go back to my roots when I'm talking about the spending that Democrats do here in Washington, D.C. They don't need our votes to spend money, but they do need our votes to pay for their reckless spending. And that's not going to happen, folks. And we are not going to help them raise the debt limit or help them with frivolous spending. And so what I am proposing is the Prime Cuts Act, and that is Cancel Unnecessary Transactions and Spending Act that would save billions of dollars for our taxpayers by putting Washington waste on the chopping block. So here's some of the things that we're going to start with. We're going to cut the government swag and propaganda. We're going to cut a welfare fund for politicians' campaigns for president. Boondoggle transit projects, they go on the cutting block as well. Coins that cost more to make than their actual value. And getting rid of surplus and unneeded storage space. Those are some simple things that we can do in the federal government to get rid of this waste. So again, the Prime Cuts Act could save us billions of taxpayer dollars, simple savings that everyone should support. Again, we as Republicans are not going to support raising the debt limit, and we are providing solutions to lower the cost to our American taxpayers.
Well, thank you all for being here. Over the last 18 months, I've actually seen the best and worst of Congress. Last year, we passed 5 bipartisan bills to help us recover and withstand the pressure that the pandemic has placed on us. We had to help businesses. We had to help healthcare systems. We had to help provide a safety net for those who were struggling, were out of work, had child care problems. And we came together 5 times on a bipartisan basis. When President Biden was elected, he said he was going to bring the country back together. He was going to work to bridge the gap. But on Chuck Schumer's first opportunity to pass a bill after 5 major bipartisan bills, what did he do? He started a spending spree. He spent $1.9 trillion. Less than 10% of it had anything to do with COVID, but he went to the American people and called it a COVID relief package. Now they're proposing a $3.5 trillion package. They started the spending spree in January. Now they're going to get on the spending and tax spree. And they're being dishonest with the American people about who's ultimately going to pay those taxes. It's bad enough that we could have a corporate tax rate that would be higher than China and higher than any developed nation. But it's even worse that they're telling the American people that only the rich are going to pay these taxes. I would encourage you to go take a look at the Ways and Means mark. I read a summary this morning. And I think any intellectually honest person understands that the people who can least afford the tax increases are the ones who are going to pay for it. During recess, I was out and I met with a lot of businesses in North Carolina, and they're suffering. Many of them are still playing out the effects of no labor, increased cost, and inflation. And now a bill is about to come to the Senate floor that would increase the burden and dig a deeper hole for them to recover from the impacts of the pandemic. And on a final note,
with respect to the debt ceiling, Leader McConnell was unambiguous 8 weeks ago that if Chuck Schumer wanted to go it alone, beginning in January, then he has it, without a single Republican vote, the opportunity to avert a debt ceiling. He can keep the government operating, not default on the debt, and do it without a single Republican vote. He's got experience with it. That's what he did back in January. I think he needs to actually own this. The president needs to own this. Speaker Pelosi needs to own it and move on. And then hopefully we can get to a point where we recognize the American people, businesses need more help, not more burdens. And that's what this reckless tax and spending spree represents.
They can't have it both ways. They can't have their cake and eat it too. They've got the votes to raise the debt ceiling, if that's what they want to do. They don't want to do it without Republican votes. Interestingly, however, they're just fine dumping $3.5 trillion on the American economy without a single Republican vote, without the necessity of negotiating with Republicans in order to find consensus. They can't have it both ways, and the consequences of trying to have it both ways, the consequences of us just voting to approve this would be significant. We would be signing off in one way or another to what they're about to do. You see, because they don't just want to raise the debt ceiling in the way that it was traditionally done, where you raise it by a few $100 billion or $1 trillion or some certain number. They want to suspend it. They want to suspend it for the rest of this year and basically for all of next year, creating a period of debt ceiling Mardi Gras where there is nothing counts toward it. They can do whatever they want. Maybe carnival would be a better way of describing it. In any event, they want Republicans votes for that, even though they're not the least bit interested in negotiating with us. And the consequences to just ignoring this are in fact catastrophic. Look at what's happening to inflation. Look at the fact that people everywhere are finding it more difficult to buy everything from gas to groceries, from cars to baseball cards. I mean, everything gets a lot more expensive when the federal government just doles out trillions of dollars at a time, money that it does not have. You see, the American economy can be analogized to a giant basket, a basket that holds roughly equivalent numbers of goods that the American people need from one year to the next. Increased productivity can hopefully adjust that over time, but not dramatically from one year to another. And when you have roughly the same number of goods in that basket each year, and you dump trillions of dollars into the economy that we don't have, effectively just printing it, then the things in that basket are going to get more expensive. Who does that hurt? Well, poor and middle class families. Anyone living paycheck to paycheck or close to that? Anyone trying to live on any kind of a set budget that doesn't vary dramatically from one year to the next has to pay for it. That's bad. Those are not the people who should be harmed. Certainly not the people who should be harmed, all for the sake of some government agencies and people close and connected to government who tend to get rich off of these large distributions. Rich people who can also figure out a way to play the market so as to make it work to their benefit so they can get richer in the process even as others get poor. All for the sake of what? Enriching the wealthy and the well-connected? Enabling Democratic politicians to get some pats on the back from adoring fans in their base and some in the press, unfortunately? Why would we want to do that? No, we're not going to go along with that. That would hurt those that we're sworn to represent, and we're not going to do it.
We can answer any questions anybody has.
Senator Scott, you run the campaign committee. I'm just curious, what do you see as the political implications for any senator who votes to raise the debt limit?
I don't think, I have no idea. If the Democrats must be worried about it, though, or they'd be doing it on their own. So they must have a big concern that they don't want to do this on their own, that it'll hurt their campaigns. But right now, I mean, I'm doing this because this is the right thing. I did it as governor. I balanced the budget. I paid off debt. We need to do the same thing here, and we're going to have to make structural changes because this is going to catch up with us.
Why did you vote for the bills that helped accumulate this debt if you weren't willing to raise the debt ceiling later? Because the truth is, as Senator Cornyn says, it was a bipartisan effort that passed the trillions in COVID relief, but now you're not willing to pay for it.
Sure. First off, all of us took different votes over the pandemic, but if you look at what we did, the debt ceiling has expired, the suspension expired July 31st. Everything that was done last year, that was already taken care of in the debt ceiling suspension. So this is for what they're doing now. The 1.9 when that gets all spent, that they did in April, and then this 3.5 to 5.5. That's what they're talking about. They want to suspend it because they want to spend all this money without any accountability on telling the American public that, by the way, your debt's going up, your taxes are going up, and you're going to see significantly more inflation.
Are you willing to let the government shut down, all of you?
I am not going to vote to raise the debt ceiling. All right, this is the decision the Democrats are going to make. They have every vote they need to do this on their own. So if they decide to do that, I think it's a big mistake on their part, and I think it's bad for the country. But it's a decision they're making, not us.
The campaign committee to highlight.
How concerned are you that some analysts are saying this could cause a recession, just like in 2008, if the debt limit's not raised? It could make the unemployment rate 9%. You could have $15 trillion in lost household income. How concerned are you about that, and would you not be somewhat responsible for that?
No, the Democrats have the House, the White House, and the Senate. They can do this on their own. If they don't raise the debt ceiling, they're making this choice by themselves. Now, if you look at if the debt ceilings aren't raised, there will be bad things that happen. But right now, let's look at what's happening in this country. We have way more job openings than people want to work. We are seeing significant inflation that's hurting our poorest families. So we're seeing all this now. And if you just look at the numbers, I mean, just interest expense this year is something like $345 billion. What do we get for that this year? I mean, that's what, 10% of our entire revenues this year. That's what we're doing. We've got to figure out how to get control of this. And the Democrats have no interest in talking about any of the solutions. Senator Langford has a solution. I've got a couple of solutions. Senator Toomey has a solution. They want to have any conversations about solutions.
All right, thanks, we got to go vote. Senator, but what do you say to veterans and soldiers who may not get their paycheck if...
I would say encourage Chuck Schumer to do his job.
But they're going to call you if they live in your state, and you're going to have to explain that to them.
All right, so again, some very tense moments here on Capitol Hill. Some tense moments here on Capitol Hill as, again, they are trying to avoid a government shutdown, but GOP leaders not wanting to budge on this debt limit that Democrats are pushing for. So we're staying on top of all these different stories for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and go into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news across the country with all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox when you return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Still going to stay in a triple box here for everyone so that we can continue to keep an eye down in Florida for the search for Brian Laundrie. We're also watching this procession happening down in Harris County, Texas, for their officer that was killed in the line of duty. And we also are listening in as officials. Looks like that event wrapping up, but they were talking about a ribbon cutting for the very first and the only in the nation woman-founded, woman-owned, and woman-led commercial bank. So it does look like they were just welcoming another speaker. Let's listen into that for a little bit here on Live Now from Fox.
Good here. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You know what? So I just have to say this before I start. Really, before we came out here, I got to meet 3 generations of family today, and I cannot tell you how wonderful it was. And then we even have a baby, I don't know, 4 weeks old, maybe, August, right? Nia Bat's baby. Oh my God, so cute. So anyway, 4 generations or whatever, how many, but it was so amazing, the electricity and the love and the just, we're gonna make it, okay? We're gonna make this happen. You know, and I've been a small business owner since 1968. I know everyone thinks of me as a tennis player, but actually behind the scenes, owned tournaments, owned the Virginia Slims of Chicago, ran World Team Tennis out of here. I mean, I have been, so anyway, just, I don't think most people know that. And I know what it is like from the challenges women face when it comes to financial solutions for small business. I lived it. I've been to banks. It's not easy if you're a woman. I am so excited about the First Women's Bank. And don't you love that name? First. Of course, who doesn't like to be number 1, right? Right? Anyway, it's the only bank in the country. It's the only one right now that is women-owned, women-led, and focused on serving the women's economy as well. And we talk a lot about, you know, gender gaps in pay and leadership. And we've got to stay focused on those. But there's also a significant gender gap, as people up here already have said, to capital. And the First Women's Bank was formed to help close it. It's the essence. That's our goal. Women-owned businesses have been growing 2 times faster than the national average. And as Melissa said, we still only get 16% of all conventional business loans. That's pretty pathetic. 2 times faster, and yet we're only getting 16%. That's like athletes. 40% of professional women athletes, 40% of professional athletes are women, and we get 4% of the media. So you don't know half of them. So I understand what it is to be the underdog. And while we're focused on the economy, the reason I joined, the reason I invested is because I said, are you going to have inclusion? If you're not going to have inclusion, I'm not interested. Just for women, I'm not interested. And inclusion is a huge part of our goal. So I said, I'm in. And when the bank delivers on its mission, as I said, it won't be just for women. The small business community and the economy will benefit. Everyone has a chance to win. And I look forward to working with First Women's Bank to bridge those gaps and empower women to reach their full potential so that everyone can participate equally in the economy. It is vital for the future of our country and to make this world a better place. So thanks, everyone. Really so happy you're here. I hadn't met Sophia or Nia before today, so, except, of course, we've seen Sophia all over the place, movies, everything. How about Chicago PD? I mean, you can't get any better than that. And then if you read about Nia Batts, I mean, she is such an entrepreneur. They're amazing. They're going to be investing in businesses, which I love to hear. It's investment that matters, okay? Investment. It's basically put your money where your mouth is, okay? So that's really what, I mean, if you want to talk like an athlete. Anyway, I really would like Sophia to come on up and talk to you guys. She's amazing. You'll love it. Come on. Sorry, and Nia. Sorry, Sophia and Nia. Oh my God. Wait until you talk to Ebony.
Yeah, we really do move as a pair. And Billie Jean, what a trip, to have you introduce us. And thank you so much to all of you for coming out. And thank you, Mayor Lightfoot. This is exactly what it means to spend the privilege of a platform. And you came here to do your press briefing today to bring all of these people here to pay attention to what's happening in this room. And we're very grateful for you. And hi, everyone. Nia and I are incredibly grateful to be here with all of you to celebrate the grand opening of the historic First Women's Bank. And we must say that we are pinching ourselves because we are strategic advisors alongside a hero and an icon to the both of us, Billie Jean. You have inspired us with your tireless advocacy for women our entire lives. And whether it was on the court, literally fighting in defense of Title IX in the Battle of the Sexes, which, a movie was made about, so I know a thing or two about that, or off the court, throughout your public life and in private rooms, you have consistently questioned systems of power. You have called out toxic dominance, and you have advocated for everyone who has historically been kept out of the rooms where it happens. Oh, I didn't expect this part. We're in this room today because we stand on your shoulders.
Yeah, make me cry.
I really thought I had it together. And pretty wild that we get to stand beside you. I'm going to let you take this part.
Sophia and I have firsthand experience as small business owners, and also with the particular effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on women-owned businesses. Midway through 2020, our team at Detroit Blows was forced to shutter the small business that we spent 4 years building in Detroit. It was a salon built by and for an intersectional community of women, and structured to center on the experiences of women of color. We simply didn't have the runway to shoulder the economic burden of COVID. The pandemic cost the three of us co-founders and our 23 employees our dream. Those 23 women are largely members of communities that have been disproportionately harmed by this pandemic.
We understand that the loss of a small business in a community like ours is a certain kind of casualty, and we intimately understand what it feels like, as so many other women who run small businesses do, to bear the brunt of two disasters at once. We know that we're not alone, whether it's for our now shuttered salon, for Black-owned businesses like my hometown favorite of Bloom & Plume in Los Angeles, or so many businesses here in my former and always home away from home of Chicago, like our friends at Southside Grinds. Access to capital, PPP loans, and small business association support has been difficult. And the public health crisis and financial devastation that these multiple compounding injustices have wrought have to be addressed if we hope to recover. And that's our aim in joining the First Women's Bank as both strategic advisors to the bank and as committed community advocates.
Now more than ever, we need innovative business solutions to help close the racial and gender lending gaps. And Sophia and I are incredibly honored to be joining First Women's Bank in this shared mission. Marianne, Amy, Melissa, Colleen, and the team are incredibly seasoned leaders. They have decades of varying experiences in the financial services industry, from the leadership that creates a deep knowledge of what communities need, to leading the Small Business Association under President Barack Obama, to the strategic perspectives that comes from over a decade of experiences at commercial banks and credit bureaus. This team understands the unique challenges faced by women and small business owners. And they know how to create lending opportunities that help mitigate the injustices in our existing systems. Unemployment numbers during COVID are higher for people of color. And the largest group of workers that's left the workforce during the public health crisis are women, largely women of color. Women have been forced to choose between caring for their families and continuing their careers. And that's a choice that they shouldn't have to make. And still like air we rise, right? 89% of the new businesses that have been opened in this country every day have been opened by women of color.
And it's out. And it's out of both necessity and that kind of tenacious spirit that so many women have innovated amidst the pandemic and started those businesses in this tenuous economic environment. Families are getting creative and making it work, and this creates opportunities that are more flexible for childcare, for family responsibilities. But everyone in this room knows that that comes with a set of challenges. Imagine what these women could do if they were actually adequately funded and supported. Women are leading the economic revolution in this country, and as I know you've heard a few times today, I feel the need to hammer it home. They are receiving only 16% of conventional business loans. So all the stats you've heard today, 16 cents on the dollar are being loaned to women. The gap is unacceptable. And the First Women's Bank is intentionally addressing that gender lending gap, not only by providing access to capital, but to potential. They're providing access to advisors and mentors and networks and tools and resources that will actually help to build and propel small businesses, entrepreneurs, and the economy overall. Just because women have proven that they can do more with less doesn't mean they should have to. And when we do better, as you've heard, so does the entire economy.
Thank you so much for being with us here today. We're incredibly proud to be a part of this initiative. We look forward to seeing you all again soon.
I'm going to have a word with Colleen. I don't know how I follow all of that. So thank you, Sophia and Nia, Billie Jean, Director Garcia, and Mayor Lightfoot. We are so inspired by your commitment to equality and inclusivity. We look forward to working alongside you all to close the gender lending gap and expand economic opportunity for women. As you heard from Melissa earlier, our mission to grow the economy and advance the role of women within it, it's integrated into everything that we do. Promoting gender equality at this bank, it's not a marketing strategy. It's not a play. It's in our DNA. It infuses everything we do. At First Women's Bank, we believe that the potential for the bank to drive social change and to bridge the gender lending gap is enormous. And we will draw significant strength in that effort from our partners. Earlier today, we announced our mission partners, and I want to celebrate and thank each of those organizations and their representatives that are here with us. Ann Garrity from Aon. Peggy Saracen from Comcast Corporation. John Zindel from William Blair. And Amy Fuller with Western Gulf Association, or WGA. These mission partners provide tangible support for the women's economy in the form of FDIC-insured mission deposits. We also announced today a very special partnership with Wendy's to leverage our unique lending strategy to help expand franchise owners.
All right, guys, going to be switching gears here. I wanted to quickly pop on because we had earlier broken with a update from an officer involved shooting that took place. A person had opened fire in Oakland, California. We do have the police chief now speaking. Let's jump into it live after, again, one officer did get sent to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
As well as our mental health unit and our crisis intervention unit. We began to negotiate with the suspect. We were able to create a rapport with the suspect, and the suspect agreed to surrender. We have recovered the firearm that was used in this crime. We have also recovered the knife that the suspect used to injure himself while he was barricaded. Again, this is a difficult day for us, but a day that we are very fortunate because the officer is currently being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. And the suspect in this case is also being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. But this is a sober reminder of how dangerous it is in the city of Oakland. How armed suspects will quickly utilize these firearms towards our officers, like we've seen in so many other cases. 100 homicides in our city. 3 shootings last night alone. The level of violence in this city continues to be intolerable. Today, we're very fortunate that nobody was fatally injured, but this is a reminder for the other 53 officers that the Oakland Police Department has lost, that are etching our wall, that this is a very dangerous job. This job comes with tremendous risk. So I'm honored that these police officers go out there every day and put their lives on the line for this community. A community member called us and we responded. And a suspect chose to use that firearm on an officer today. We all should be thankful that nobody was fatally injured. We'll continue this investigation. We'll continue to look into the circumstances regarding why this happened. We truly understand the important role that it played to have our mental health staff with us to help negotiate these things. We don't understand what the circumstances were behind this. Why did this happen? But again, this is just the beginning of the investigation. We'll be continuing our investigation throughout the day. With that, if there's any questions, I'll take them.
How's the officer? Can you tell us anything more?
The officer is being treated. He's doing well. I want to respect the family and friends and the other police officers to make sure that we share that information with them. But the officer is doing well. I went inside. I communicated with the officer. Had a chance to talk to him. Had a chance to hear from him. So that was good.
All this comes at a time when officer numbers are going down, crime is going up, and then something like this happens. Do you want to connect the dots here, Chief?
Well, I mean, I think I don't want to, look at this from the perspective of this incident had anything to do with the number of officers that we had out there. What this really says to me is that there are a proliferation of firearms in our community. We've recovered over 850 guns already this year. It says that not only are guns too readily available, but we also have so many people that are willing to use these guns against others. And today, unfortunately, somebody chose to use it towards a police officer.
Can you say anything about the suspect? I know did he live there? Did he work there? Was he living in one of those encampments that's nearby?
We're not sure. It's early in the investigation. Again, like I said, we'll continue to look into the circumstances. We know that the suspect is a male, 50 years old, who is obviously somebody that we want to look closely into and look at his history and see what might have contributed to this incident today, but we're still early in the investigation.
Anybody else see it?
No, not at this time.
So many standoffs either go really long or they end in some kind of tragedy, some kind of injury. It sounds like this is a situation where things went really well in terms of the negotiation. Do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, it really goes to the way in which we are approaching these situations, trying to make sure that we are negotiating our way through these things, but also bringing in different, people to be a part of that negotiation, not understanding what circumstances we may face. So we want to be prepared for whatever situation we encounter in terms of the person's mental stability.
Officers on the scene didn't really have a chance to take some sort of tactical strategy. Is that what you're saying? Can you speak to that?
Well, I think it's early on to say specifically what the officers encountered. We know that shortly upon their arrival, they did encounter gunfire.
You say what type of gun it was?
Not prepared to put out that information at this time, but we will at some point.
There was a handgun?
Yes.
Thanks, Chief.
When was the last time someone, a member of your force, got injured on the job? I can't recall. Do you remember when? Last time someone was shot on her?
Are you talking about, just to clarify your question, are you talking about an officer getting shot?
An officer, yeah.
Okay. So an officer getting shot, let me get back to you on that.
Yeah.
We have had very low officer involved shootings, so we're going to get back to you on that.
Okay. And I think that goes to the way in which we're addressing these kind of armed situations, right? That we're doing it in the safest manner in which we can. And so we've had to, we've been fortunate not to be involved in many officer-involved shootings. And I think that's a credit to our officers and the way they're being trained. But obviously when you face circumstances where when the officer immediately arrived, they encounter gunfire. Doesn't matter what tactics you have. Sometimes people are going to make decisions. Suspects are going to make decisions to use gunfire towards officers, and you're not prepared for that. And so we just are fortunate today that it didn't lead to something more serious, injury more serious to the officer. All right. Thank you all.
Thanks, Chief.
Good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look at a couple different scenes here. We just heard from the police chief out in Oakland, California, but let's go out to that shot we do have right now where officers are investigating a couple scenes here in Oakland after a person had opened fire on officers. Now, originally, officers were called out to this area for a person who had been waving a gun around this morning, had pointed it at another person. So the police were called, and when they arrived and confronted this man, he opened fire on them. Now, unfortunately, one officer was struck, but has since that time been taken to the hospital and is said to be in stable condition. The suspect did have a knife, was harming himself, but then the police were able to bring him into custody. They said that he peacefully surrendered to the police officers. So this is a live look again at just one of the two crime scenes that they have in Oakland after this shooting took place this morning. Again, thankfully, the one officer who was struck by that gunfire after the suspect had opened fire on officers is in stable condition at this time. So that's what we have going on in Oakland. But of course, we have a busy morning ahead of us. So good morning and thanks for being here with us. Christy Larson here with you as we continue to follow a number of stories happening across the country. A little bit later here this morning, we're expecting to hear from Jen Psaki. It's, of course, a White House briefing, but you can expect a lot of questions to be surrounding the senators and lawmakers on Capitol Hill trying to avoid a government shutdown. We do also have a live shot I want to show you in Florida because that search for Brian Laundrie continues here today as they are trying to make their way through the nature reserve down in Florida. And we did have some good video aerials. Our chopper since that time has gone back, but I want to just show some of the viewers who are just joining us here some of those search efforts. Now, we have heard since this morning there has been a dive team that has now been added to the search efforts down in Florida. You can see here just some of the different vehicles and tools that they're using as, again, they're trying to look here in this nature reserve for Brian Laundrie here today. Our reporters down on the ground were saying dive teams have been called in here, and Florida law enforcement is intensifying their search as now they are focusing on the Venice area of this nature reserve. Again, we've been talking about just how large of an area this is, 25,000 acres. So they have a lot to get through. As you can see here, they're using some of the swamp buggies and other tools to try to make their way through some of the terrain that they're running into. And as I mentioned, dive teams being brought in as some of the focus has now been on some of these watery areas. So again, yesterday, the coroner for the Teton County Coroner's Office did confirm to FBI, who then did release that the remains found in Grand Teton National Park did belong to Gabby Petito, and they have since said that she's died as a result of homicide. So you can only imagine the heartbreak her parents are now having, waiting for her body to return back home. And again, Brian is the only sole person of interest in this case. So he, again, is the person that they're searching for. Last being heard from his parents back just over a week ago, back on the 13th, the 14th, as they had reported he had went here to this reserve to go hiking. So again, several calls have been coming in, emails all overnight. So there was a lot of rumors going around that Brian was in custody. However, that is not the case. So just before noon local time, divers with the Sarasota County's Sheriff's Office dive team called here to the site. And again, it's not immediately clear if that was because of a result of something specific or if it was just a standard evolution of their search efforts and process here. So again, investigators say Brian has not been seen since September 14th. And this is according to his parents. They said he is believed to be here at this park. And officials turning their attention here over the weekend took that brief pause on Monday because the FBI did execute that search warrant at Brian Laundrie's parents' home in Northport before then resuming this search on Tuesday. Now, this time here today, it's been taking place focused on the area of Venice, on the other side of the reserve, and investigators out in full force. So they've been using swamp buggies, they've been using dogs, they've been using drones, all to try to pick up on the scent of Brian. So far, after Tuesday, they said they had no clues or anything that had been a result of his whereabouts. So that search continues on in here today. We know also, as you can see here, some of the terrain really rough. We've heard from officers saying that about 75% of this park is covered in water. They're also dealing with plenty of wildlife. I wouldn't want to run into any of the animals that call this place home. That includes alligators, it includes snakes. And of course, we've also been having to deal with some of the weather issues. We saw rain coming down once again on the rescue or search teams that have been here down on the ground. Of course, that's just going to add more trouble for these vehicles to try to wade through, and of course, just adding more complications to the search. So once again, Commander Joe Fussell of the Northport Police Department explaining just before the rain arrived that the terrain is very difficult. Essentially, 75% of it is underwater. Other areas that are dry, we are trying to clear. We are expecting to get wet by the end of the day. Check the entire area for Brian Laundrie. So at this point, it's unknown exactly what information Brian's parents have told to investigators about his whereabouts or why the search has shifted to the Venice side of the reserve. And again, unknown why the dive team has been called in. Again, is that just something that they normally do when they are conducting this search? Or is it something that they have specifically found here today on Wednesday? So our team's continuing to try to stay on top of the latest here, as again, we do know that there's been quite a few rumors about where Brian may be at this time. But so far, with all of the emails and the tips that have been given to police, they've been trying to follow up on all of those and say so far it has not led to any solid intel. So after not speaking with authorities for days, the Laundrie family eventually told investigators Brian had left with a backpack heading here to the preserve. And the family attorney said Brian's parents actually went looking for him last Wednesday, so a week ago. They found his car parked here at the preserve before they then returned back home. They left the car at the preserve so that Brian could come home. When he didn't return by Thursday morning, that's when his parents said they went back to retrieve their car. So as I mentioned, we do know yesterday the coroner confirmed that a body found Sunday in Wyoming is indeed Gabby Petito. And again, that was after there was a huge search for the missing 22-year-old in that area. And after the autopsy results came through, they also have now ruled this as a homicide. So, of course, if there's more developments that do happen here today, we're going to be bringing them to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. Investigators, though, still asking for anyone in the area, anyone who may know his whereabouts, to continue to try to update FBI, give those tips. Again, he is 5'8", weighing about 160 pounds. He has brown eyes, very short brown hair, and trimmed facial hair. He was last seen wearing a hiking bag and a wrist strap. So, of course, a lot of people trying to keep their eye out. But here in this area, they do have the reserve shut down for these investigators to be conducting their search. So we're staying on top of it, down on the ground, up in the air, and of course, reaching out to our experts who can continue to help provide information on these search efforts taking place. So as I mentioned, always trying to stay up to date. We did have the commander with the Northport Police Department saying that they've received a number of questions about these underwater dive vehicles entering the Carlton And area resources are looking at large bodies of water, including dive teams, boats, sonar equipment, and at this time, it does not mean anything has been found. It's a part of the overall search process. So additionally, right now, the Northport Police Department is on scene of a possible self-inflicted death roughly 1 mile from the environmental park, but that has nothing to do with this case. So again, that's coming directly from the Northport officers, as again, they've been getting a lot of tips and questions asked to them as there's been a lot of rumors going about the area. So that here is the latest update. Again, they do have dive teams, boats, and sonar equipment that they're going to be using, but it does not mean that anything of note has yet been found. It's just part of their search process. So always keeping you up to date is Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead, take this opportunity to step away for a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be getting into some other news happening across our country, but of course, always keeping an eye down here in Florida for any more developments in the search for Brian Laundrie. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox again. Just one more look of our crews down on the ground as we continue to keep you up to date on the latest here in the missing Brian Laundrie case here. And again, we do have our resources trying to continue to keep us the most up to date on everything that is happening with their search efforts. We did get a few more pictures coming in here that I want to just share with you before moving on to other stories taking place across the country. We did have some pictures of our rescue teams being briefed here this morning. And as I mentioned, they've been using a lot of different tools when it comes to searching through the areas. So we've been saying that they have those swamp buggies. We also have now dive teams on scene, and of course some furry friends helping sniff through the swampy areas to see if they can pick up any trails and trace of Brian Laundrie. So we're going to stay right on top of this story. If we do hear more, get more pictures in, get new information, of course we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, I do want to continue to keep us all up to date. I do see we actually have Vice President Kamala Harris. It looks like she's going to be taking over for that COVID-19 summit we heard Biden speaking to earlier. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Than ever before. And therefore, the only way to move forward, the smartest way.
All right, so audio not the best here, but earlier here this morning, President Biden had announced that they're going to be extending their use and help out to other countries when it comes to the COVID-19 vaccine. He put some emphasizing points that they want to continue to distribute vaccines to countries in need at no cost and with no ties as well. So if we are able to get a little bit better audio quality on that piece, we can always bring it back to you. But again, this was something that we did have President Biden already speaking to earlier here this morning. So what we're going to do is keep our eyes down on Florida, go into a double box, and also listen into some floor remarks that were made on both sides of the aisle. So we are first going to start with our majority leader, Senator Chuck Schumer, hear what he has to say, especially as we do have lawmakers trying to avoid a government shutdown when it comes to the debt limit.
Yesterday evening, the House of Representatives approved a continuing resolution that will keep the government open through December, provide emergency funding for Afghan refugees and Americans affected by natural disasters, and suspend the debt ceiling through the end of 2022. The bill now comes to the Senate, where both parties must pass it together to steer the United States away from a number of fast-approaching crises. Absent congressional action, the government will shut down in just over a week. The United States could face a first-ever default soon thereafter, and it will be American families who suffer most. Now, our Republican colleagues say they don't want a shutdown. They say they don't want a credit default. They say they want hurricane aid. Then they should vote yes on this bill. You want to avoid Republican colleagues? Vote yes. You want to avoid a government shutdown? Vote yes. You want to provide hurricane aid? Vote yes. You want to help the Afghan refugees? Vote yes. That's the bill that will be on the floor. Those who will vote yes will vote to avoid default, to avoid a government shutdown. Those who vote no will be saying, we're okay with default and we're okay with a government shutdown. To say, do it another way, that doesn't cut it. This is what's on the floor. This is what the House passed. And the kind, again, of sophistry that we've heard from the Republican leader doesn't make any sense, either through past history or through practicality and what we need today. At the end of the day, it's how we vote that matters most. Our constituents sent us here to vote. Plain and simple. So Republicans face a choice. Vote yes to pay our bills and keep the government open, or vote no, which means you're okay with default and a government shutdown. Every single Democrat will support this bill. Whether or not we avoid default is simply entirely up to the Republican senators. It's up to them, plain and simple. The President has a proposal. The House has passed a proposal. I will put that proposal on the Senate floor. And remember, this is not just a political fight. The last time Republicans played with the debt ceiling in 2011, the credit of the United States was downgraded for the first time ever. And all indications are that if Republicans succeed in causing a default this time around, the consequences would be catastrophic. According to a sobering new analysis by Mark Zandi at Moody's Analytics, a default would create up to 6 million, would erase up to 6 million jobs in the economy. It would cause unemployment, which we've worked so hard to bring down during this COVID season, to spike up again to as high as 9%. And as much as $15 trillion of household wealth would be wiped out of existence. Every American family will suffer from the Republican desire to play political games and send our nation into default. Let me say that again. $15 trillion of household wealth. And that means thousands of dollars for each family, or for many families. Thousands. That's not fair. All for the sake, Leader McConnell, of a political game. Political game. It's an incomprehensible number. I can't think of a worse gut punch to the American people who spent the last 19 months fighting against COVID-19 pandemic than to see their life savings disappear because Republicans won't pay political bills and are simply trying to gain mere political advantage. There's no scenario on God's green earth where it's worth risking 6 million jobs, 9% unemployment, and $15 trillion in household worth just to stick it to your political opponents. But that seems to be the MO these days of the Republican leader, not caring at all about the American people and what matters to them, and playing political games in an effort, I believe, a futile effort to gain political advantage. It won't succeed. Everyone knows who's doing what around here. So, over the past few weeks, Republicans have advanced a number of dishonest and duplicitous arguments to rationalize their opposition to the debt ceiling, to play the political games that the minority leader is involved in. I'll expect we'll be hearing these arguments over and over again, so let's set the record straight on two of their main points. First, our Republican colleagues have argued that raising the debt ceiling should exclusively be the domain of one party when it controls all three branches of government. Of course, this is nonsense. Since 1960, the debt ceiling has been raised about 80 times under both unified and divided government. As recently as 2017, Leader McConnell, as majority leader, put forward a bill to raise the debt ceiling when there was a Republican president, a Republican Senate, a Republican House, urged Democrats to join him, and of course we did, because it's the right thing to do. We don't want to hurt the American people. We don't want to play games with the livelihood of Americans, the way the Republican leader seems to revel in doing. And rather than play political games, rather than engage in games of chicken, Democrats work with the other side. Second, and even far more dishonest, Republicans say they don't want to raise the debt ceiling because they don't want to clear the way for more domestic spending. This statement is false, pure and simple. Our proposal to suspend the debt ceiling is not about future spending. Raising the debt ceiling is about paying the bills that have already been racked up. The proposal the House sent over is designed to help pay for the $908 billion that we approved last year in the depths of the COVID crisis. That legislation was drafted by Republicans, voted for by Republicans, put on the floor by Leader McConnell, and signed by a Republican president. It's the Trump debt that we now must pay. For Republicans, after voting for it, after going back to their districts and claiming credit for some of the things in that bill, to now decide they've changed their minds and they don't want to pay the debt that they willingly took on and brag about the spending that incurred that debt, is the height of irresponsibility and the height of hypocrisy. It's a dine and dash of unprecedented proportions, and if they have their way, it's going to be the American people who will foot the bill. The full faith and credit isn't a game. It's the bedrock upon which our economy stands. No lawmaker can vote to refuse to pay the bills and then say they have the best interests of the American people in mind. So again, here's what's on the line with this vote. The well-being of tens of millions of Americans, everyone from small business owners, homeowners, veterans, active duty military, Social Security beneficiaries, and American consumers everywhere. And Senator Warner has made a very good point. If we default, or even if the risk of coming close to default raises interest rates by 1%, that will cost the government more than some of the spending programs, many of the spending programs that the Republicans say they don't like, even though they voted for them. It's a very simple answer to avoiding this entire problem. When the CR comes to the floor, Republicans vote yes and put this needless crisis to an end. But if they choose to vote in favor of a default by a cynical political blame game, it will ultimately be the American people who will pay the price. And the American people will know who did this, the Republican Senate, because there'll be a proposal by the Democratic president, the bill will have passed the floor, and Democrats and Republicans will each have to vote yes or no, simply put, on whether we want to default. Now on nominations. Last night I filed cloture on 7 nominations that have to date been tied up by Republican obstructionists. These individuals will play a critical role in advancing U.S. diplomacy across the globe, from Europe to East Asia to Africa. One will be tasked with international narcotics law enforcement. Another will advise on military affairs. And these are not controversial nominees. Quite the contrary, they were all reported out of committee with overwhelming bipartisan support and would normally be confirmed by this chamber without much fuss. Now, a few on the other side have decided they're going to hold these critical nominations hostage for the sake of scoring political points with the far right. It's sort of a manic dash. Who can be the most irresponsible to please the far right of people who seem to be interested in running for president in 2024? They want to drag out what should be an easy process, wasting the chamber's time and energy and hindering the government's ability to protect American interest. The Republicans who are delaying the confirmation of these nominees are deliberately making the American people less safe, just so they can try to enhance their political fortunes, which in my judgment will be, if there's any gain, it'll be short-term, and the loss of doing this will be much greater to them. Everyone here knows what's really going on. But despite Republican obstruction this week, we're going to make sure these important nominees are confirmed by the Senate. I hope we can come to an agreement to ultimately move them quickly through this chamber, but either way, we're going to stay here until these nominees have been confirmed. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
All right, so as I mentioned, we can get to Mitch McConnell's floor remarks, but I had been working on trying to get a little bit better audio on that event that Vice President Kamala Harris was doing, and we were able to get a small portion of that. So what we want to do is go back, play it out here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, Vice President Kamala Harris speaking just moments earlier.
The President of the G20 has raised the need for financing. And over the past months, our nations have met. And we have reviewed the reports. We have heard from the experts, and they have confirmed yet again there is not enough funding to adequately prepare for future biological threats. Friends, I do believe, I know we know, this is a stark warning, and it should be a wake-up call for all of us. Disease surveillance, vaccine development, vaccine delivery, healthcare worker support. Nations need greater capacity, and they need it now. In this new era, preparedness is a necessity, and it requires sustained and predictable funding that is on top of the emergency response mechanisms that already exist. We need to act so that our world will be ready to respond before and not after the next pandemic emerges. This pandemic caught us off guard, and it should not have. We have learned the cost of failing to prepare. With every death, we have learned all too much the seriousness of that cost. And it is time then to act. And so the United States joins the call for a new financial intermediary fund at the World Bank, which will help us bring together new resources for pandemic preparedness. And today, I am proud to announce that we, the United States, are prepared to contribute at least $250 million to help get this fund started. We have also requested an additional $850 million from the United States Congress. But again, it's going to take all of us to get this work done. We are issuing a call to action to countries and corporations from around the world to join us in this effort. And we have a collective goal of reaching $10 billion at the outset. And let's put this in context. That is a fraction of a % of global GDP. We invite the nations gathered here to help us meet this, as some would say, ambitious, but I believe achievable goal. We also see an important role and responsibility for the private sector. Those who can must do everything we can. The Financial Intermediary Fund is an important step to build stronger, more resilient health systems and ultimately to save lives. It is just one step. The pandemic laid bare the flaws within our systems and structures. As I've said many times, the fund will help address our capacity to prepare. However, to avoid the mistakes of the past and meet this present moment, we must also ensure transparency and accountability to ensure that all countries meet our global health obligations. To that end, the United States also supports a Global Health Threats Council that would monitor progress and identify gaps. It is yet another step we must take to ensure that political leaders remain committed to the goal of preparedness. Generations from now, I believe we will all be able to look back to this very moment at the start of this new era as the moment when our world joined together to realize a better future, a future in which all nations have equal capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to biological threats, and are equally held to account. A moment when we join together to build a future in which all nations have strong and resilient health systems that all people can access. A future in which we can stop biological threats before they start. This future is possible. If we work together, I do believe we can and we will make it possible. Thank you all again, and let us go forth together.
All right, so another small portion of this COVID summit brought to us here. We then showed it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be sending our viewers off into a quick commercial break. When we return, we heard from Senator Schumer, going to hear from the other side, from the Republican side, going to hear from Leader McConnell as well. So we'll have that Senator's floor remarks when we return after, again, a quick commercial break. And here is a live look inside of the White House in the press briefing room, as we're expecting to hear from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki very soon. Press conference scheduled to take place about a half hour ago, so still waiting what looks like for our media personnel to file into the room. And as soon as this briefing does start, of course, it's going to be one of those live events we're going to be jumping out to here for you on Live Now from Fox. Also, again, we do have a couple different live looks down on the ground in Florida where the search continues for Brian Laundrie. Here's just one of the camera angles we have outside of the reserve where those search efforts are taking place. A second angle here for you. And again, if there's more updates, we'll be bringing bringing them to you here on Live Now from Fox. We actually did get in some new video that I want to show to you, as again, we do have teams who are there down on the ground. This is from Northport Police Department, showing just some of the people and personnel that they have to help with these search efforts. And again, we said they're not only using dogs, they're also using these swamp buggies, they're using boats, dive teams have been called in, so a lot of effort has been put into searching for Brian, as he is the sole person named as far as a person of interest in the case of Gabby Petito goes. We did also have the Northport Police giving quick remarks. Let's jump into those here for you on Live Now from Fox.
True, what are we out here doing today?
We're out here with our law enforcement partners. We're searching for Brian Laundrie in the Calton Preserve. We've deployed numerous resources, and we are trying to cover every acre in this preserve.
What's it like? I mean, we've been out here a number of days. How are people feeling?
I tell you, these guys, our law enforcement partners, they're motivated and they're hungry to find Brian Laundrie.
Joe, what are we out here doing?
All right, so it was just a small portion, but again, we always like to bring you whatever we can when it comes to these search efforts. And again, some video from earlier here this morning just showing some of that rough terrain that crews have been having to work through. So we'll continue to give you more details as they come forward on these results of their search efforts. And we'll be getting a few live updates, not only from down in Florida, but also out in Wyoming. We're going to have Fox's Laura Engel joining us here in less than a half hour outside of the coroner's office that conducted the autopsy that did confirm the results that the body that was found on Sunday was Gabby Petito. But as I mentioned, of course, while we keep our eyes on Florida, we want to continue to bring you some of these events that have been taking place across our country. We heard from Senator Schumer. Now going to listen into the remarks made by Senator McConnell on the floor from earlier here this morning.
President.
Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
This morning, I had the honor to meet with Prime Minister Johnson of the United Kingdom, and later today I'll meet with Prime Minister Morrison of Australia as well. Any day Congress has the opportunity to strengthen working relationships with two of our nation's closest friends and allies is a good day indeed. Our meetings today come at a time when our most important transatlantic and trans-Pacific alliances are facing growing threats to collective security and to prosperity. In the face of Russia's meddling, China's expansion, a re-inflamed war on terror, and further threats to democracy and human rights around the world, the steady leadership of committed partners is more crucial than ever. So I specifically wanted to thank our friends in Australia and the United Kingdom for their years of loyal friendship that have underpinned coalition operations in Afghanistan and our joint efforts elsewhere to check the most pressing threats to our nation and to the kind of world that will help us thrive. And I'll be reaffirming my own commitment that America must be a reliable, a committed, and globally engaged ally that our closest friends deserve. Now, on another matter, over the past several months, American families have had to contend with a historic amount of painful inflation. This summer, we saw the prices of core personal consumption soar at the fastest pace in nearly 30 years. Last month, the Producer Price Index notched its steepest year-on-year jump in more than a decade. All across the country, across the economy, families and businesses are being hit hard. One measure of construction materials is reporting that home builders are facing materials costs that are 22% higher than just last year. 22% higher than just last year. Homeowners and renters are approaching a fall and winter in which heating costs are projected to reach a 13-year high. 86% of respondents told one recent poll they were either extremely or very worried about inflation. Now, this is exactly what Republicans, independent experts, and even liberal economists warned would happen if Democrats started ramming through massive inflationary spending. Back in the springtime, Larry Summers, the top economic advisor to both President Clinton and President Obama, warned at the time that runaway spending could, quote, set off inflationary pressures of a kind we have not seen in a generation. And of course, that's exactly what's happened. Well, just ask any working family in this country about their last trip to the gas station, the grocery store, or the car dealership. Inflation's gotten so bad on Democrats' watch that it has wiped out every ounce of the average American worker's pay growth during this economic recovery. And then some. Annual real wage growth is negative, even though employers have been handing out raises. Because, Mr. President, because of inflation. Remember, at the start of the year, working Americans had an economy that was teed up for a roaring recovery. So when Washington Democrats rolled out their first springtime spending spree, even the Washington Post cautioned, quote, the improving picture is raising questions about whether the stimulus bill is mismatched to the needs of the current moment. That was the Washington Post on the so-called rescue package that passed back in March. You might think the disastrous consequences of Democrats' last spending binge for working Americans might give our colleagues some pause about the next one. But alas, no such luck. Behind closed doors, they're putting together another even more reckless taxing and spending spree. They want to take the last bill, which Democrats call the most left-wing law in American history, and actually dwarf even that. Massive tax hikes on Americans that will hurt families and help China. Let me say that again. Massive tax hikes on Americans that will hurt families and help China. A socialist transformation that nobody voted for last year. Another invitation for even more painful inflation that will hit working Americans right where it hurts. The American people don't want it, and Senate Republicans won't support it. Now, on a related matter, yesterday evening, Senator Shelby and I introduced a continuing resolution that would pass the Senate, that could pass the Senate and prevent a government shutdown. Our legislation would fund the government through December. It would restore the defensive assistance for our ally Israel that House Democrats stripped out to appease some of their worst elements of the far left. As one frustrated Democrat congressman stated yesterday, quote, a missile defense system like Iron Dome defends civilians from missiles, hence the name. Only in a morally inverted universe would this be considered a controversy, end quote. That's a House Democrat describing the action yesterday of House Democrats. And our bill also removes the debt limit language that Democrats have known since July. Since July, will not receive bipartisan support from Senate Republicans. As one of my colleagues put it succinctly, if Washington Democrats want to jam through trillions of dollars in reckless spending all by themselves, they can raise the debt limit all by themselves. If they want to do one, they'll need to do the other. If we do one, they need to do one, they'll do the other. It's that simple. Now, on one final matter, the American people are watching a terrible sight unfold down on our southern border. Many thousands of people, largely from Haiti, are literally huddled together underneath a bridge in Del Rio, Texas, just across the Rio Grande. Temperatures have been in the triple digits. The conditions are unsanitary and inhumane. This nightmare is the direct result of the left-wing policies and left-wing messages pushed by the Biden administration. They say their approach to immigration is the compassionate path, the one that reflects the soul of America. They are wrong. In no way does it honor America's soul or uphold American values to tolerate a major border security crisis and unending humanitarian disaster that appear to be permanent features of life under the Biden administration. This false choice is the constant refrain from the left. Either we adopt democratic policies that lure people into literal squalor and effectively open our borders in the middle of a pandemic, or else we're somehow betraying the spirit of the Statue of Liberty. That is simply nonsense. Legal, orderly immigration has been a proud strength of our country and a core pillar of the American way of life, literally for generations. That is completely different than Washington Democrats sabotaging our border while publicly advertising a catalog of socialist benefits they say they'll provide for illegal immigrants who manage to make it in. When President Biden was sworn in, thousands and thousands of people took his far-left campaign rhetoric seriously and began streaming toward our borders. One person at the border directly told the Washington Post they came because they heard, quote, President Biden was letting people in. First, in the springtime, his administration called this a seasonal surge. Well, so much for that. We've had more than 150,000 border apprehensions every single month for the past 6 months. Encounters usually fall off during the hot summer months, but on President Biden's watch, the opposite has happened. Listen to one recent example of the chaos. A few days ago, the Biden administration filled a big bus with illegal immigrants from this encampment. The bus set out for somewhere else in Texas. But according to news reporting, partway through the journey, the illegal immigrants on board revolted, took control of the bus, and broke out. But more broadly, it's been released maybe the de facto Biden policy. Just this morning, the Associated Press reports that according to government officials, quote, Haitian migrants camped in a Texas border town are being released in the United States on a very, very large scale, undercutting the Biden administration's public statements that the thousands in the camp faced immediate expulsion, end quote. Nobody believes Democrats that this lawless chaos and human suffering is the fair and compassionate way to govern our country.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be going into a quick 2-minute break.
Survey shows that only 36% of the country approves of President Biden's handling of immigration, while 56% disapprove. Look, Americans know a train wreck when they see one. Our citizens deserve better than this failure, utter failure of leadership. And so do the people Democrats are luring here with a mirage. suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here is a live look. You can see media has filed in here to the briefing room as we are waiting for White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Again, she's going to be giving a briefing, but you can expect a lot of questions to be surrounding not only some of the comments President Biden made earlier this morning pertaining to COVID-19. Again, he was announcing that the U.S. is expanding their vaccine sharing efforts, saying that the United States is leading the world on vaccine donations, and we must focus on donating vaccines to the world. So he said that the United States is going to be investing in continuing to share their vaccine dosages to countries in need at no cost. And he also emphasized with no political ties as well. So we can expect some reporter questions on that, reporter questions on the debt limit as we're trying to avoid a government shutdown by lawmakers, but also on the border crisis that's been taking place down at our southern border, because we have been seeing hundreds of thousands of migrants have been flooding the Del Rio area, as again they have now been conducting flights taking some of those people back home. And there's also been some circulating video on social media being shared of the way that police and the Border Patrol agents have been trying to keep some of the migrants crossing through the river away from coming into the country. So a lot to come here in this White House press briefing. You can expect it to be a little bit of a fiery one here is what I'm expecting here today. We do continue to keep our eyes on the different shots coming to us down in Florida, not only outside of the nature reserve, but also at the Northport Police Station, as we're still trying to learn more about the search efforts taking place down in Florida, as Brian Laundrie has still been the only person of interest that police have named in the Gabby Petito case. Yesterday, again, the FBI had confirmed that the remains found in Wyoming was Gabby Petito, and that death was ruled a homicide. And again, that search taking place down in Florida is at the Carlton Reserve. And once more, we know it's a huge 25,000 acre location that we know they have a lot of different efforts being used, all the way from efforts from dogs to of course, the buggies that are taking place as well, the swamp buggies. And we also have been talking about how the efforts have seen now a shift as far as more personnel coming on scene. So we also saw that we had a lot of folks from the dive teams that were also there helping conduct this investigation. Let's go ahead, take a quick look at the big board here today. We're up more than 300 points after we had that scare on Monday. Remember, we also had a lot of people worried about what was going on over in China, how it was affecting our stock markets here. Looks like we're having a day that's in the green. So that's some good news here for those investors, as we again have been keeping a close eye on the stocks
here this week. So once again, as soon as we do have that White House press briefing taking place, we'll be jumping into that here for you on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and play out another press conference that took place just earlier here this morning. As I mentioned, President Biden was speaking at the COVID summit, announcing his efforts to help with the COVID-19 virus that's been spreading across the world. I want to go back and replay some of those remarks here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, this was something we had heard earlier this morning. Going to be listening in here now on Live Now from Fox.
That world is going to be much better prepared for future pandemics. We have to do both. This summit is about supercharging our efforts in 3 key areas: vaccinating the world by dramatically ramping up vaccine production, donations, delivery, and administering the vaccine, which is a logistical challenge. Addressing the oxygen crisis in many hospitals around the world, making other treatments more accessible, and increasing the availability of public health tools like masks and tests. And building back better so that our global health security infrastructure is more resilient than it is today. We've all suffered. The United States has lost more than 670,000 of our fellow Americans. Worldwide, the death toll is above 4.5 million people. 4.5 million people. And this is a global tragedy. And we're not going to solve this crisis with half measures or middle-of-the-road ambitions. We need to go big, and we need to do our part. Governments, the private sector, civil society, leaders, philanthropists. This is an all-hands-on-deck crisis. And the good news is we know how to beat this pandemic: vaccines, public health measures, and collective action. During the first 8 months of my presidency, we have worked aggressively to get Americans and the world vaccinated. As President of the United States, my first responsibility is to protect the American people. And I'm proud that we've gone from 2 million Americans being fully vaccinated when I took office in January 20th to 182 million and counting today in America. But we also know that to beat the pandemic here, we need to beat it everywhere. And I made and I'm keeping the promise that America will become the as were the arsenal for democracy during World War II. We've already shipped nearly 160 million doses to 100 countries, more than every other country has donated combined. America's donations of 500 million Pfizer vaccines through COVAX that I've announced before the G7 summit in June have already begun to ship. Today, I'm announcing another historic commitment. The United States is buying another 500 million doses of Pfizer to donate to low and middle income countries around the world. This is another 500 million doses that will all be shipped by this time next year. And it brings our total commitment of donated vaccines to over 1.1 billion vaccines to be donated. Put another way, for every 1 shot we've administered to date in America, we have now committed to do 3 shots to the rest of the world. I want to thank Pfizer and its CEO and chairman, Albert. Albert's been a good friend and has been helpful. They've been and continue to be partners and a leader in this fight. And the United States is leading the world on vaccination donations. We need, as we're doing that, we need other high-income countries to deliver on their own ambitious vaccine donations and pledges. That's why today we're launching the EU-US vaccine partnership to work more closely together and with our partners and expanding global vaccinations. And as we do so, we should unite around the world on a few principles. That we commit to...
And just a heads up, some of you going into a quick break.
Not selling doses to low and lower income countries, and that the donations come with no political strings attached. And that we support COVAX as the main distributor for sharing WHO-approved vaccines. And that we fight vaccine disinformation and exercise transparency to build vital public trust in these life-saving tools. It's also important that we are working toward common goals and targets so that we can measure our progress and hold ourselves and each other accountable. Secretary of State Blinken will be
And for our viewers not with us, you are going to be seeing our commercial break slate as we get you more information on the Gabby Petito case coming up here in just moments. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to keep you up to date on the latest with the Gabby Petito case. A live look here in Florida as, again, we do have that search underway for Brian Laundrie. But, of course, a lot of people yesterday had a lot of heartfelt words coming to the Petito Schmidt family after the autopsy was confirmed that it was Gabby Petito. We're bringing in Fox's Laura Engel as we, again, are following closely this story. Laura, you're out in Wyoming, where the coroners performed that autopsy yesterday. What else do we know at this time?
You know, right now we can tell you we're still actually outside of the Teton County Coroner's office here in Jackson, Wyoming. This is where the autopsy was performed yesterday. And as you mentioned, identification now 100%. And we know that it was a homicide. But there are still many more questions that need to be answered. There are many more tests that need to be conducted before this can be officially done here at the coroner's office. We're talking toxicology tests, microscopic testing. It has to be done as well. And then and only then will that move on to the next stage where the remains will be transferred to the family. It's our understanding that the stepfather, Jim Schmidt, is still here in the area. And of course, I believe that he is, and he's going to be the one helping to get her back to New York, Long Island to be specific. And we were told yesterday by the family attorney that once the family is all together in one place and they have that moment and they can do the funeral services, then they will give a statement. I believe that it will even be a press conference where we will see the family members come out with the attorney to talk to us about what they've been going through and what the next steps are. So that's what's happening here in Wyoming. And also the area where Gabby Petito's remains were found is a very wide open space. I'm not sure if you have the video, but we got some drone video of that area to show, you know, just this beautiful stream and these rocks and the open trees. That area has now been reopened to campers and hikers. So, you know, the public has access to it at this point. But what's most important about this very specific area is that the FBI still wants to hear from people. As we know, it was that critical tip from another camper that was driving down the road with her GoPro on the dash and spotted the van, the white Ford van that Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie were driving in August that led to this search area where the remains were found. So now they want more people to come forward. Look, if you were in this area, and not just at that campground, in this general area, we have been here since Saturday, and this area in Wyoming is packed with tourists. All the hotels are full. People are walking and hiking and biking, and they want to hear from people who may have been here. Look at your photos. Is there anything in the backdrop that we might use in this investigation? That's what they're looking for. That's what they hope for the public to come forward to help with the next part of this investigation.
And Laura, I know you had mentioned, obviously, Gabby's family waiting for her body to be returned to them, but you were just talking about some of that scenic video, some of the area where, again, this incident did take place. Could we expect it to be re-shut down to all of those visitors if it does happen to become a crime scene where the trial needs to take place, if Brian is brought in?
Right. You know, it's a really good question. And frankly, it could be a little bit surprising to some that this area has been cleared, but with something so horrific being found. The remains of this young woman, 22 years old, just yards from her campsite, from what we've been told, across this beautiful river creek. But they had to open it up. And it's our understanding that the FBI has concluded their investigation, their forensic investigation at the scene. We have talked to some people who have been there who have noted that there are orange paint marks on some of the natural areas, the rocks and the trees where evidence was gathered to mark that. But now people are allowed back in there, and that's as of right now. But again, you know, you're right. If somebody comes forward, if we hear some more information and they need to go back in there, we could be looking at something like that.
And finally, Laura, I just wanted to ask you, obviously these autopsy results had to have found something to call this now a homicide. So have you heard anything more about when more results may be released to us? And of course, have you heard any other items that may have been found that could pertain to what led them to call it a homicide?
You know, they are being tight-lipped. We have repeatedly called, and we're the last ones standing out here outside of the coroner's office. We keep calling them and trying to get them to talk to us, and they just won't. And everything has to go through the FBI office in Denver, and they keep directing us to Twitter. And the FBI has said the only information we are going to give you about cause of death, about anything that has to do further with this investigation, is going to come out on Twitter. That's it. End of story. So, you know, as far as we know, you know, we're just looking at those tweets to find out. That's how we found out yesterday. Even though we were standing right here outside of the coroner's office, we found out on our phones that the autopsy was complete and it was confirmed to be her. So while we wait for that, you know, we're also keeping an eye on the attorneys and the family and trying to stay in contact with them. And once we find out more information, we'll, of course, provide it to you.
Yeah, all right. Well, we do appreciate your update. Again, Fox's Laura Engel joining us from Wyoming outside of the coroner's office. Again, we appreciate your time giving us this update here today.
Thank you.
And as we continue to talk more about this case, I do want to take us back to some of those scenes we've been seeing from Florida, because we do know that the nature reserve where they're searching for Brian Laundrie has a lot of tough terrain that we do have crews making their way through. Now, earlier here this morning, we do know that there was some dive teams that were also called to this area, as they've now been shifting their focus in the 2,500-acre reserve. They've now shifted their focus toward the side of Venice to help track down Brian. Now, they haven't said whether that was because of anything found. Again, latest update from police yesterday said that yesterday's search on Tuesday didn't turn up anything of note. And then also they have been receiving several calls. We just heard Laura talking about how FBI still continues to ask for people to come forward with any pieces of evidence, any information, pictures, videos, whatever they may believe to have pertaining to this case, come forward with it. Now, it did cause some frantic rumors to be spread last night. Sarasota police said they had received several calls and emails overnight due to rumors that Brian was in custody. However, that is not the case. So again, this is something that we've been following here closely for you. And as I mentioned, divers now on scene. Sarasota County Sheriff's Office dive team was called to the site. And again, while it wasn't immediately clear what that result was, we did hear from the Northport police that they said, you know, this is part of the standards of where we are shifting our search to. We need to get into some of these bodies of water. That it also includes bringing in some sonar equipment as well. You can see these swamp buggies making their way through some of these areas. And as the officials have been saying, it is a tough area to try to make their way through, and such a large area at that. So we're going to be staying on top of the latest here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to get in these different live pictures. Again, this was our chopper video of just some of the search efforts taking place earlier this morning. We also have people down on the ground outside of the nature reserve. We also have people outside of the police station in Northport. So we're actually going to be hearing from Fox's Jonathan Seary coming up in less than a half hour. So coming up here very soon, we'll also be getting an update on what he's been hearing from police there in Florida as well. So A lot more developments coming in today, and we're staying on top of that here for you on Live Now from Fox. And do appreciate all the viewers staying with us as we try to continue to keep everyone up to date with the latest. What we're going to do is I see we have Jen Psaki stepping up to the podium. We're going to jump into that White House press briefing for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Need the largest donation of COVID-19 vaccines by a single country ever. Overall, we have now shipped nearly 160 million of these doses to 100 countries around the world, from Peru to Pakistan, Sri Lanka to Sudan, El Salvador to Ethiopia. To put this in perspective, the United States has now delivered more free doses than every other country in the world. Combined, millions more get shipped each week, and importantly, our donations come with zero strings attached. Today's announcement brings our total to over 1.1 vaccines donated to the world overall. And we're building from here. This is obviously a huge commitment. And another piece to put it in perspective, for every shot we are delivering here, we're giving we're committing 3 shots to the rest of the world. This commitment also comes as part of a joint EU-US vaccine sharing commitment that the United States and Europe will share doses globally to enhance vaccination rates, with a priority on sharing through COVAX and improving vaccination rates urgently in low and middle income countries. We welcome the EU's announcement today that they will donate over 500 million doses. This is in addition to the doses we have financed through COVAX. And these announcements come as part of today's, of course, summit and global COVID-19 summit, which gathered together convened heads of state and leaders from over 100 countries. Let's see. With that, I just wanted to also note the Vice President also spoke just recently at this summit, and she announced the U.S. is contributing at least $250 million to establish a new global health security financial intermediary fund at the World Bank to coalesce resources for pandemic preparedness. With that, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks. Media along the border have reported that many Haitians are being released into the United States. Can you clarify why they're not being placed on expulsion flights to Haiti? And does the administration have any concern that these releases undercut the public messaging that Haitians should not come to the border?
Well, let me explain to you a little bit of how the process works. So DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, continues to expel migrants under CDC's Title 42 authority. Those who cannot be expelled, and this has been the case and been our policy and process for migrants coming from any country around the world under Title 42 and who do not have a legal basis to remain, are placed in either expedited, in a form of removal proceedings. And individuals who are not immediately removed are either placed in alternative to detention or transported to an ICE facility. If they are placed in an alternative to detention, there's also a process required, a legal document, a document they would have. As a part of that process, Border Patrol agents collect biometric and biographic information, fingerprints, photos, phone numbers, and an address in the United States, and also run a background check as a part of the process. And those who do not report, like anyone who's in our country without legal status, are subject to removal by ICE. I give you all of that to understand the different steps in the process. Obviously, there are flights. We need to have enough flights to transport individuals to Haiti or to other countries. And there are a range of flights, as you know, that are going to different parts of the world, depending, and those are in process. So if we're not, if there isn't a flight ready yet, those individuals may be placed in alternatives to detention, and there, as I noted, is this mechanism where these documents are required.
And could you offer any further details on the call that happened late this morning between President Biden and President Macron? How long did it last? Sure. How was the tone? With how much, there was quite a bit of detail in the a readout of plans for the meeting. How much of that was worked out beforehand, before the presidents even got together?
Sure. Well, as we've noted in the past, to take your last question first, there have been ongoing discussions and engagements at a variety of levels between the United States and France. So certainly the possibility of a meeting was something that was naturally discussed in advance, but also natural for the president to raise that and discuss it at the leader level. In terms of the tone of the call, it was friendly. It was one where we're hopeful, and the president is hopeful, this is a step in returning to normal in a long, important, abiding relationship that the United States has with France. It was about 30 minutes long. As we noted in the readout, and as you said, it was extensive, but part of during the conversation, the president reaffirmed the strategic importance of French and European engagement, I should say, in the Indo-Pacific region, something that we look forward to continuing to work with them on. And as we said in the readout, the French ambassador will return to Washington next week, and he will then start intensive work with U.S. officials. So that will be part of the ongoing next steps that we go from here. And as we also noted, they will meet in Europe at the end of October.
If I may just quickly follow up on that. Boris Johnson earlier today dismissed French anger over the submarine deal, saying the French officials should get a grip. Substantively, does the administration agree with the Prime Minister's criticism that the French have failed to acknowledge the value of AUKUS and the submarine deal to global security? And then secondly, is calling on the French to get a grip helpful at this point?
Well, I can only speak for our relationship with the French and our relationship with the United Kingdom. And I will say that the president during this call, as we said in the readout, acknowledged that there could be there could have been more discussion in advance of the announcement. And that was an important message for him to convey during that conversation. So I can't speak to the comments and whether they're constructive or not from other countries.
Jen, hey, go ahead. Thanks, Jen. Follow up on immigration. I have one on the schedule today. So Secretary Mayorkas has now been asked twice on the Hill, and he's not been able to provide an answer to this. So I want to ask you, do you have the numbers? How many Haitians have been deported? How many have been processed? And how many have been allowed to stay in the United States?
I certainly understand why you're asking, and understand why people have been asking Secretary Mayorkas. Those are numbers that are the Department of Homeland Security would have the most up-to-date numbers.
But why is it so hard to keep track of a simple number like that? Why can't you give it? Why can't he give it? It's been 2 days now he's been asked that.
I'm certain they will provide it. It's an absolutely fair question to ask, and I'm certain he just wanted to have the most up-to-date numbers to provide.
On the campaign trail, then candidate, President Biden said, we're going to restore our moral standing in the world and our historic role as a safe haven for refugees and asylum seekers. How does what's happening on the border right now with Haitian refugees square with that?
Well, which aspect of what's happening at the border?
What's happening with the Haitians?
Do you mean the photos we've seen, or do you mean
photos? Yeah, them.
Well, first, we understand and agree that this has been an incredibly heart-wrenching issue. We've watched the photos of Haitians gathering under a bridge, many with families, and the horrific video of the CBP officers on horses using brutal and inappropriate measures against innocent people. I think it's important to address that and separately address what our immigration policies are, and understand that people are combining them, but that's why I asked that question. I would also reiterate that there is an investigation that will be completed by next week, which the Secretary confirmed, that will determine the next steps on both policy and personnel. All important questions people are asking, and in the interim, those individuals were placed on administrative leave and will not be interacting with any migrants. So as it relates to those photos and that horrific video, we're not going to stand for that kind of inhumane treatment, and obviously we want this investigation to be completed rapidly. I will say, on the broader question you were asking, the president remains committed to putting in place a humane and orderly immigration system that includes an established and efficient process for applying for asylum, that includes a range of programs for individuals to apply to stay in the United States. That requires Congress acting, and it requires also health conditions improving as we are in the middle of a pandemic. And we are continuing to expel people coming from a range of countries as we are continuing to apply Title 42, because there is a global pandemic that is ongoing. So I would think it's important to note that our policies, our border restrictions, are being applied not just to Haitians, but to people who are coming irregularly to migrate to the country from anywhere. More than 90,000 people were expelled in August. That was even before what we've seen in the troubling photos under the bridge. We are applying immigration laws. We are applying what are border requirements, and we are applying Title 42, which again is
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick commercial break.
we're in a global pandemic.
Quickly on the schedule today, with all the Democrats that are here, would you describe where we at on the president's economic plan as a make or break moment?
I would never describe it that way, but I would say, look, this is an important moment where we're in a pivotal period of our negotiations and discussions, and we always knew and have always known that as we get close to points where there are votes called or where there are key moments that Congress has on the calendar, that there needs to be deeper engagement by the president. That's what you're seeing happen today, as you've seen in our announcement of his schedule. He's meeting not just with leadership, he's also meeting with members of a range of caucuses across a broad spectrum of beliefs in the Democratic Party. And he sees his role as uniting and as working to bring together people over common agreement on a path forward. And that's his objective. So yes, these meetings are important. He's looking forward to hearing from people and looking forward to playing a role in bringing people together over achieving our shared goal of lowering costs for people and making the tax system more fair. Oh, go ahead, April, and then I'll go.
Jen, just bear with me because there are a lot of moving parts on this issue. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus were here today meeting with the National Security Team, Cedric Richmond and Susan Rice. Yep. Can you give us an update, because they were talking about Haiti, the immigration issue at the border. Could you give us an update on that and what is expected for tomorrow's meeting with civil rights leaders, be it teleconference or what have you, with White House officials?
Just what do you mean by an update exactly? An update on what happened in the meeting?
What happened in the meeting, what was given to them, what did they ask for? Because black leaders are making big asks of this crisis moment.
Tell me more about what you think they're asking for.
Okay, what they're asking for, the asylum process, what does that look like? Reverend Al Sharpton is going to the border tomorrow to see what that looks like, if people are actually being able to get asylum who's here. Also, you talked about the condemnation of what the patrol agents were doing with the reins or whip, whatever, with the intent to lash, to hurt people, to keep them away from the border. They want to know, is that practice going to still be in place? Horses and the lashing, those kind of issues.
So I just wanted to have clarity on exactly what you were asking about, April. That's it. On the second piece, there is an investigation that is ongoing that the Secretary of Homeland Security has made clear he wants to happen quickly, and he wants the outcome to be done by next week. Once that process is concluded, that will help be a determinant in any policy decisions and personnel decisions both. All important questions. I'm sure that was what was conveyed as well. On the first part, I think in the answer I gave just a few minutes ago here, I think what we are conveying to anyone who are our partners, whether they are civil rights leaders, members of the CBC, and others who have important questions here, is how outraged we also are by these photos and this video, our commitment to this investigation, but also how our immigration processing system works. And in response to Amar's question before, what I tried to lay out is what happens, right? No matter where you are coming from, if you are irregularly migrating, we are still applying Title 42 because we are in the middle of a public health crisis. This is what is conveyed to anyone who has questions. Those individuals who are eligible to stay in the United States through a range of our programs, that they would be allowed to stay in the United States through a range of our programs. If they are, there are some who are placed into removal processes where they also can make the case, whether it's fear of returning back to countries, etc. They will go through the process as well. So I'm sure what they are doing is explaining exactly what our immigration processes are and reiterating as well our outrage at the photos and the video.
But bear with me because this is moving pieces. But with asylum, there are people, advocates, immigration advocates, especially for advocating for the Haitian migrants right now. They're saying that this administration is breaking UN policies and its own policies by moving people out before allowing them to ask for asylum. Is that the case?
First of all, April, what we are doing, one, Haiti has temporary protected status. for people who arrived here before July 29th. That is not a status that most other people who are irregularly migrating from other countries have. As individuals, as we go through this process, as I outlined just a few minutes ago, individuals who cannot be expelled under Title 42, a range of reasons why they may not be able to be. Those individuals are placed into removal proceedings. That is where the process would take place, where they would apply for a variety of programs. While they're in that process, they are required to also provide biometric and biographic information and data. So that's how the process works. What is important for people to know and understand is that this is how our immigration and border requirements apply to everyone, whether they're coming from Haiti or any country in South or Central America.
But you have Africans as well, that you said there are people from other places, but you have Africans, Cameroonians, Ugandans, and Senegalese who are coming to that border as well. What happens with them as they are looking for asylum? Do you lump them into the same category with the Haitians that are at the border, be it Del Rio or wherever along
I
the
think
border?
the point I'm making, April, and then we just have to move on to get to more people, is that anyone who's coming from anywhere, if there's temporary protected status for their country, as there are for Haitians who arrived before July, that they can apply through that program. If they're coming from other countries where we don't have that status, then they are expelled according to Title 42. If they are not, if they can't be expelled according to Title 42, they're placed in expedited removal or in alternatives to detention, no matter what country they're coming from. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. Going back to the phone call this morning briefly with the French president, did President Biden apologize to Emmanuel Macron?
He acknowledged that there could have been greater consultation. And the call, again, as I stated earlier, was a friendly call, and there was agreement that we wanted to move forward in our relationship.
The French translation said that open consultation, quote, would have made it possible to avoid this situation. The English translation said the situation would have benefited from open consultation. So similar, but not entirely the same. So did the president apologize to his French friend?
He acknowledged there could have been greater consultation, but again, this call was really focused on the path forward and returning back to normal and the important work we have to do with the French ahead.
Was the president using this as a learning point, perhaps? Who does he believe, or should he have been more aware of potential fallout from this? Has he had conversations with any staff members, like the Secretary of State or the National Security Advisor, about exactly how this breakdown happened?
We always look to assess how we can make improvements to how we do consultations, and certainly they'll apply, and that part of that happens through conversations with members of his national security team, and we'll work to apply those moving forward.
Does he hold Jake Sullivan responsible for this?
He certainly doesn't hold anyone. He holds himself responsible, and certainly, though, he has a responsibility to talk to his team always about how we can best manage our diplomatic relationships, and that's what he does in any scenario.
One more small question on the meetings this afternoon. On the price tag, is the president still committed to the $3.5 trillion price tag, or does he believe now that more flexibility on that number is warranted?
Well, even before today or before this week, the president has always been open to negotiations and discussions, and knew that he was not going to be alone able to wave a magic wand and pass a proposal, right? So part of the objective today, while he's meeting with a range of members with a range of viewpoints, which we welcome, is to see where people are and work to see how we can get this across the finish line moving forward. What he's encouraged by is the fact that there is actually, I know we focus a lot, understandably, on areas of disagreement. There's a lot of agreement on lowering costs for American families, on making sure we're investing now in addressing the climate crisis, and making the tax system more fair. There's a lot of agreement on that. And it's a point where we need to figure out what the path forward is. The president's going to play a role in hopefully uniting people around the next steps. Go ahead.
Just to follow up again on the French, you said in the statements that there will be a meeting in late October. Is that in France? Is that on the sidelines of the G20 or the COP26?
Well, there are some international forums that are happening next month that might bring the president to Europe. I don't have any formal announcements yet to make, but to your question, we're still finalizing what it looks like exactly.
Democratic negotiators on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act say the bipartisan talks are dead. Is that the view of the White House? Is there any response to this announcement that it's apparently over?
Well, I'd also say there was a statement put out by Senator Booker, who is a key, I think you were referencing that. I think that was the statement you were referencing. So I would say that first, the president and everyone in the administration, we have been strongly supportive of Senator Booker and Representative Bass in their efforts, and we're greatly appreciative of their efforts, which we consider to be ongoing. Unfortunately, Republicans rejected reforms that even the previous president had supported and refused to engage on key issues that many in law enforcement were willing to address. And so we are disappointed. The president is disappointed, even after Senator Booker and Representative Bass did yeoman's work, even after they worked to secure law enforcement support and showed they were willing to find consensus. So yes, we acknowledge, of course, what the negotiators have conveyed publicly at this point in time. I can convey to you that in the coming weeks, we're going to consult the president. We will all, our team, will consult with members of Congress, the law enforcement, civil rights communities, and victims' families to discuss a path forward, including potential executive actions the president can take to ensure we live up to the American ideal of equality, justice under law.
And on the situation on the southern border, there was a meeting today with members of the CBC. The vice president talked to the Homeland Security Secretary to express concern. How often does this get to the president? Does he get briefed on these situations, or is he just getting into news reports?
Of course he gets briefed on them, absolutely, by his team.
Okay. Well, to the point that we were trying to ask him about yesterday, what is his impression of this situation down there? What does he make of how those Border Patrol agents were seen to be interacting with these migrants? And, where is he on dealing with these wide range of immigration issues that continue to challenge this government?
Well, Ed, on the subject of the video footage and the photos, the president was horrified by that, just as we all were. He, of course, received a briefing and update from his national security team on the efforts by the Secretary of Homeland Security to launch an investigation, and one that he would like to see concluded rapidly. As it relates to our efforts to implement our immigration laws and border requirements, the president is quite hopeful, as he conveyed on his first day in office when he introduced an immigration bill, that we can take steps to put in place a more humane, a more orderly system, especially after a very broken one over the last several years, that has better asylum processing, that has a better system and a range of programs individuals can apply to. The president also believes and knows, as we all do, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and we need to continue to administer Title 42, which expels individuals who come to the border. So he is horrified by the photos and the footage. He is also committed to implementing and abiding by our laws.
And what is your understanding of what transpired in the Oval Office yesterday when we were all in there trying to hear from the president and the prime minister?
Which aspect?
Well, the British prime minister in the American Oval Office called out British reporters, and then when American reporters tried to call in the American president, we were escorted out, let's put it that way.
Well, I think in that circumstance, and I think our relationship with the United Kingdom and with Prime Minister Johnson is so strong and abiding, we will be able to move forward beyond this. But he called on individuals from his press corps without alerting us to that intention in advance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just following up on this very basic but very important question. Mm-hmm. You're telling us that the DHS chief has the most recent numbers about how many of these Haitians under the bridge have been sent back and how many have been released into the U.S. The DHS chief is telling us that he doesn't know. So who else can we ask?
You can certainly ask the Department of Homeland Security. I am confident, Peter. I am confident he wanted to have the most up-to-date numbers, and we will venture to get you those, I promise you, this afternoon.
Is this an issue of not knowing, or is this an issue of a lot more people are being released into the U.S. than are being sent out?
That is certainly not the issue. First, I think it's important to reiterate what I conveyed earlier about what the actual process is. Individuals are expelled under Title 42. If they can't be expelled under Title 42, they are put into a removal process. If they are put into a removal process, they're either transported to an ICE facility or released with a legal document. That legal document includes fingerprints, photos, phone numbers, an address in the United States, and a background check. That's the process that transpires. That's a part of our immigration process, regardless of where you're coming from.
And just because you keep using Title 42 to defend this administration's immigration policies, that is a Trump-era regulation. You guys came in saying that the Trump-era immigration policy was very inhumane.
Title 42 is not an immigration policy. It is a health authority because we're in the middle of a pandemic. The Trump administration approach to immigration was inhumane and was immoral. That's why we need to put a new policy in place, and we need Congress to pass that policy.
Unified control, democratic control of Congress. Many months in office, you have not even tried.
That's not actually true. There's been a Peter, just factual here. There's been a bill proposed first day in office. Currently, it was proposed as a part of steps were proposed as part of the reconciliation process. Right, the parliamentarian rejected that proposal. They're going back and proposing new options. President supports that. He would like to see immigration reform passed into law, more humane processes.
Just one more. Has President Biden ever been to the southern border?
In his life?
Yes.
I will have to look back in my history books and check the times he's been to the southern border.
We have been looking all morning, and we cannot find any record of him visiting the border as president, vice president, senator, or even as a concerned citizen. Why would that be?
I can check and see when the last time or when he may have been. But tell me more about why you're asking.
Because this is a president who makes a point when there are disasters in this country, like a wildfire or a hurricane, to go and see for himself firsthand what the needs are of the local community so that he can have an informed POV to make policy. Why doesn't he do that? Why doesn't he go down to Del Rio, Texas and see what's going on?
Well, first of all, Peter, I think the situation at the border is the result of a broken system. And the president certainly relies on his experience. So whether it was the work he did to address root causes as vice president, his efforts when he was in the Senate to support comprehensive immigration reform, steps that at a time were being done and worked toward in a bipartisan way, something that certainly we think should be the case today. He uses all of his experiences to inform how he governs, how he approaches challenges, and certainly he looks again at the last 4 years and the separation of children who were ripped from the arms of their parents as a way he does not want to proceed. So all of his experiences and his time in office, whether vice president or Senate, inform his approach to issues. Go ahead.
The Brazilian health minister tested positive for coronavirus. He shook hands and spent time with Boris Johnson on Monday. Boris Johnson spent time privately with President Biden yesterday in the Oval Office. Can you just give us a sense of the level of concern at the White House about that? What, if anything's been done? How often the president is tested, and any updates?
Sure. The president is tested regularly. I think I conveyed he was tested last week. I can check if there's more recent tests over the last several days. But as it relates to this specific incident, of course, we take our protocols very seriously. White House protocols and his presidential travel protocols are based on CDC risk mitigation guidelines, and that includes the CDC definition of a close contact to determine when someone may be at higher risk for contracting COVID. Based on this definition and precautions put in place by our team in the UN, we're not implementing any new protocols or new testing as it relates to those incidents.
There's nothing different that happened in the last 24 hours since he was with Boris Johnson because of his exposure?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you about this meeting a little bit later today if I can. First, does the president want to vote on both the reconciliation budget package, or the budget reconciliation package, and the bipartisan infrastructure package to take place on Monday?
The president trusts the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer, and certainly he'll work closely with them to get these across the finish line.
Bottom line, Americans are watching this. Who needs to give here, the progressive Democrats or the moderate Democrats?
Sometimes there's need for compromise from every end, but he'll know more after these discussions today in the coming days.
So let me ask this then, if I can, Jen. So the president, he campaigned, and in his first months in office, he campaigned on this message of unity and competence, that he could make Washington work, that he would rebuild, revitalize these alliances. Now Americans are seeing headlines about Democrats divided about what they're going to do on this agenda. France is furious at the U.S. There's frustration among allies about Afghanistan. What should Americans make of that, given what they've seen in recent weeks?
Well, let me take each of those issues. The president just had a friendly phone call with the president of France where they agreed to meet in October and continue close consultations and work together on a range of issues.
And where he acknowledged a failure, right, that he should have communicated better and advanced that.
Well, again, I think in terms of the level of American concerns, acknowledging there can be closer coordination and consultation, I don't think is going to be the height of concern for most of the American people. But anyone who's concerned about our relationship with France can rest assured that they had a friendly phone call and we have a path forward.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick commercial break.
This is a messy sausage-making process. The president today, what Americans should be encouraged by is the president is bringing people of a range of viewpoints on big, important packages that are going to make their lives better here to the White House to have a discussion about it. He's rolling up his sleeves. He's welcoming them to the Oval Office. He'll have some COVID-safe snacks, whatever may happen. People should be encouraged by that. And that's the kind of president he is. He's going to be deeply engaged with getting bills and legislation across the finish line to make their lives better.
I guess then just to punctuate that, why do you think in the most recent poll from Gallup that 43% of Americans now approve of his handling of the job, which had been well above 50% only a matter of weeks ago? What do you think in the eyes of Americans has changed that you guys have not done well enough?
Well, I think the country is going through a lot right now, and people are still under the threat of COVID. That is concerning to a lot of people. We see that in polls as well. Even as they approve of the president's handling of COVID, that's still something impacting people's lives. There's a great deal of anxiety about that. We understand that. But our objective is to keep pushing his agenda forward and keep making their lives better and, look at that over the long term. Go ahead.
Jen, I was struck by what you said in response to Ed's question about what happened yesterday in the Oval Office.
Okay.
Can you shed a little bit more light on this? Did the president feel he was upstaged by the British Prime Minister yesterday?
I think the president has not spent a moment worrying about it.
Can I ask you, because there are so many issues that we have discussed here that are of interest to the public, everything from the collapse of the police reform negotiations on Capitol Hill today to the pivotal period we're in, 8 days before the end of the fiscal year and no deal yet to avoid a government shutdown a week from tomorrow. When can we expect to hear, or when can we expect to have the opportunity to ask the president substantive, pointed questions about these matters in a way that he will elaborate on his views?
Well, first, the president knows that he was elected not just to get the pandemic under control and put people back to work, but protect our democracy and stand up for what's right and be transparent. And certainly part of that is engaging with all of you. I would note that he answered questions 135 times leading up to September, 3 times last week. And he'll keep looking for forums to answer questions from all of you, something that he sees as vitally important to our democracy.
But in this month of September, most of the occasions we've had have been fleeting. In fact, there are some occasions where he's only taken one question and walked away, and most of those occasions have occurred outside of this building. So when can we expect to have an opportunity to actually ask the president questions in a formal setting?
Again, Steve, I'm not trying to diminish or ask for a formal press conference, which certainly I'm sure we will have another one. But I will convey to you that as it relates to providing information to the public, elevating the importance of the freedom of press to our democracy, that I don't know that the format, whether it is multiple shorter Q&As or a longer formal press conference, is at the top of the list of the American public's concern.
We intend to raise the matters of concern to the public at those press conferences.
As you have during 140 times you've asked the president questions. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple to follow on Macron first. The French had called for the cancellation of the EU-U.S. Trade and Tech Summit in Pittsburgh next week. After the phone call today, do you expect that to go forward?
We're still, our officials who are planning to attend are still planning to attend.
With no sense of if the Europeans are.
We're continuing to plan for an inaugural meeting of the group in Pittsburgh as a follow-on to the commitment made several months ago.
The readout said that the U.S. was committed to reinforcing support for French counterterrorism operations. I'm wondering if that is sort of a broad, we're allies and partners, or if that was, we should read between the lines that is some new commitment that we've given to the French in terms of tangible support.
I would read it more as the former, in that they're an important partner in the Indo-Pacific. They're an important partner around the world, and certainly addressing the threat of terrorism that has metastasized and changed over the course of the last 20 years is a vital priority for us, as it is a vital priority to the French. And as I noted, when the ambassador comes back, there'll be consultations. Obviously, there'll be a meeting between President Biden and President Macron, and I'm sure they'll discuss this and a range of issues.
The Fed today shifted forward their projections of when the economy would be ready for a rate hike, which suggests economic strength, which I assume you'd be happy about, but obviously many Americans are still struggling, so I wonder if you agree with that assessment from the Federal Reserve.
We certainly agree with the independence of the Federal Reserve and their right to make decisions it deems necessary on monetary policy. I would note that even just yesterday, the OECD projected 6% GDP growth, certainly a positive sign, which is nearly double what was projected in December. And the OECD also increased its projection for U.S. GDP growth in 2022. So we've seen a number of positive signs as it relates to economic growth. That doesn't mean that every issue, to your point, every American is having as it relates to inequality or access is solved. It's not. But our focus and our policies is to address those over the long term.
On the congressional meetings today.
All right, guys, we've been listening into the White House press briefing again. A lot of questions aimed at the crisis that's happening down at our border. Just want to give you a quick live look down in Houston. There are some people starting to step out asking for more answers to be released about these refugees and migrants that have been showing up in Del Rio, and again, the treatment of the people who've been arriving to the U.S. border has also been something that many people are talking about. We are supposed to have a press conference with some representatives soon as well, so if we do see that, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, this has been something that the Biden administration has been being pushed on, is just addressing what is happening down in the state of Texas. Governor Abbott's been calling out the administration, as well as now people in the community, not just down in Del Rio, but you can see across Texas. So again, this is a live look in Houston. I'm going to send some of our viewers off into a quick commercial break. When we come back, and continue to listen in as Jen Psaki's answering reporter questions.
The president acknowledged that greater consultation would have been helpful in this case, but it was about how to work together as we look ahead. It was not about offering a specific proposal or policy item.
Can I ask you about immigration? Now that the parliamentarian has ruled against including immigration in reconciliation, and I recognize that Democrats are going to push for other avenues within reconciliation, but beyond reconciliation, what is the Biden administration's path forward for immigration? The president, as a candidate, campaigned on this issue. What type of relief is possible, and what can the Biden administration do to bring that?
Well, first, I would say our current and immediate focus is on supporting the efforts of senators who have been vocal about their desire, as you said, to put forward alternate proposals to be considered by the parliamentarian, and see where that goes. There are a range of passionate leaders in the Senate, in the House, who want to see immigration reform happen. And we will certainly continue to work with them to see what vehicle and path forward, what that looks like. But that's our next step right now, is assessing, is them putting forward an option for the parliamentarian to consider.
Go ahead. John, back on the French call for a moment. Did the president seek or receive any clarity from President Macron on why the French decided to recall the ambassador, take that step which had never been taken before? And does the president himself think that that step was commensurate with the offense?
I think, Anne, as I've conveyed a little bit, the focus was really on the relationship moving forward. And as we noted in the readout, the French ambassador is returning later on this week. And the 30-minute call was really more about how we can work together in a substantive way on shared areas of interest.
So he's not worried that the Ambassador Etienne would be yanked again if the next thing doesn't go right?
I think he's committed to working together to ensure there is consultation moving forward, close consultation, as is evidenced by their plans for a meeting in October.
On the coronavirus summit this morning, the president said rightly that the U.S. is a leader in vaccine donation, but as you well know, there is criticism of the U.S. for the prospect of booster shots, a third shot in many cases for Americans before most in Africa have had one. Was that a topic of discussion? Why didn't we hear anything from the president or from the UN ambassador on that point today in their opener?
Well, we're now donating 3 shots globally for every 1 shot we've put in the arm of an American. And our view continues to be that we can do both, and it's a false choice. Our view also continues to be that, frankly, the rest of the world needs to step up and do more. And now we're at the point where, of course, we've now committed to over 1.1 billion vaccines donated, but we're also committed to we also have a partnership with the Quad. Obviously, they're meeting later this week to produce at least 1 billion doses. Our work to boost vaccine manufacture in South Africa is going to produce 500 million single-dose regimens in Africa for Africa, and we will continue to do more. Share doses, scale manufacturing, invest in vaccines abroad. You heard the president talk about that. But we also need the world to do more, especially developed economies that can do more to contribute to this effort to defeat the pandemic. Go ahead. Sorry, Deb, we'll continue.
Great. Just following Jen on Ann's question there, you keep saying that the president will engage in deep consultations with the French. You could have said that in 1949 when the French first joined NATO. So I'm trying to understand here what is different now after this than it was before. Is the president's vision here that you simply go back to the way things were, where clearly that consultation process failed? Or is the president's vision that you have a new project of some kind with the French that begins to make reparations for what they view as what they've lost?
I think, David, it's more about we've had a strong relationship for many decades. Of course, yes, there's been ups and downs in that relationship, but the president's objective is that we should go back to normal and that we should go back to a relationship where we work closely together on a range of issues facing the global community, addressing COVID, the global economy, security, the Indo-Pacific, and how we work together in those mechanisms will determine as we keep having close consultations and discussions moving forward.
One question on the Quad meeting, which is coming up on Friday. So you'll have the Australians there, but then you'll also have India and Japan. Would you envision for them a similar kind of military role that you've now defined with the Australians?
AUKUS, what would it become? JAUKUS? JIAUKUS?
Awkward AUKUS? I don't know, something like that. Yeah.
Look, I think, David, that the announcement of AUKUS last week was not meant to be an indication, and I think this is a message the president also sent to Macron, that there's no one else who will be involved in security in the Indo-Pacific. Of course, it's a topic of discussion, an important topic in conversations, with the French, with a range of countries who have a direct interest in the region. I can convey to you that we will have a preview call on the Quad meeting, which I know there's a lot of excitement about, for probably tomorrow in advance of that meeting, where we'll go through more detail of the planned agenda for the meeting as well. Go ahead, Jen.
Jen, China's Evergrande agreed to settle interest payments on a domestic bond today. I know this is very wonky, but it's impacted.
We love wonky in here.
The market.
Everyone's a nerd in here in some way.
Is the White House satisfied with that solution, and do you have more concerns about contagion from that particular company?
Well, as I said the other day, and I'm happy to talk to the Treasury team to see if there's anything more we can offer. Obviously, the majority of their business is in China or has been in China, and we, of course, closely monitor the markets and the impact on the global markets, which is something certainly the Treasury Department does. So that's where we look and assess in terms of how it relates to the United States. So I don't have anything new to provide from here, but I'm happy to check with them if there's anything in addition.
All right, and just to follow up on the meetings this afternoon, can you give us a sense of how President Biden plans to bridge those divides? I know he's going to listen, and I know you've talked about him wanting to hear from all sides and be more engaged. How does he get there? What does he do? What does he say? What does he give up?
Meetings haven't happened yet. Look, I think the president wants to play a role, and and talking and reminding people of what we have in common, how we can be united in making people's lives better in this country. He understands, and he's been a part of the Democratic Party for 50 years. He understands there are disagreements. Some of those are on the margin, some of them are larger. He's going to listen, he's going to engage, and he's going to hopefully play a constructive role as the leader of the party, as the President of the United States, on moving this important agenda forward. But it's hard for me to assess in advance of the meeting. Maybe we'll have more to say after they're over. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On global vaccines, the administration has previously noted that there's been logistical challenges in getting vaccines out to the countries that are actually in need. Just with this latest round that you just announced today, has the administration adopted any new strategies for increasing the actual deployment of these vaccines, not just the procurement of them?
Well, those cases, I don't know if are you referring to any specific country or just...
In general, you all have noted that it is difficult.
You're right.
in
It has
to
been.
get
What is a good sign, I should say, is that because we've now donated vaccines to a range of countries around the world, we've been able to work through some of those regulatory, legal, logistical hurdles that have been challenges in some places. There are requirements in some countries as well that they have needed to address in order to make it easier to donate vaccines, whether it's ability to transport or maybe they have regulatory requirements. But now that we've done rounds of donating 160 million doses to a range of countries in the world, it should be easier moving forward.
And building off that are the places where...
And just want to give some viewers a heads up, going to step away for a quick break. Last one here in the hour.
They are. So we're going to donate these doses to the same 100 low-income countries as we previously announced a donation of the 500 million doses to in June. So specifically, that's 92 low and middle-income countries as defined by Gavi's COVAX Advanced Market Commitment, and all African Union member states, and 8 additional countries to cover the African Union: South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Libya, the Seychelles, and Mauritius.
Quickly, just on police reform, you mentioned earlier that this is not going to be the end of the administration's efforts, but are we looking at an end of bipartisan efforts in this way? When Biden goes back on the Hill to talk with Democratic leadership and potentially taking executive action of his own, are we going to see another round of attempting to work with Republicans on this issue, or is this officially a place where Democrats just think they have to go it alone?
Well, we're never going to close the door to bipartisanship. Obviously, they just made this announcement today, and we'll see through consultations what the best steps are moving forward. And again, as I noted earlier, that includes leaving the door open to executive actions. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. What's the level of concern right now at the White House about the possibility of a government shutdown next week?
Well, until a CR has passed that funds the government, we'll certainly have a concern. But our goal and our focus is on preventing that from happening. Obviously, the House passed the CR with including raising the debt limit attached. The Senate could pass that today, and we could all rest easy. The government's not going to shut down. The American people could rest easy. We'll see what happens.
Has OMB started working on contingency plans for that possibility of a shutdown?
They're always working on contingency plans, but our focus is on preventing it from happening. Go ahead.
Jen, I spoke with several organizations that have been helping Haitian migrants, and they're saying that even though you have been saying that the U.S. is going to continue with the immigration policy that we have, that it's not a fair process, and for a country that talks about racial justice in this country, that the policies aren't applied accurately. And so I asked them what are some things that they were talking about, specifically on the metering. Is the administration going to put less, sometimes, concentration on guns, ammunition, and border patrols, and also put people in place that can help push the process along? Some of them say that their numbers, they get their numbers and they're bypassed, or that they're just skipped over or not chosen at all. That was one of the issues that they had. That's the first question that I had.
Sure. Well, first I would say, one, as a part of our effort, we have surged resources, and we will continue to surge resources to help address the latter part of your question. On the first part, the reason I went through what I did before about how our process works is to convey that this is how our application of our immigration laws, border requirements work, no matter where you're coming from. And we expelled more than 90,000 people in August. That was prior to the gathering of Haitians under the bridge and all of the photos and the visuals that are so heartbreaking. And as it relates to policies, also very good question. as we go through this investigation to these border patrol officials who obviously were in this horrific video, that will impact. It could impact policies. It could impact certainly personnel. We'll let that process expeditiously conclude, and then I'll defer to the Department of Homeland Security on what that impact will be.
A question on police reform. Derek Johnson, NAACP president, said in reference to politicians that have really not helped in this effort, he said that they've chosen to stand with those who have lynched the very people they are meant to protect and serve. And it's disheartening that there's a lack of courage and bravery to bring about true reform. I mean, I know you've been asked questions over and over about police reform and how realistic we're actually going to see this. But is there any fear that the very people that the president has brought into these meetings over and over on police reform, many of them are now not having faith in what can really happen?
I'm not sure I totally understand your question.
The president has had meetings with Derek Johnson. He's had meetings with National Urban League, even Reverend Al Sharpton, and we're seeing quotes by them now saying how they don't even believe that this administration
critical of the president on police reform?
Absolutely.
Well, I just was trying to understand your question. I would say in Senator Booker's statement and the statements and comments of the negotiators, they've been clear about the support of this administration. As these negotiators were attempting to come to an agreement that had to meet the high bar that they had, they asked us to leave them space for those negotiations to take place. And that's exactly what we did. And we supported them behind the scenes in any way that they asked for. We also agree that it's unfortunate and disappointing that Republicans rejected reforms that even the president had supported and refused to engage on key issues that many in law enforcement were willing to address. We agree. That's incredibly disappointing. And these reforms are long overdue. And that certainly is the president's point of view. Go ahead, Francesca. And then I think I got to wrap it up here in a minute.
All right, so you hear Jen Psaki continuing to answer some of these reporter questions, but I did just want to give everyone just another look, just because we are staying on top of the Gabby Petito case. Again, we do have search efforts continuing down in Florida after yesterday's autopsy did confirm that the body found in Wyoming was Gabby Petito, her death being ruled a homicide. So the search for Brian Laundrie is important. And of course, crews have intensified their efforts with all the resources that they've been using there down on the ground and also up in the air. We've seen some drones that have flown over this area. And again, this is all happening at a Sarasota County preserve that has been going on now for multiple days. So the search had started over the weekend, had a pause briefly on Monday as FBI conducted a search warrant at Brian Laundrie's parents' home, and now has resumed Tuesday and now into Wednesday. So Northport Police said search crews looking and combing through this 25,000-acre Carlton Reserve in Venice to track down Brian, who is the sole person of interest in the case. We continue to follow all updates that have been coming in here to our desk, all the way from Florida to here, as we have heard that dive teams have been brought in, and police said that is to help them search in some bodies of water. So at this 25,000-acre Carlton Reserve in Venice, police and rescue crews, searchers are trying to look for Brian Laundrie. Again, as I have pointed out before, and some viewers didn't know this, but Sarasota police had received a number of calls and emails overnight due to some rumors that Brian had been brought into custody. However, that is not the case. So they are still looking for him. He's still at large at this time. They have only had extensive search efforts and happening here at the Nature Reserve, as again, divers from Sarasota County Sheriff's Office dive team have been called to the site. And at first it wasn't clear exactly why they had come onto scene, but we did hear from Commander Joe Fussell from the North Northport Police Department saying a number of questions about underwater dive vehicles entering the Carlton area. Resources are looking at large bodies of water, including dive teams, boats, and sonar equipment. At this time, this does not mean anything has been found. It's a part of the overall search process. Additionally, right now, NPPD is on scene of a possible self-inflicted death roughly 1 mile from the environmental park. This has nothing to do with the case. So once more, we've been getting in a few more pictures. As I mentioned, as police have been putting a lot of effort into searching this reserve. So some of these photos showing us the teams that are there down on the ground being briefed in the morning time as they are then set out to go and comb through all of that swamp and forest street, just thick vegetation in some areas. Police have also said about 75% of this area is covered in water. So that's why they have brought in additional tools to try to get into some of those bodies of water. Of course, we know and have been reporting dogs have been brought in to help sniff for any traces of Brian. And again, a lot of swamp buggies have been seen as our Skyfox has been giving us some looks from above. So earlier here today, we did get just a very quick, brief piece of sound from, again, the Northport Police Department commander. Let's listen into what he had to say just a little bit earlier here today.
Joe, what are we out here doing today?
We're out here with our law enforcement partners. We're searching for Brian Laundrie in the Carlton Preserve. We've deployed numerous resources and we are trying to cover every acre in this preserve.
What's it like? I mean, we've been out here a number of days. How are people feeling?
I tell you, these guys, our law enforcement partners, they're motivated and they're hungry to find Brian Laundrie.
All right, so as I mentioned, it was very brief, very short, but that was just another piece of content that we had come here to our Live Now from Fox desk that we, of course, wanted to share with our viewers as, again, the search continues in Florida. So teams have been sent out. As you can see here, it's just some of the video from down on the ground that police have shared with us, as we've also had eyes up in the sky sharing us some of the video of just some of that terrain that they have been trying to make their way through. So you can see just some of these pieces of equipment are some items I hadn't even seen before until this time. So here's some aerials from earlier here this morning. Again, newest information coming out says divers with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office dive team called here on site. And over the weekend, investigators had been scouring through here with no results of any clues. And again, that was the case as of Tuesday. So now they're focused today in Venice, which is the other side of the reserve from where they were ending their search before. And investigators, again, out here in full force. They've been using drones. You can see here those swamp buggies. And of course, those dogs trying to all pick up the trail of Brian Laundrie. So this, again, is not a small search that's been happening. This is a 25,000 acres of heavily wooded, swampy land, plenty of wildlife here calling this place home as well. And these past few days, the rain also not making it easy for investigators to be making their way through this terrain. Northport Police Department explaining the terrain is difficult. Essentially, 75% of it is underwater. Other areas that are dry, we're trying to clear. We are expecting to get wet here by the end of the day. This was some words he was speaking yesterday ahead of some rain moving through the area. So again, it's unclear exactly what information Brian's parents have shared with investigators about his whereabouts. And it's not been made clear why the search efforts have shifted to this side of the reserve. Again, they're on the Venice side. So a lot believe that Brian's using this expansive wooded area to try to evade police and use all of this cover to his advantage. Now, again, a lot of phone calls, some emails, information had been pouring in with tips, some people who thought they may have cited him earlier on. For example, on Tuesday, deputies in the Florida Panhandle checking into a Facebook post that showed a person with a similar description to Laundrie on a rural trial cam in the community of Baker. Now, this is dozens of miles away from where the search efforts are, but again, police said they looked into that tip. It did not appear to lead to any solid intel. So, of course, FBI and officials have been continuing to say throughout to this a search throughout this entire case. Even if they were to find Brian today, they still want people to come forward if they believe they have any pictures or video or remember anything if they came across the pair during their trip. So here again, Wednesday, we have people out here searching this area as the search for Brian Laundrie continues into another day. And yesterday was the day that we had it confirmed by the FBI that the autopsy was indeed conducted and confirmed it was Gabby Petito. And once more, Brian, the last person to have seen her alive. That's what authorities believe. So they would like to bring him in for questioning, especially now that that autopsy has also determined this death was a homicide. So a lot to look into, a lot of questions still going to be surrounding this entire case. Even if Brian was brought in, how soon would he be able to talk to authorities? Again, he came back from that trip solo on September 1st. And didn't speak to the parents of Gabby Petito, instead hired a lawyer right away. So this is just some aerials again from the search efforts taking place to where Brian is believed to be. And if there's more developments, whether it's coming to us from Florida or Wyoming, where again that autopsy had taken place, we're of course going to be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Going to be heading out to a quick commercial break for some of our viewers as we continue to give you news stories happening across the country. More to come here in just moments on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to our viewers who were out on that commercial break. We continue to give you some of these live looks from down in Florida. Again, Live Now from Fox. If it's live, breaking news. We're on top of it, giving you content all across the country. Here's a look outside of the nature reserve where they have major search efforts continuing down in Florida. And then, of course, we're also outside of the Northport Police Station, just trying to be in multiple different locations in case there's any new developments in the Gabby Petito case. We'll be on top of it because Live Now from Fox always likes to give you the latest and breaking news information across the country. So as we continue to keep our eyes on all of the sources that we do have in Florida, also in Wyoming, outside the coroner's office where that autopsy took place. Again, if there's more breaking news that happens, we'll be on top of it here for you. That's what we do. Live, raw, and unfiltered is what we have for all of our viewers each and every single day. So don't forget, if there's more developments, we'll be bringing it to you here. And of course, if we'll be staying on top of it, updating viewers no matter when they check in. So if you have to step away for a second, you come back, we'll be giving you the latest updates on this Gabby Petito case. But we heard earlier today from Jen Psaki at the White House briefing, a lot of questions being pushed about our border security, the Border Patrol's crisis that they've been dealing with as we had thousands of migrants rushing to the Del Rio area, a lot of them Haitian migrants who, again, were trying to escape their country. Now some are being flown back. So we did have today Governor Abbott out at an event signing yet another bill as we do have him trying to combat this issue that's happening right in his state. The audio a little bit hard in certain places, but we wanted to bring it to you because, again, it's pertaining to the border crisis happening now. So let's listen into what he had to say just earlier here this afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all very much for being here. We're very happy. I was talking to the governor in private and talking about a couple of things, but one of the most beautiful things is I don't think we've ever had a governor of Texas visit us here in City Hall. Governor, thank you very much. It's amazing. We've always tried to be inclusive with everybody. I would say there has never been a governor that visited South Texas as much as Governor Abbott. We're very happy to have him here. So, Governor, welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, and listen, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Great to join you, and congratulations to you. It's great to be in City Hall, and great to be with some of your city commissioners, as well as other leaders, as well as other leaders and important folks from this entire region. I do want to take a moment at the beginning to first emphasize what the mayor was talking about, and that is the frequency with which I come to the Rio Grande Valley. I care about the Rio Grande Valley. I care about its present, and I care about its future. And that's what draws me down here so much. I've come to the Rio Grande Valley more than any governor in the history of the state of Texas. That is how important the future of the Rio Grande Valley is to me. Also, I view very important the future of the Rio Grande Valley in its connection to the current mayor, which is why I want to begin by recognizing him. Let me just say this up front, and that is one thing that is essential for the future of Texas is to have the Rio Grande Valley, Hidalgo County, and the city of McAllen to be successful. You are the 5th largest metro area in the entire state of Texas. So Texas cares about your future. Texas wants to see you succeed. Texas wants to help you succeed. I will tell you also that as you know about how you're situated, you are a cornerstone about one of the key things that we do in the state. Texas is always recognized as the economic engine of the United States of America. One of the components of that economic engine is trade. Texas has led all states in the United States for 19 years in a row for international trade. International trade is voluminous, but also incredibly important. Here in McAllen and Hidalgo County,
We want to make sure that it remains that way. But also, look at the way that McAllen really is kind of the epicenter of the cultural and the economic present and future for this entire region. And so it is inspiring to see that you have a leader for Mayor of McAllen who will be charting a future that will ensure that you're going to be able to capitalize on all the resources you have, all the capabilities that you have, all the people that you have in this region. I know from talking with the mayor about his commitment to economic development. It's an area that the governor's office in the state of Texas is highly committed to. The mayor will look forward to partnering with you to make sure that you will be able to succeed on your vision for increased economic development in the region. I also know that you're highly committed to increasing access to health care and improving education, and we look forward to partnering with you about that. You mentioned Bruce Bragg. Bruce Bragg is the chair of the Texas Department of Transportation, and I want you to know that the Texas Department of Transportation understands the traffic congestion issues, but also the importance of building out transportation infrastructure and what that can mean for the future here. And so I know that you have a great vision for this community, and because of your success in becoming mayor, because of the great vision that you have for the future of McAllen, I wanted to present to you a proclamation from the state of Texas, signed by me, in recognition of your election as mayor of McAllen, as well as to present to you a flag that was flown over the state capitol in your honor, in recognition of your success and your future. Congratulations, Mayor. Now, we're also here for the purpose of signing some legislation. And I want to thank Jay Lozano, representative from near here, who was a key sponsor of this in the Texas House of Representatives. The key sponsor of this in the Texas Senate was Senator Hinojosa. Senator Hinojosa is voting on property tax relief in Austin, Texas right now. So I think it's best that he be in Austin, Texas, as opposed to McAllen right now, but he wanted to be here. But I want to thank both of them for their leadership in what I'm about to talk about. You know, one of the worst challenges that we see as a result of these open border policies is we're seeing a dramatic increase in the amount of human smuggling. Human smuggling has several challenges that go along with it. Human smuggling is the process, among other things, that's involved in human trafficking. Human trafficking is a horrific crime that preys upon especially women and children. And what happens to those women and children who are trafficked is unspeakable. And we as a state are committed to making sure that we do all we can to reduce human trafficking. One key way to do that is to crack down on human smuggling. Other things that occur because of increases in human smuggling is the human smugglers, they bring into Texas and to the United States dangerous gang members who they may stick around in the Rio Grande Valley, or they may go to Houston or Dallas or go to other regions across the country. And then in addition to that, human smugglers, they make a lot of money off of smuggling across the border people who are drug smugglers. And they're smuggling in unprecedented amounts of fentanyl. Fentanyl is one of the most deadly drugs that exist. 2 milligrams is enough to kill a person. In just this year alone, the Texas Department of Public Safety has seized enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the states of Texas, New York, and California. This must be stopped. And one way to stop it is to crack down on the human smugglers who are assisting in bringing drug smugglers across the border. So whatever its form, human smuggling, it poses a danger to Texas. And it was essential that we do something about it in this past session, and that's exactly what happened because of the leadership of Senator Hinojosa and Representative Lozano. And I'm about to sign it into law. This law makes it easier to arrest and to prosecute human smugglers. This law also increases criminal penalties for human smuggling, especially when payment is involved in that process.
Texas is using every tool to ensure public safety in and around the border region as well as across the entire state of Texas, while also working to restore the border as a cornerstone of trade and cultural exchange. Once again, a special thank you to Senator Hinojosa as well as Representative Lozano. The crackdown on human smugglers in Texas is now law. All right. Well, then we look forward to visiting with the folks who are here.
Governor, I think they're very well informed. They have no questions.
All right. Thank y'all very much. That's perfect.
All right, so let's go ahead, step away for a quick break as, again, we continue to follow a number of stories happening across our country here on Live Now from Fox, where we are live, run, unfiltered. Again, more to come here after a quick break. Or can we ask, let me ask Edge if we can bring... See if Edge brings it to us. Maybe they could bring it to us by the time the end of this commercial happens. Because I think they have a White House bump shot on one of them. Is that Edge? I think Edge 5 is just a bump shot, so they should be able to bring that to us. And then we can still download the video in full from Fox's Facebook, but at least have some of it live. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to jump into a press conference that's taking place. Federal Reserve concluding its last meeting by issuing a policy statement, updating its economic and interest rate forecasts. So now they're holding a news conference with Chair Jerome Powell. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
It's a very important innovation, and I think we would need that to go ahead, and that's the process we're engaged in. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And that's the way it goes sometimes. We are always jumping from event to event here as we are live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. So again, that meeting just wrapping up. We're going to be grabbing that piece of content, bringing it to our viewers here in just a little bit. But just wanted to remind you, we're also still continuing to stay on top of the Gabby Petito case, because we do know after yesterday's autopsy that it has been confirmed that her body was the one found in Wyoming just on Sunday, and now the search for Brian Laundrie continues, as again, he is the only person who is been named a person of interest in this case. So here's one of our live looks that we have just outside of the nature reserve, where all of those search efforts have been majorly focused on. And again, we do know that dive teams were called in here this morning. And when police were asked about it, of course, a lot of questions poured in when they saw those teams arrive. He said that it's not because they had found any specific piece of clue or evidence. It was part of what they're just doing to expand their search into some of these bodies of water. They're also going to be using sonar equipment as well. So once again on Sunday in the Bridgerton Teton National Forest, the search for 22-year-old Gabby did result in finding her body. And a video that had been captured by a vacationing Tampa family accidentally had caught what appeared to be the couple's van, which was parked at the Spread Creek dispersed camping area in the forest, where Gabby's body had been later found nearby. So her body found 3 weeks after Brian had returned home to Northport in a camper van without Gabby, and Brian was named a person of interest in the disappearance of Gabby, and yet remains to be found here after his parents last said they had heard from him back on the 13th of this month. So again, our search efforts continue here in Florida. As I mentioned, not many developments being shared yet here today, but of course, if we do hear of any official press conferences or news that does break here in the Gabby Petito case, we're of course going to be jumping into that here for you on Live Now from Fox. And right ahead of this, we were trying to listen in to some remarks made by Jerome Powell. We're going to go back and bring you that entire press conference that had been taking place. Again, this just ended moments ago, and that's part of the reason why you tuned in here with us, is because we're able to take you out to a number of news conferences and press conferences that are happening live across the country, raw, unfiltered, but also ones that have happened that we know people would be interested in hearing from too. So once again, Federal Reserve concluding their last meeting. Now a press conference had been held with the chair, Jerome Powell. Let's go listen into that here on Live Now from Fox.
Policy goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and price stability. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee kept interest rates near zero and maintained our current pace of asset purchases. These measures, along with our strong guidance on interest rates and on our balance sheet, will ensure that monetary policy will continue to support the economy until the recovery is complete. Progress on vaccinations and unprecedented fiscal policy actions are also providing strong support to the recovery. Indicators of economic activity and employment have continued to strengthen. Real GDP rose at a robust 6.4% pace in the first half of the year, and growth is widely expected to continue at a strong pace in the second half. The sectors most adversely affected by the pandemic have improved in recent months, but the rise in COVID-19 cases has slowed their recovery. Household spending rose at an especially rapid pace over the first half of the year, but flattened out in July and August as spending softened in COVID-sensitive sectors, such as travel and restaurants. Additionally, in some industries, near-term supply constraints are restraining activity. These constraints are particularly acute in the motor vehicle industry, where the worldwide shortage of semiconductors has sharply curtailed production. Partly reflecting the effects of the virus and supply constraints, forecasts from FOMC participants for economic growth this year have been revised somewhat lower since our June Summary of Economic Projections, but participants still foresee rapid growth. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have continued to improve. Demand for labor is very strong, and job gains averaged 750,000 per month over the past 3 months. In August, however, job gains slowed markedly, with the slowdown concentrated in sectors most sensitive to the pandemic, including leisure and hospitality. The unemployment rate was 5.2% in August, and this figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as participation in the labor market has not moved up from the low rates that have prevailed for most of the past year. Factors related to the pandemic, such as caregiving needs and ongoing fears of the virus, appear to be weighing on employment growth. These factors should diminish with progress on containing the virus, leading to more rapid gains in employment. Looking ahead, FOMC participants project the labor market to continue to improve, with the median projection for the unemployment rate standing at 4.8% at the end of this year.
All right, guys, we can always jump back into that press conference again. That was something we wanted to bring to you, but we do have a live event taking place that I think is important to get out to here, as we do have some lawmakers speaking to the treatment of the migrants who have been making their way down to the U.S. Or over to the U.S.-Mexico border. So we do have a couple of our leaders on from Congress who are speaking right now, so we're going to jump into that live here for you. That's what we do, live, run unfiltered, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Asylum seekers without even a screening or a hearing back to countries so dangerous that they're giving those countries temporary protective status, as they did with Haiti, and then returning people right back there. We are hard pressed in the year 2021 to find more traumatizing and blatantly racist images than those coming out of Del Rio area. White and white presenting men on horseback with lariats, chasing, yelling, and cursing at vulnerable black asylum seekers who have for weeks and months been resolutely traveling towards what they thought was safety of the United States. The actions of these Border Patrol officers are completely unacceptable and show an indifference to the humanity of black people. This administration must extend humanitarian relief in the form of humanitarian parole and asylum to the black asylum. They don't need Cheetos, they don't need hot dogs, they don't need juice boxes. They need freedom. They need freedom, and this administration can do it today. They need to give humanitarian parole. They need to process people's asylum claims. They need to stop the deportations. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Nana. Well, you've heard from the wide range of Democrats on Capitol Hill, and I thank you for your indulgence in all of this rain. As you can see, the matter of the Haitian refugee crisis on the southern border is a major concern for our communities. I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by many colleagues, but two have remained here in the rain. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota and Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan. I thank them. When we spoke to them on the floor, they were ready. And so are so many of our colleagues. I want to ask any of the press who are still here present whether you have any questions. I think the demands of the members have been heard loud and clear, but I'm sure there are a few questions. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so what was the response to
Yes. We met with members of the administration in the executive offices of the White House early this morning. They understood that what we'd all witnessed was horrific and that it was not in keeping with what this administration has purported itself to be. They understood that the battle is not against the Haitian American people, but against a bureaucracy that needs to accommodate the numbers of folks who were coming to the U.S. and presenting themselves peacefully as refugees seeking asylum. They also recognize that there must be a public accounting of those officers who were photographed beating, chasing down on horses Haitian refugees. They also recognize that there's a challenge right now with respect to Haiti and the fact that the nation itself is not really in a posture where it can manage its own affairs, let alone the constant deportation and flights that are coming in. And so there was a recognition of all of that. We left a number of issues with them that they will respond back to the Congressional Black Caucus on, but immediately we have asked for the stopping of deportation, the processing of the families, and that there be a public accounting of the behavior of the Border Patrol and what has happened. No, it was not an appropriate response, and we magnified that today in no uncertain terms. I think this administration will be back at the drawing board. I cannot say unequivocally that it will end, but they understand that it's not just a matter of the members of Congress at this stage, but of a nation who is outraged by what they see as disparate treatment between certain immigrants coming from different regions of the world. We have embraced the fact that we wanted our Afghan partners here. They're refugees. We are now asking that our Haitian partners also be given the same level of support as they present themselves and respect. Sure.
May I just add something to your question very briefly? Let us distinguish the Haitian migrants at this time. It is not even the migrants of 10 years ago with the 2010 earthquake or more. It is individuals, many of them, who left 10 years ago, who came to other countries. We thank those countries at that time for welcoming them. But things economically and otherwise collapsed. This is a perfect definition of stateless. And that means that they should be in a separate category, refugees, really under State Department jurisdiction, because their home country is a country they cannot return to. They have not been there for a decade. And the country from which they have come, they are not citizens of. You're not sending them back. You're not sending them as Guatemalans or Ecuadorians. And we thank all of those countries. And so that is why the Congressional Black Caucus, with all of our allies, believe that we have the higher ground, if you will, for a humanitarian approach of due process for asylum petitions, and also taking in, as they have been doing, families with children. And we must take note of the money that has been given from this administration to Haiti in its recovery of the earthquake. But the point is, the American people, I believe, are with the Haitian people, not with violent acts and acts that take us back centuries. And so I think we're going to be seeing us moving forward with the administration.
Let me thank you all for coming today and for enduring the inclement weather with us. As you can see, this is a very passionate and important issue, and we expect to see results from the Biden administration. We have made it clear to them that humanity is at the heart of every policy that we will pass here in the House of Representatives, and that we expect to be modeled by the Biden administration. Everyone, have a great day. Thank you for joining us.
All right, so once again, listening into lawmakers on Capitol Hill here as they are concerned about the crisis that continues down at the border. And we will continue to follow this story along with all the other stories happening across the country. Of course, we're live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, so we will be getting into more events and press conferences when we return after a quick commercial break. For our viewers with us that are not in a commercial break. Let's go ahead, listen in. As you can see, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis stepping up to the podium.
Richard Corcoran, our Commissioner of Education, for being here. Also Superintendent Deborah Pace, and then Mike Meechan for hosting us here today. I also want to recognize James Long, who's the principal of Gateway High School. And then we also have Anthony Cook, who's a parent of 3 children here in Central Florida. And then we have our new Surgeon General, Dr. Joe Ladapo, and he is hard at work and already making a difference. So if you remember last year, we had a big push over the summer to make sure that kids were able to go to school in person. It was really important. It was important for their well-being, their education advancement, their social development, the whole 9 yards. It was also important for parents because a lot of parents had to be working. They had to put food on the table, and having kids in school is kind of how they had built their professional lives around that. So we knew it was important for the kids, first and foremost. We also knew it was important for families, and so we were able to do that. Every parent in Florida had the right to send their kids to school in person. We were much better for it last year having done that. And I can tell you there's places across this country where there's some kids couldn't even get into school for a year in person, and the learning loss, the loss of development, some of the social, I think, stunning of the growth in terms of social growth, that's going to be very, very difficult to overcome. So we knew there was a lot of challenges. Superintendents like Deborah worked very, very hard. Principals worked hard, teachers worked hard. That was one of the reasons why we worked hard to get $1,000 bonuses for all our principals and teachers, because we recognized it was a different type of school year, but it was very, very important that we do that. And so now fast forward to this year, there's been a lot of discussion, of course, about parents' rights, whether kids, particularly these young kids, can be forced to have to wear a mask, or whether that's something that the parent should be able to decide based on the health and well-being of their kids. I would note there's still litigation going on. We're going to end up winning that case in the first DCA, but the results, the fact is the cases have gone down everywhere in the state since school started. And that's not just for school kids, that's for the whole community. So the idea that somehow schools were a big problem, that has been refuted yet again, and we've had a really significant decline in cases, hospitalizations, hospital admissions, the whole 9 yards. So we're happy about that. And as much as play as the parents' rights got in terms of making sure parents had the right with respect to masking, one of the things that the parents have been most concerned about have been policies that would quarantine dozens and dozens of healthy students if there was one positive test in a particular classroom. And that was incredibly disruptive to kids' education, to have someone at home who is healthy, doesn't have any symptoms, and yet they're not able to be in school and not able to learn. They get not allowed to participate in activities. That's been a huge, huge impediment to having a normal functioning school year. And it's also very difficult for parents because we have a lot of folks, particularly here in Central Florida, a lot of two-parent households. Both are working to put food on the table. We've got a lot of single-parent households, including single moms, have to work to put food on the table. Many of our folks in Florida are not able to work from home. They've got to actually be at that job, and they've got to be there earning a living. And so they get a call maybe the night before saying, hey, your son or daughter was quote exposed, and they're going to have to quarantine. That makes it very difficult for them to continue doing their jobs and continuing to put food on the table. So we've been looking at this for a long time, and the European CDC always advised against healthy quarantines. They advised a symptom-based approach last year, and basically if someone is sick, obviously they stay home, and if they come to school sick, then you send them home, of course. But anyone that may have been in contact without symptoms, should be able to stay in school. They can be monitored. The parents can be notified that there may have been a case, and then parents obviously can make decisions, so forth. But the parents, have a right to have their healthy kids in school, and I think the Europeans recognize that. The United Kingdom does that. Sweden, a lot of these countries have done it this way, and basically they're treating this like they would treat typical respiratory viruses. And Iowa in the United States has also done it. And so we here today, Dr. Lapido put out a revised rule for the school year, which basically recognizes this, that quarantining healthy students is incredibly damaging for their educational advancement. It's also incredibly disruptive for families all throughout the state of Florida, but particularly here in Central Florida.
All right, guys, we've been listening in. Governor DeSantis emphasizing in-person learning for students in the state of Florida. But I do want to just let everyone know we had heard some reports. Just wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. So we had a report of a person who had ran out onto a runway in the path of an airplane. This happening out of California at the Hollywood Burbank Airport. Since that time, the person has been brought into custody, and they did cause a few flight suspensions and a temporary shutdown of the facility, but that suspensions and shutdowns has since ended. So just wanted to quick report that here for you, as we are always live on Unfiltered, trying to bring you all the breaking news and stories that are taking place across the country. Going to be sending some of you off into a quick break. The rest of us going to be going back to that education press conference happening in Florida with Governor Ron DeSantis.
Review of quarantine students, and they found like 98% of them were not ever COVID positive. And so just think about that. I mean, it'd be one thing if like 90% of them were COVID positive who were exposed, but it's 98%. And in Florida, it's been similar. Most of the students who are ordered to go home and quarantine don't end up getting sick. So let's just recognize that and make sure that we're doing what's right for parents and for students. And so Dr. Ladapa is going to talk about this in a second, but this is something with particularly schools have been in now for over a month. We've seen big declines. Schools are not driving this epidemic. And we know that from last school year. We now know it from this school year because if they were, we had schools coming in at the height of a wave, you would have seen that thing take off even more, and instead it's plummeted. And we're very happy to see it plummet. We're also happy to see statewide just such a steep decline in hospital admissions and really serious symptomatic illness. Decline in hospital admissions, emergency room visits are down dramatically. The hospital census for COVID, I think, is 28 days in a row, 28 days in a row, which is really good, and it's been cut in half, more than half, since about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And we really stressed this early treatment with the monoclonal antibodies, and I think the fact that people who were symptomatic, developing serious illness, high risk, had treatment options, both people that were vaccinated and unvaccinated, has helped keep thousands and thousands of people out of the hospitals. And so this is going to continue to be an important part of what we do to provide Floridians with the ability to protect their own health. Biden is cutting to Florida our monoclonal antibody treatment. It used to be you could just, whatever you needed, you'd order it, it'd come. HHS has seized control of that, and now they're effectively rationing it. So we had a cut last week, and we have another cut this week. So we're working on ways to overcome that, but I think clearly you see this has been very successful, and it's helped an awful lot of people. So we want to continue doing that. But for now, this, I think, is something that's long overdue in terms of the school policy. Let's focus on symptoms. Let's have a safe environment. If people are coming to school sick, let's make sure that they're back home. And if they get sick, make sure that they're not coming to school. And I think that's 100% something that we all should do. As you do have a case, if someone's exposed, not an automatic quarantine. If they develop symptoms, then obviously, but really the parent is going to have that ability for a healthy student to be able to have a place in the classroom. So this is something that I think is going to be very beneficial for a lot of parents and a lot of students. So I'm going to have our Surgeon General come up say a few things about it, and then we'll hear from some of the other folks who are here with us today. Okay, Joe?
All right, great. Thank you, Governor. So, good afternoon. Again, really happy to be here in Florida, and really very happy to be working with someone like the governor who has a similar vision about, how to think about weighing costs and benefits with managing this pandemic. So yesterday, when the governor introduced me, one of the things I said is that we would make policies about public health that considered both costs and benefits. So when I went to graduate school, that was not a radical idea. That was just sensible to make policies and think about both the benefits that you get from them and what they cost you. So our new rule today is an example of that. So if you look at the data, if we talk about the data about what the benefits are of taking healthy children who happen to be exposed to another child or adult who's tested positive for COVID-19 and taken that child out of school for a week or longer in a quarantine, well, what are the data about benefits? So basically, there's no high-quality data about benefits. And we're about 18 months into this pandemic, and there's not a single high-quality study that shows that any child has ever benefited from that policy. 18 months into the pandemic, what are the data about costs? Well, we actually do have good data about costs. So there have been several studies that have shown that when kids are taken out of school, when they're kept out of school, it's extremely harmful. I mean, it's too bad that we needed a study to know that, but it is. But that, it's great that the studies agree with what I think most parents would have known without a study. So, we have a policy, there's a policy in place in many parts of this country that basically has no provable benefit, but demonstrable and considerable harm to children, not to even mention the parents and the disruption that creates when they've got to figure out how to sort of reorganize things as the governor described. So, we will consider costs and benefits, and it's not a sensible policy, so we're not going to do it. And again, it's also important to respect the rights of parents, as the governor described. So yes, parents, we respect that some parents may be less comfortable sending their kid back to school after being exposed, and so the new rule allows for those parents to keep their children home for a period of time. And the new rule also allows for parents who are more comfortable, letting their healthy child return to school, go back to school. So that's how we're going to lead public health. It makes sense, guys. It's just benefits and costs, and where the balance lands is how we're going to make policy.
And it's also interesting, if you look last year, the students who test positive are much more likely to get infected in the community than they are actually in a classroom setting. And so I know that there's positive cases that can happen, but I bet you, if you looked at it even now, it would still be the case that a majority of those positive tests resulted from infections that happen outside the classroom. So there's actually an argument, you quarantine a kid outside the classroom, doesn't mean they're just going to sit in their room the whole time. I mean, they'll be in the community most likely, especially if they're not symptomatic. So their risk of exposure in some respects may even be greater. I want to let Superintendent Pace come up. She's done a really good job here in Central Florida. Last year, she was one of the leaders in saying, we've got to get the kids in school. I mean, remember, that was like so controversial at the time, but it was the right thing to do, and it proved to be successfully done here in Osceola County.
Thank you so much, Governor DeSantis, and thank you, Commissioner Corcoran, for being here with us today. Thank you also so much for your leadership in prioritizing getting kids back into school. Certainly safety is our #1 priority, but the learning is so critical for our students and our families here in Osceola County. So on behalf of our board, our community, and our parents, we really want to thank you. When I looked at our data on day 15, 19% of our students either were quarantined or had been. So that's 1 in 5. That is devastating for families who have to go to work, have to make alternative arrangements for their kids, and yet we are still continuing to see a decline in cases in that 5 to 17-year-old age group. So we are excited to have this new opportunity to let parents make decisions in the best interest of their students. We do encourage everybody to monitor closely for symptoms. Don't send those children to school if they're sick. We'll work with you to make sure we transition them to digital learning. But overall, we also know that learning happens best when they're in a classroom with that caring teacher, with their peers, and learning from each other. So we thank you for your leadership and appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you. Okay, we have James Long, the principal of Gateway High School.
Good afternoon, everybody. You've heard a lot of people talk about the challenges of these last 18 months, and certainly education wasn't immune to that. It was challenging for educators, for our parents, but most importantly, it was really challenging for our students. And the fact that, Dr. Pace made the decision and the board made the decision that the kids could all come back and we would be back to face-to-face learning. And I entered school that first day, and it was like the first day of school for me all over again, just getting to see 1,800 faces that were just as excited to be there as I was. And now we're just in the process of learning new things and going through these quarantines that we're still going through. And as a principal, having to make phone calls to parents or talk to students and say, I'm so sorry, you have to quarantine again, or your son or daughter has to quarantine. And to look them in the face and just see that disappointment of a kid who says, Mister, please, please, not been quarantined 5 times, please. That hits home for me a lot. So any opportunity to allow our students to have an option to stay in school and parents have that option to keep kids in school, I'm in favor of it, because I really believe that's where kids need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Anthony Cook. He's a teacher and a parent of 3 children, 2 in high school, 1 in middle school. He had to quarantine at the start of school year just as it was beginning, or his oldest son had to quarantine. But all his kids had actually had COVID prior to the school year starting, and so they were exposed. And clearly, we know that's strong immunity, and yet still had to quarantine. So, Anthony, can you come up and share your story?
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Anthony Cook. I'm the coordinator of college and career services here for the school district of Osceola County. I guess I'm supposed to put a face to this, right? So I have 3 kids here in the district. I have a junior, a freshman, and I have an 8th grader. Son, daughter, son. When we went into quarantine the very first time when COVID hit, it was a struggle. Both of their parents are educators. And our kids struggle, except for my oldest one. He just seems to get everything done the way he needs to get stuff done. But my 2 youngest ones struggled while we were in quarantine protocols. And last year, being in and out, we were really excited about this school year, things kind of getting back to normal. Prior to the school year beginning, my kids ended up getting COVID. My daughter was really sick. My sons were asymptomatic. We quarantined them for about 14 days, got them tested. They were negative at that point, but when we tested them on day 7, they all 3 showed to be positive. They missed the first couple of days of school. That was okay. First couple of days, no big deal. We're in school. We're starting. Things are going well. And I got a call from the middle school that my son was in a classroom with somebody that tested positive for COVID. So we had to quarantine him, and because my kids are in the same household, we had to quarantine the other 2 as well. So they missed another 10 days of school. And I know that the effects as far as the education goes is a bit of a challenge. My daughter, my middle child, and my youngest son both struggled. Like I said, academically, my daughter struggled as far as test taking goes. Even my oldest son, who tends to get things done with no complaints, no worry at all, he struggled as well. So we're excited about the opportunity of being able to send back our kids should somebody in the classroom test positive with COVID. I'm a firm believer in following the safety protocols, doing what you need to do to keep yourself safe, but just having the opportunity for them to be face-to-face learning, as the evidence shows that that's just the best form to get their education delivered to them. So that's all I have to offer to y'all today.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. So they're in the same, one student is exposed, but he's got 2 others. So since they're in the same household, they have to stay. But it's interesting, there's some districts that do it the opposite, where family could have 3 kids, one of them's exposed, they stay, and then the other 2 stay in school, which kind of defeats the purpose of the quarantine, because if you're all in the same household, so there's really no good way to do it when you're talking about these healthy kids. So we appreciate what can be lost with that. Richard Corcoran, Commissioner of Education.
Thank you. I just want to say that this is something that we've heard, as the governor mentioned, and you've heard from Deborah Pace. For the last year, what we did was simply nothing less than amazing. We opened up with face-to-face instruction option to parents, more students, faster and longer than any other state in the union. But what we did see last year was massive quarantining. And as the governor mentioned, now we have this data. So you think about it, what we did last year, and we saw some dips in our ELA, some dips in our math, nothing like the nation. But what we do know is this: if you take the number of kids that we had in face-to-face instruction, pushing 2 million kids, and they're all here or there getting quarantined, you're talking about what would be described as chronic absenteeism pandemic. That's what we had last year. All of these kids, and you take it worldwide, you're talking millions and millions and millions of days of quarantining, and to the point when you know factually that 98, 99% of those children never become symptomatic. And so to the Surgeon General's point, it's completely a lack of sensibility. It's a lack of common sense. We have an absolute known thing that if you have chronic absenteeism, and what that means lower performance in schools, greater mental health issues, greater likelihood of struggling for the rest of their academic career. All of those things are 100% certain. And over here you have 1 to 2% maybe of those kids ever needing to have been quarantined. And to the governor's point, we say 1 or 2%, but that includes the concept that those kids went home and locked themselves in a room for 14 or 10 days and never got exposed. The reality is they're down playing basketball, they're at their neighbor's house, they're hanging out, they're doing all those things. So the likelihood that 1 or 2% is really 1 or 2% is a complete fallacy. So listen, I'm speaking from experience. That's why I'm a little bit passionate about it. I have 6 kids. All 6 of my kids, and some of them last fall when we were doing 14 days, have been quarantined. You're talking just one household having approaching 100 days of chronic absenteeism. That's a problem, and it doesn't make any sense. And so this change is what the superintendents, what parents, teachers, everyone said, if you could change one thing right now, stop the chronic absenteeism. Let us keep those kids in school. It's a brilliant rule change. It's so glad to have you on board, General, and so glad to have you do this, Governor. And we thank you so much for this common sense rule.
So bottom line is healthy kids have a right to be in school. The parents have a right to have their healthy kids in school. Parents also have the right to be notified if there's a case in a school and their kid maybe have been in that class or may have been around, and if they feel that it's better to keep them out, by all means, we think that's it. But it seems the concerns that we've seen are parents who have a healthy kid sitting around the house and really need them to be in school. So that'll be better for the kids' education, development, and of course it's going to be better for our working families who are working very hard and have worked very hard throughout this entire pandemic to make ends meet for their families and to put food on the table. So I want to thank the General for drafting this, and I want to thank Richard for really being out in front and always advocating for these children. So let's keep it going. I think the school year we've defied a lot of I think critics in terms of the decline we've seen in the COVID since the school started, and we really feel that with our focus on treatment was one of the missing aspects, that going forward, we have people to give them the tools they need between the vaccinations and the prevention and then the treatment on the back end. Okay, take some questions.
Governor, you've spoken a lot about people having the freedom of choice in the pandemic and not letting local politicians step in between you and your doctor and make decisions. With that same philosophy, can you stand behind that to support the Heartbeat Act that was filed today? And how can you compare and contrast of government stepping into a medical decision that you're saying shouldn't happen during the pandemic?
Well, I mean, I think the differences between right to life is that another life is at stake, whereas whether you're doing stuff is really, if you put something in your body or not, and does it affect other people? So that's the in terms of protecting another life. But look, at the end of the day, government was instituted for certain reasons: protect life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Here, I think, with what we're doing with this policy, we're really supporting the ability of kids to be educated. And by all means, and it's not just COVID. I mean, if kids are sick, it's absolutely appropriate for them to stay home. If someone's symptomatic, stay home, and we want to do that. But people that are healthy really should be able to be in school, and that's what we're doing here today. I have not seen what was there. I have a 100% pro-life record, and very much have supported when I was in Congress, and then signed pro-life and as governor.
So you've been listening in to Governor DeSantis out of Florida right there, as his main concern lately has been education, also talking about masking and vaccines, everything along those lines. We're going to move away from that press conference for just a moment, but we're going to stay in Florida because the search for Brian Laundrie is still underway at this time. There's search teams that are still there at the Carlton Reserve. That's where we're going to find Fox 13's Kim Quizon. She's been covering this story from the very beginning. Kim, what is it looking like there today? How has it changed as far as this search effort goes?
Yeah, well, the search effort is now focused on bodies of water out here at the Carlton Reserve, and investigators say that they've exhausted all of their searches on land, and now they are turning to the water for any sign of Brian Laundrie, and that could be a number of things. Brian's parents reported he left 8 days ago with a backpack, and finding that backpack or anything in it that belongs to Brian could help put them on the right track. Northport police say they are trying to cover every acre. They have the FBI, FWC, local sheriff, and police departments helping in their search. Northport police recorded this video showing the sheer amount of law enforcement out here. And in an interview released to the media, they say they have one goal.
Our law enforcement partners, they're motivated and they're hungry to find Brian Laundrie. They're ambitious to partner with us.
And today is the first day we've seen dive teams come out to the site. The county also brought pumps and shovels, once again focusing in on those ponds and marshy underwater areas. And investigators are still searching this site because they say at this point in time, this is the last known place where Brian Laundrie was at. And they say until they get a credible tip that comes in telling them otherwise, they will continue searching here. Daytona, back to you.
Kim, why are they searching these underwater areas? Why is the focus now on these ponds?
Yeah, well, the Northport Police Department says that they've really covered all of the land out here, and the water is the next logical step. They said that they just want to make sure that no stone is left unturned. And at this point in time, being Florida, having all the rain out here and the ponds, they just want to make sure that nothing ended up in that water.
And Kim, I think it's important to note at this point in time, everyone is pretty jumpy at trying to say, hey, Brian's been found. There's been false reports of police finding him trending on social media. What do you have to say about that? I mean, the media, you as a reporter, has been on this since the beginning. We definitely want to clarify what is true and what is not.
And I can tell you right now, that's why investigators are still looking out here at the Carlton Reserve, because they say, according to Brian's parents, this is where he wound up. And at this point in time, that's their last credible tip. They said as of right now, they continue to look into all those reported sightings. There was one out of Okaloosa County that was looked into by the sheriff's office. They said that there was nothing found with that one. Now, they still want to get those tips. They still want those tips to come in to 1-800-CALL-FBI because they do help. But as of right now, nothing credible has come in.
Yeah, and it's good that you did get a portion of an update from Northport Police. Are we going to be getting a full briefing anytime soon? I mean, we haven't had one in probably a week now. Are we going to hear from the FBI? Are we going to hear from the police department who's on this?
Yeah, and talking to the FBI and Northport Police, now we are hearing from Northport Police Department. They are responding to our questions. They said that the next big development, which obviously would be finding Brian or maybe a different site, that's when we would hear that that more up-to-date information.
All right. Great reporting. Fox 13's Kim Quizon out there following this story. We're talking to you every single day, so we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks.
And we're going to move along here on Live Now from Fox. As we said, the search continues for Brian Laundrie at this time at the Carlton Reserve right there. That big news coming out yesterday as the FBI has confirmed that autopsy said the body was indeed, they confirmed it was Gabby Petito, and that the manner of death was ruled as a homicide. So if we get any more updates out of the FBI along those lines, we'll bring them to you as quickly as we can here on Live Now. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, more of these top stories across the country, as it's going to be yet another busy day, and the rest of the week is going to be busy too. So we'll be back here 2 minutes. Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to be going out to California for this next story as local officials in San Jose, Northern California, are addressing a recent crime surge. They're going to bring along some of these families of recent mass shootings, as well as police department in the area, as this past week was violent. We heard from Oakland police just yesterday. They had something like 9 homicides in a series of 7 days, in a very violent weekend as well. So here's the latest out of Northern California.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started, and if our other guests arrive, we'll put them into the lineup. So, first off, good afternoon. My name is Raul Morales. I am the San Jose City Council representative for District 3 here in downtown San Jose, and I'd like to thank you for joining us, and thank our speakers that will be speaking momentarily as well for joining us this afternoon. As we all know, on May 26th, a gunman entered the VTA rail yard and ended the lives of 9 VTA employees, including a childhood friend of mine, Michael Rudemecken, before ultimately turning the gun on himself. This was recorded as the deadliest mass shooting in the Bay Area. And immediately after, the San Jose City Council enacted stronger protections to reduce firearm violence, which I supported. However, I believe the conversation has to go further and cannot simply be focused on mass shootings, but on gun deaths and injuries altogether. According to the CDC, the United States in the United States, while mass shootings like the one at the VTA and at the Gilroy Garlic Festival just 2 years ago do get high-profile attention, they account for less than 1% of firearm-related deaths. 60% of deaths from firearms in the U.S. are suicides. 37% of total deaths from firearms are homicides, and the other 2% of firearm deaths are unintentional, undetermined, or from legal intervention. When we talk about firearm safety, oftentimes the focus remains on just the firearm itself. We must begin to start looking at a more comprehensive approach. And when discussing gun violence, we must also look at factors that would compel a person to come to the point of picking up a gun, whether it be suicide prevention, mental health support, intimate partner violence, or substance abuse. We must also focus on the wellness of those in our community, starting with our own employees right here in the city of San Jose, or at our own individual respective agencies. We have seen that the severe mental impacts of COVID-19 during this past year and a half. And I'm here to say to those who are suffering, whether out loud or quietly, you are being seen and you are heard. That is why today I am proposing a comprehensive proposal to broaden our approach on reducing gun violence. First, self-examining the workplace safety and culture starting here in the city of San Jose, and implementing any necessary changes, including increasing knowledge and access to wellness programs and mental health services. Second, actively taking part in the conversations in developing a countywide trauma recovery center in the event that another traumatic community event occurs. And finally, to evaluate our firearm regulatory policies and programs, collect data on firearm-related deaths and injuries, and commence a conversation around how addressing various social and psychological factors could play a larger role in firearm violence prevention. This includes exploring whether mental health evaluations for firearm permitting would be feasible as well. I am calling this initiative Community Violence Prevention and Response because my goal is that whatever measures we enact to reduce gun violence, we do so as a community. That is why I'm also honored to have so many of our community members joining us here today. More importantly, we must work together to destigmatize mental wellness and work to ensure that we get help to our colleagues and community members who most need it so that they remain safe to themselves and others. It is no coincidence that only just yesterday, we at the City Council proclaimed September as Suicide Prevention Month. Too many lives have been lost to a gun, whether by one's own hand or another's. And regardless of what side of the gun debate you are on, one thing we can all agree on is that no one wants to see more violence. We cannot afford to avoid these tough conversations, and it is my hope that the outcome of this initiative will result in saving lives. As much as I personally believe there could have been more done to prevent the VTA tragedy, I have to accept that I can't do anything to bring back my own friend. But in the position that I'm in, I know I have an obligation to do all in my power to try and prevent this from happening again. And for me, it starts with this action today. It's now an honor to be able to introduce my friend and wife to my late friend, Michael Rudemecken, Gloria Rudemecken.
It has been said, with every great tragedy comes the opportunity for great triumph. While I wish my husband, Michael Rudemecken, wasn't a victim of a senseless and brutal tragedy, I can now only hope that his life was not lost in vain. On May 26th, the trajectories of many lives were changed forever. Futures were stolen, and lives were once filled with smiles and laughter are now weighed down by grief. We do not have to accept this level of violence as the new normal. We need to push for improving violence prevention infrastructure, community safety plans, and crisis support for victims' families. Councilmember Perales' three-pronged approach addressing the wellness and safety of our community in hopes of reducing violence is a step in the right direction for future change, which is why I'm grateful my friend Raul has asked me to speak to you today. The tragic event in May serves as a harsh reminder of the crucial role of a safe workplace culture. Every workplace should have leadership in place that protects their employees. These leaders must be willing to listen and respond to employee issues expeditiously. They must possess the emotional intelligence to alleviate stress on the job, communicate effectively, empathize with others, overcome challenges, and diffuse conflict. I call on the city to implement a proactive campaign to promote, encourage, and incentivize all and existing wellness programs among city employees, especially during these most difficult months under the duress of such a brutal crime and continued stress from COVID-19. It pains me to say that my family and I are still haunted by the treatment that we received that awful day. Michael's family and I waited at the Red Cross Reunification Center for 12 painful hours for any news and any updates about him from officials who failed to deliver dependable or truthful information. When your loved one wears a name badge, multiple articles of clothing with his name on them, and there are witnesses to a crime waiting 12 hours for any information, does one very cruel thing. It gives you hope. Hope that you will find your loved ones still alive. When addressing the victims' families, only 2 medical examiners came to the Red Cross. They visited one room after the next. As Michael's family, friends, and I sat together in a small room at the end of the hall, we listened in horror as the screams and the cries grew closer and closer from those families being delivered the news that their loved ones had died. Those screams and those cries will forever haunt my nightmares and every silence in between. There are no words to articulate the trauma of the treatment of that day, as it is clear that those who engaged with us were not prepared to properly support victims' families. I sincerely believe a county-wide trauma recovery center would help future victims' families so they are treated with empathy, compassion, and respect. It's hard enough to lose a loved one. It's even harder to lose one to a brutal and senseless murder. And it is an entirely other beast to endure mistreatment while you are processing trauma, loss, and grief. I spent I spent half my life with my husband, and knowing he died in such a horrific manner brings tears to my eyes every time I think of the tear he suffered. Knowing he died alone is unbearable and something I will carry forever. Raul and my husband were childhood friends. Michael was a supportive friend who volunteered for Councilmember Perales, championed him every chance he got, and even kept a folder with newspaper clippings of his accomplishments. I know he shares my grief and agony in the devastating aftermath of the worst mass shooting in the city's history. Tragedy like this cannot happen again in San Jose. We cannot accept this level of violence as our new normal. What Councilmember Perales has outlined is a step in the right direction for reducing violence in our community. If Michael could speak today, he would say the same. He would proudly support his friend and advocate for these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. I know how absolutely difficult it has been for you, and I thank you for sharing your story. Now I'd like to welcome up Casey Halcomb, the Director of Victim Services for our District Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon. Just last week, I was with the District Attorney as we honored a brave citizen in Campbell who called the police when he saw something suspicious. He saw somebody in his neighborhood, the behavior was odd, And when law enforcement responded, they found semi-automatic weapons, they found a manifesto, they found bullets. We don't know what they prevented that day, but this is not the first time that's happened in our community. Thanks to the brave effort of San Jose Police Department, who responded to a similar incident in a mall where somebody posted that they were going to conduct a shooting, and they found him in the mall with guns in a backpack. What Mrs. Rudimenkin said is true. We do not have to accept this level of violence, and we should not. But it does happen, and unfortunately this community has been touched by mass victimization often in the last few years. We had the shooting in Gilroy. Of course, we've had the most recent shooting in VTA. We also had a workplace shooting in Morgan Hill at a Ford dealership. We had a mass stabbing at Grace Baptist. This community is dealing with a plague of mass victimization and gun violence, and we can do something about it. The county is very excited to partner with the city. It's our largest city. Their partnership in this initiative is critically important to develop a trauma recovery center for the county of Santa Clara, and the vision is one of not just response, but prevention. We are in a mental health crisis coming out of a pandemic. As I'm sure many of our victims and family members from VTA would say, they're struggling to find appropriate mental health services because all of us need support. And right now, the demand far outpaces the supply. And a vision of a trauma recovery center is to be able to have therapists and counselors trained in trauma services available to respond, to have the protocol and the infrastructure in place so that, as Gloria said, they're not treated with the same chaos of that day. And so it's with great pride and a future partnership that the District Attorney's Office and certainly Victim Services supports the development of a trauma recovery center in Santa Clara County. And we look forward to partnering with Councilmember Peralez and the City Council of San Jose to make that dream a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Next, I'd like to invite Vic Ojakian, the co-chair of the County Suicide Prevention Oversight Committee.
So before I get started, and even though we're a small group of people here, I want to ask you a question, all of you a question, and only answer it if you're comfortable doing that. By a show of hands, how many of you have lost somebody to suicide? And frankly, looking around, it's not unexpected to see the hands that I see. There was a study done in 2011 of Californians, and what it showed was that 51.4% of Californians had had their lives affected by suicide. So this isn't, and for those of us who work in suicide, we know that's a low number. That's the baseline. So I'm talking about just a segment of what the council member, I think, is getting at. But for those of you who don't know, suicide far outnumbers, the number of suicide deaths far outnumber the number of homicide deaths. This county, the last time I looked, it was 3-to-1. 3 times as many suicides to homicides. So we've got a serious issue on our hands. And we know it affects people's lives by the show of the hands that I just saw. So who am I? I'm Vic Ojakian. Besides the title that the council member noted, I'm involved with a lot of groups, all of it around suicide prevention and mental health, all with the goal of trying to prevent people from taking their lives. I myself have lost a loved one to suicide by a firearm. So I wanted to commend the council member. A couple of years ago, this city council unanimously approved a suicide prevention policy, a city suicide prevention policy. So all the council members were supportive, but the real effort for that, getting that policy in place, was initiated by him. He's been the champion of this cause in this city. And it takes that. Last night, the city of Cupertino passed a suicide prevention policy, very similar to the one that San Jose did. The situation in that the vote was very similar to what I've seen in close to 40 jurisdictions where I've asked them to pass a policy. It was a unanimous vote, and it was a vote in which some of the council members talked about their own personal experience and the loss of loved ones. So what the council member is trying to do today, or with his memorandum, is very much in keeping with the concept that we talk about in suicide prevention and public health. The concept, conceptual framework that revolves around these three concepts: promotion/prevention, intervention, and unfortunately postvention. And if you look at some of the things he's proposing in his memo, they fit into each of these categories to reinforce what we try and do in suicide prevention to prevent people from losing their lives. It's not a single approach about a single issue that he's trying to get at. He's trying to get at a multi-pronged approach that looks at people and tries to help them up front before they're in a situation where they're going to do something that is tragic, frankly. So just as a final comment, if you haven't figured this out from my reactions and the words that I'm speaking, I revolve around a single goal. The goal is save lives. Don't let people lose their lives. And frankly, just like the action we took last night in Cupertino, that requires an all-hands-on-deck approach. This isn't a Vic Ojakian issue. It's probably not even a Councilmember Perales issue. If we're going to be successful in preventing people from taking their lives, particularly with firearms, we need all of us to do something. Dismissing something or avoiding it isn't a solution. The solution is taking action. And so again, to commend him, that's what he's trying to do today. And I hope people take note of it and are supportive of him like I am. So thank you.
Thank you, Vic. And next up, we have the Executive Director of our South Bay Labor Council, Gene Cohen, and our South Bay Labor Council really showed us how we could bring community together in tragedies like this. And I'd like to say thank you and invite up Gene.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean Cohen, and as the Executive Officer of the South Bay Labor Council, I'm responsible for the livelihood of 100,000 working men and women. And just like any other family, the labor movement identifies itself as a tight family that's woven together by our shared responsibilities to each other. And that means taking the time to tell each other the truth when things are uncomfortable. That means addressing issues around substance abuse and mental health. And just like our family in the labor movement, the city of San Jose is also a family for the workers and employees and the members of the public who seek services here. And the opportunities we have in front of us right now are really transformative because we've surfaced conversations that are oftentimes stigmatized and are oftentimes deeply buried in terms of being able to create spaces for people to feel comfortable and have the resources to address their mental health services. So we're really excited and we're really committed to making sure that not only are the programs funded and accessible, but they're also accessible to everybody who needs them for as long as possible. Trauma isn't something that has a deadline or a sunset. It's permanent, and it shows up in many different ways. So these investments are going to be really transformative and important to the workers of San Jose, but also to everybody in our community who needs to make sure that their mental health is something that we're all investing in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean. My friend Mike was really proud to work at VTA, but he was also really proud to work with his union, ATU. And it's an honor to be able to invite up a friend of his and the president of ATU Local 265, John Courtney.
Thank you. As I recollect what happened that day, I want everybody to know that I was in that room and Michael sat right here next to me that day. And to echo what Raul said regarding gun violence and gun ownership or whatever, it's not about that. No matter what side of that argument you stand on, I think we can all agree that the mental health aspect has to be dealt with. When I looked into the killer's eyes, I didn't see the Second Amendment. I didn't see any argument other than a mental health issue and evil. And I am so thankful to the city of San Jose, the county of Santa Clara, VTA, and Raul for putting this to the forefront. When this tragedy happened, we didn't have a playbook. Most of us were just trying to do the right thing for each other and be there for each other. And we didn't realize how deep the mental health part of this went into our society and into our houses and into our homes and into our workplace. And this, what we have in front of us is an opportunity to look into our workplace and to see, is there someone we can help? Are there people we can help? Are there programs that we can put in place so that this never ever happens again? And that's the important thing here. We can't change what happened in the past. It was senseless, but what we can do is make sure that this, or a tragedy like this, never ever happens again. And something like this never affects this county, this state, or this country, or this world for that matter. And to that point, I'm just very, very thankful for the efforts going forward. And we have an opportunity to write the playbook. And you're darn right we're going to write the playbook, and we're going to get it right. And we're going to fix this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. And our last speaker will be the president of our San Jose Firefighters Local 230 Union, Matt Tuttle. And as we know, our firefighters here in San Jose are responding to every single call for violence that happens.
Thank you. When a San Jose firefighter experiences and witnesses a traumatic call or a fire, our department has an incredible peer support and critical incident stress debriefing team that will help a firefighter cope, talk, and share what they saw and how they felt. We don't choose what emergency comes next. We are an all-risk organization that responds to medical calls, car crashes, fires, hazardous materials incidents, and rescues, just to name a few. Each call is different, but they take a toll on the mental health of our firefighters. We see things no one should see. We are beyond grateful and thankful that our support teams that we have in place are made up of firefighters and dispatchers from San Jose, and they're able to help us in our time of need. Having programs to set up to deal with the chronic stress from our work environment is paramount to keeping our firefighters healthy. It is paramount to know that they are supported beyond the call. Having additional programs and funding set up to continue more education for our support team and create new teams around the city let us know that we are supported off the clock and that our families know their loved one is getting help when they need it. A broken arm is easy to diagnose. A stressful mind is not always as easy to recognize. This is why it is important to have programs set up to adequately aid the mental health of our firefighters and the rest of our city employees. Mental health is not a stigma, and neither should proper support from our employers on mental health be a stigma. Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you again to all you for joining us, and especially to our speakers. Thank you for giving up some of your time today and being able to lend your voice and your support for this initiative. It will be presented today at our Rules Committee at 2 p.m. And I'm hoping for unanimous support from my colleagues so that we can begin this very important work. Thank you very much. We are now open for questions.
How much responsibility does the employer have to make sure that the employees recognize the signs that someone is having issues? I mean, it seems like, and forgive me if I'm wrong, every workplace act of violence, there's always signs. What is that addressed in the initiative?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we've had an ongoing employee wellness program here, mental health services that are available to our employees for years. Unfortunately, it's one that's underutilized. It's a lot of undereducation and information, the stigma associated with it as well. A lack of, I think, promoting the programs, trying to remove that stigma. The other thing that we know absolutely that we have a responsibility for, and this is something that the city takes responsibility through measures as people are retiring or leaving the workplace with traumatic injury, whether it be physical or mental. And we have numerous disability payments where we're showing our responsibility to those incidents, namely because we know a lot of the work that we ask our city employees to do is and can be traumatic, especially for those like our first responders that are out there each and every day dealing with these incidents. But the reality is, and one of the things I don't think we have focused enough on, is what other type of traumatic incidents are other city employees, similar to VTA, other public agencies, employees that you may not automatically raise to that concern that are having traumatic experiences themselves, our train conductors, bus operators, and the traumatic experiences that they have. Absolutely, that obligation falls on us as public agencies to ensure that the wellness of our employees.
The county is working on a temporary trauma center right now with the idea of potentially doing a permanent. Are you asking the city, what do you see the city's involvement in that? Funding or just trauma center? Can you elaborate a little?
Yeah, absolutely. Funding would be a part of it. I don't think that the county should be footing the bill independently on their own for this, especially if we can take advantage of it. That's really what I want. I want the city to be an active partner. I want us and our employees, our residents, to be able to take advantage of this new center, this new trauma center, when it comes online, and thus we would have a responsibility at a stake, not only now in being able to develop it, build it out, but to ensure that it had the necessary funding to be ongoing. And I know this is a new effort, but it was unanimously approved to begin that effort at the county. I was very proud to see that come forward and look forward to that opportunity. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you've been listening in to that press conference out of San Jose talking about gun violence prevention, as they've had a pretty violent couple of weeks out there. focusing on addressing wellness and safety and also mental health. They also mentioned firefighters and the work that they do, which brings us into this breaking news out of San Bernardino in Southern California. A 50-acre fire is forcing evacuations. We know that is 0% contained at this time, although that's just preliminary information. As you can see, fire retardant drops have already been made, and it seems like they somewhat have things under control. If we get any updates on that acreage, we'll bring it to you, as well as the containment. But I want to take you to a different story in Riverside, California, not too far from there, as police are investigating after conducting a welfare check on an 87-year-old woman. Fox's Christy Fajardo has this really disturbing story.
It's a house so strange, Riverside police officers couldn't find the front door, but it's what they discovered inside that sparked an investigation. The frozen body of an 87-year-old retired LA County Sheriff's Sergeant. Now detectives want to know if her death was natural or a crime.
We're still waiting for the autopsy report. Once we get those reports, we'll know exactly in which direction this investigation is going to go.
Riverside police say Miriam Travis lived in the home with her 64-year-old daughter, but it was her other daughter, who lives out of state, who grew worried after not hearing from mom in 2 months. That's why she asked police to do a welfare check on Sunday morning on the 6600 block of New Ridge Drive. Police say her sister was home, but mom was not.
We noticed some inconsistencies with her story as to what mom's whereabouts. They detained the daughter and ultimately went inside the residence, and they located the mother deceased inside a freezer in the garage of the residence.
So far, there has been no arrest, and the daughter wasn't home when we went by the house. Travis worked for LA County for 27 years and had even been a detective in the Elite Homicide Bureau. Sheriff Alex Villanueva said in a statement, "Our hearts are broken by this news, and the entire LASD family mourns her loss."
And back out now to the Gabby Petito case. As you can see, Carlton Reserve, still search parties there looking for Brian Laundrie, the boyfriend of Gabby Petito. This coming as yesterday, the FBI confirmed that the body found in Wyoming was Gabby Petito. The death ruled a homicide. We'll be keeping our eyes on this shot as well as any new information as it breaks. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, where we keep it live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll see you then. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to go into some coverage on the southern border right now. We've been showing you these really horrific images coming in from the U.S.-Mexico border. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas back on Capitol Hill today, answering questions from lawmakers about his department's response to the crisis at the border. An investigation is underway, taking a closer look at some of the tactics being used by Border Patrol agents. This comes as 2 U.S. officials say some of the migrants are being released into the country. Fox's Madeline Rivera has the story.
Thousands of mostly Haitian migrants are camping under a bridge in Del Rio, Texas, waiting to be processed by Customs and Border Protection, despite a warning from Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas earlier this week.
If you come to the United States illegally, you will be returned.
Now, a new report says Haitians are being released on a, quote, very, very large scale. The White House says it's still deporting migrants under Title 42, a Trump-era policy that allows the administration to turn migrants away without giving them a chance to ask for asylum. However, not everyone is being told to leave.
Those individuals who are eligible to stay in the United States through a range of our programs, that they would be allowed to stay.
Those who are not immediately removed are either brought to an ICE facility or released with a notice to appear in court or report to an ICE office. Still, some immigration advocates say the process is confusing.
Right now, it's not clear how they are being processed.
The president is facing harsh criticism for his response to the border.
The wrong signal was sent to our counterparts across the globe that we have an open border.
More than 24 Republican governors are demanding a meeting with the president over the border crisis, saying the migration surge has created an international humanitarian crisis. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And we did hear from some lawmakers who are calling on the Biden administration on their handling of these migrants at the border there. We're going to play out just a portion for this outside of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. just a few hours ago.
This must be the tears of the ancestors. There you go.
Okay, you got it. You got it?
Yeah.
You got it? You got it? Okay,
Yes.
okay? Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, a rainy afternoon, but for a very important subject matter. I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke of the 9th District of New York, representing South and Central Brooklyn. At this stage, I'm going to move our agenda forward by introducing the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus. Today's press conference is being hosted by the Congressional Black Caucus in conjunction with the Caribbean Caucus, the Haiti Caucus, and the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. As you can see, there is unanimity and unity among members with regard to what we have all witnessed in terms of the Haitian migration and the Haitians that are seated on the southern border. Having said that, it is now my honor to introduce the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty of Ohio.
Thank you so much to everyone that's gathered here, to the press, to all the representatives of the caucuses that Congresswoman Yvette Clarke mentioned. It's not by happenstance that we are here. The nation has witnessed over the last 48 hours some of the most horrific things that we've seen. Some of the most emotional, deplorable, unthinkable, and almost not real for us in 2020. But the real reality is, it was real. Today I had the honor of taking 8 members of the Congressional Black Caucus and leadership directly to the White House. And part of that was to speak to those deplorable photos and ask, one, that all those recognized riding horses, using their reins to chase down Haitians like they were cattle and goats, to be suspended, terminated. We also asked a halt to that procedure. While we respect using horses along the border for safety, for patrolling, we have never witnessed people who look like me to be treated the way those Haitians were. We had a long laundry list. And for the sake of so many people who are speaking, we will make it available to the press. We asked for a full investigation. We had the opportunity to speak with the senior advisor to the president, former Ambassador Susan Rice, the chief of staff to Vice President Harris, and to a whole team of the National Security Office. We filled the room, and let me just say, we were not bashful. We put out a set of demands. We said that there would be follow-up. Had the opportunity to spend over an hour with the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security. We also have asked that the conditions be looked in. How can you send someone from Central America, whether it's Brazil or whether it's Chile, that has not been to Haiti in a decade or more and drop them off? I don't need to tell you, we know of the earthquakes, we know of the assassination, we know of the unrest, and that it is a failed country. Not acceptable to us as the Congressional Black Caucus. Let me stop here and just say to you, we are fully engaged. We had a member from our Congressional Black Caucus in the Texas delegation. We had the chair of our Foreign Affairs. We had the vice chair of our Homeland Security. We had the first vice, the Congressional Black Caucus. I am just so pleased that we were able to go and lay out our guidelines. Thank you, and I'm going to yield back to Congresswoman Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me take this opportunity to ask the co-chair of the House Caribbean Caucus, the Honorable Maxine Waters, to bring her comments at this time. Congresswoman Waters.
Thank you. I want to thank Yvette Clark, and I want to thank Ms. Beatty for the leadership that they're providing on this issue. I'm pissed. I'm unhappy, and I'm not just unhappy with the cowboys who were running down Haitians and using their reins to whip them. I'm happy with the administration. We are following the Trump policy. He is the one that does not follow the Constitution and would not allow those seeking refuge to be able to petition to get into the country. What the hell are we doing here? What we witnessed takes us back hundreds of years. What we witnessed was worse than what we witnessed in slavery. Cowboys with their reins again whipping black people, Haitians, into the water where they're scrambling and falling down when all they're trying to do is escape from violence in their country. Yes, it is unfortunate that it is the poorest country in this hemisphere. It is unfortunate that they have no stable government right now. It is unfortunate that they've had to live through earthquakes. I've been working with Haitians for 30 years. I've been working through 2 coups d'etats. I went to the Central African Republic and I brought back Aristide after he was exiled into the Central African Republic. They have always been between Canada and France and the United States treated worse than anybody else. And so, yes, we are here and we're organized and we're saying to the president and everybody else, you got to stop this madness. And I want to know, in the first place, who's paying these cowboys to do this work? They've got to be gotten rid of. They've gotten to be stopped. It cannot go on. And so I thank all of you for being here today. Write the story. Tell the story about what is going on. And let people know that they're trying to take us back to slavery days and worse than that. And the children who are unfortunate to be in this situation must be allowed into the United States immediately. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, but immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, I need the oh.
Oh, shit.
Wow, order. Okay, we good.
Get your next co-chairs.
I am.
There you go.
There it is.
Yeah.
So we made it through the rain, everyone. But the rain is not going to stop us from this press conference today. It's now my honor to bring forward one of the co-chairs of the Haiti Caucus, Congressman Andy Levin.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, all the leaders of the Congressional Black Caucus, and all my colleagues who are here today. To stand united and to say that the treatment of Haitian migrants at our southern border is unacceptable, that Congress won't stand for it, and that we demand accountability and answers and a fundamental change of policy. Since there's so many of us up here who are so outraged, I will be brief. We founded the Haiti Caucus because it's time for a new policy towards Haiti where our country actually sees the overwhelming majority of Haitians who want a Haitian-led solution to the political crisis in Haiti, and we are bound and determined to achieve that. But I have to say, as someone who's been active on justice for Haitian people for 40 years, that Haitian migrants have been treated differently than others for decades. Haitian migrants and Cuban migrants were treated completely differently for many, many years. And now we have 8 or 10, 12,000 Haitians under a bridge, desperate at our southern border. And I challenge any of you to find a picture from another time where American law enforcement officials were riding horses and charging at migrants and using their reins as whips and so forth, what we saw there. I'm just going to be honest with you all. This would not happen if this was not 8 or 10,000 black people. It is outrageous. We are not going to accept it. And we are here to say to our friends in the Biden administration, we must find a new course of justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Another co-chair of the Haiti Caucus, who has a very substantial Haitian American population within her constituency in Boston, is Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley.
Thank you, Congresswoman Clarke, for bringing us all here together. As co-chair of the House Haiti Caucus and proud representative of the third largest representation of the Haitian diaspora in the country, we have been organizing for months to bring attention to the plight of the Haitian people and the needs of the Haitian diaspora during this tumultuous time. Proud to stand here in solidarity with the Congressional Black Caucus and other allies. The Tri-Caucus is represented here today as well, as we speak out against the cruel, the inhumane, and the flat-out racist treatment of our Haitian brothers and sisters at the southern border. We cannot and we must not look away in this moment. The nation of Haiti is in the midst of overlapping crises, the COVID-19 pandemic, a devastating earthquake that killed thousands, and political instability from the assassination of the president. It is an unprecedented humanitarian crisis, one that demands a humanitarian response. But instead of leading with compassion and grace, these families have been met with cruelty. ICE has resumed deportation flights to Haiti. Reportedly, babies under the age of 3 have been on those flights. Families fleeing a humanitarian crisis, seeking a better life in the United States, have been rounded up like cattle, whipped, handcuffed, and detained, sent back to a country where many families have nothing left, where the government lacks the ability and resources necessary to safely receive its citizens, where large swaths of the country are without power or clean water. This is abhorrent. We can and we must do better. The Biden administration must halt these deportation flights and allow folks to make a legal asylum claim, which, by the way, is a human right and legal. Last week, Representative Velasquez and I led more than 50 of our House colleagues in calling on DHS to immediately halt these deportations and do everything possible to support those fleeing the violence on the island. We have a moral obligation to lead with compassion, and the images we've seen of Haitians waiting in tent camps to make an asylum claim, which is a legal right, is a reminder of that. Haitian lives are Black lives, and if we truly believe that Black lives matter, then we must reverse course. The Biden administration must immediately and indefinitely halt all deportations of Haitian migrants. It must affirm and guarantee the right to due process for those seeking asylum, and it must use every resource available to support those fleeing this humanitarian crisis on the island. We are the United States of America. We have the capacity to do this right. We simply need the political will to get it done. In the meantime, Congress must do the work of investigating and ensuring accountability of the egregious and white supremacist behavior of Border Patrol agents in Del Rio, Texas. I serve on the Oversight Committee, and today my colleagues and I, we are demanding answers and an urgent briefing from CBP about the conduct of its agents on the border. And we will continue our work in the Haiti caucus to champion aid for the region and support Haiti's full economic and political recovery, Haitian-led by civil society. So I thank you once again, Congresswoman Clark, for your steadfast leadership, for convening us all here today. And now we will hear from our partner and our leader, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas.
Thank you so very much, and thank you to Chairwoman Clark. Thank you to Chairwoman Beatty. Thank you to the voices that you have heard, because these are not new voices. These are voices that have been steadfast. Thank you to the Haiti caucus and all of the co-chairs, and as well my Texas colleagues, Congresswoman Escobar and Congresswoman Garcia. We, as the Congressional Black Caucus, are the conscience and the defenders of Black people in the United States and Black people around the world. We are their strength and barrier. And so let me thank the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus for being able to join her at a meeting at the White House where I think the ultimate decisions and representation of where we are had to be made. I do want to say that they were sensitive and responsive and listening, and we're going to continue to fight. But let me tell you why we have the credentials to be able to fight. And as I do so, let me acknowledge the busloads of migrant Haitians coming into the 18th Congressional District, happily so. People from all over the country are calling the facility to be able to be of help. Why? Because people know the dastardly plight of Haitians. Not that it is not a great heritage, a great country. They fought alongside of us in the Revolutionary War, in case any of you did not know. They have always been our allies. But they're now in a critical collapse. Assassination of their leader, the horrific earthquake, 800,000 displaced, and violence in the streets. Good people that need help. And so we must be at that point of helping. And let me say these points in terms of what we hope that we will see. First of all, the Haitians should be defined as stateless persons. Many of them have not been to Haiti in a decade. They've been in South and Central America. We thank them for that opportunity, but there's a collapse that has caused many of them to flee. In fleeing, one can question whether they can go back to those countries that are not their home countries. One has to determine whether or not you can go back to a country like Haiti that is in a collapse. And so what does this mean? It means that they can be declared stateless and that we can provide the State Department and others to craft a more humane and responsive action for them. In addition, a relic, Title 42, exists. It is a relic of the Trump administration. It was created to be mean-spirited. It was created to give those who are riding on horses the comfort, I can do this. And who are these people? I've never seen this massive numbers of people of dark skins coming across the border in this number. have to understand these crises meet people in their place. And so the border has been safeguarded by Border Patrol and CBP and treating people in a right way. In this instance, actions by some created the narrative that is hurting these people who are just fighting for justice. Title 42, I asked for a suspension of it. It is discretionary. It is related to the Centers for Disease Control, and it can be monitored to the extent that what my colleagues have just asked for, the ability for due process and asylum petition to go forward. Let us create a safe and legal way for families and those who are elderly and those who are frightened and afraid of violence. Let us create that way that we can handle this. I know America can do it. Don't take the narrative of those who want to demean all of us that came from somewhere else. Don't demean the value of America, which is we take the forlorn, the worn, the oppressed. The Statue of Liberty has never bent her head. She still stands.
You've been listening in to this press conference from earlier today outside of the Capitol. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more stories here on Live Now from Fox. We are also monitoring the Gabby Petito case. The search for Brian Laundrie still underway. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
And let's begin to move Haitians in a way that stateless people are treated around the world. And let us suspend the moratorium, suspend the deportation by putting a moratorium on Title 42. Congress listens to the Congressional Black Caucus. We are the conscience of the Congress for Black Americans and for those Black people and others around the world.
Thank you so much, Sheila. We have been joined by another co-chair of the Caribbean Caucus. I want to ask Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett to bring her remarks at this time.
Thank you to so many of you who have gathered here, so many who are concerned about the people of Haiti, about the people of the Caribbean. Thank you to co-chairs of the Caribbean Caucus that are here with us, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee. I'm also grateful to have the Congressional Black Caucus, as well as, could turn it up a little bit. Sheila, you were kind of a little short there. As well as members of the Hispanic Caucus and other members of the Democratic Caucus who stand in solidarity with us, the Haitian Caucus members who have been formed to support the people of Haiti. As a member of Congress who represents the Virgin Islands, I'm the only member who represents the English-speaking Caribbean, it sits within the Caribbean. The plight of my Haitian brothers and sisters, not just the ones presently enduring egregious and unfair treatment at the U.S.-Mexico border, but our brothers and sisters in the nation of Haiti, it's deeply troubling to me what's happening. The crisis unfolding before our eyes at the border is woefully symbolic of our nation's consistent and superficial response to the reoccurring calamities in Haiti and the Caribbean in general. This is an inflection point in a time for us to rethink how we have our relationship with the Caribbean. The Caribbean cannot continue to be an afterthought. These were individuals, as my great colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee said, not only fought with us in the American Revolution, but gained their freedom through their own violent overthrow and then had to pay for that freedom. Until the 1940s, they were paying to the tune of what is now over $2 billion to the country of France. We need to ensure that not only the United States, but France continues to be a part of what's happening there. As we watch our fellow human beings seeking a better life, we need to ask ourselves, do they not deserve dignity of listening to their story, understanding their desperation, and working to find sustainable, long-term solutions to their problems that cause tens of thousands of people to leave their country, live in poverty and hostility in South America, and make the dangerous trek to try and come to America. I believe our Haitian neighbors deserve that, and that we owe them that, in the same way that we owe those other individuals that have helped us along the way. America has significant trade agreements and economic support with its neighbors to the north and the south. Canada, and Mexico. But when it comes to the Caribbean nations, they are thought of afterwards. I'm grateful that this administration has put almost $5 billion available to the people of Haiti for their rebuilding after the earthquakes, that we were the first there after the earthquakes. We were the first there to create a special envoy after the assassination, but we have got to think much more long term. We cannot just continue to think about when it's a desperate situation. We have got to rebuild that which has been taken away. And I think that America is strong enough to do that. It's a well-researched fact, additionally, that our support for them in vaccinations, support for trade, educational and alternative energy partnerships will go a long way. Infrastructure investment to stave off the influx of cheap China support that they are giving them. The Chinese, as Yvette, others will tell you, Congresswoman Clark and others, are flooding the Caribbean with cheap and egregious usury investments in those countries. And America needs to stand firm to our neighbors to the south. That is our third border. That has been said by other presidents, and we need to make it so that it is safe for them to be home. I'm sure the Haitian people do not want to leave their home. Many of them are college graduates, many of them who have done trades. They just want a better life. They wish they could do it in their own home, but they can't. Many we know have not been home in 10 years. There are some children who have never seen Haiti in their life. We have got to be better. We know that America is better, and the Congressional Black Caucus, the members of the Hispanic Caucus, the Democratic Caucus, and the Caribbean Caucus and the Haitian Caucus are here to insist that it happen. And we are grateful that we have had the ear of this administration, that they've been willing to listen, to get our support, and be involved with the grassroots civil society in Haiti to make it so. At this time, I want to bring to the mic Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, who is an officer, the second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. And I want to thank you all for being here in this inclement weather we're experiencing right now.
Thank you so much. I cannot be silent over the horrific treatment of my black-skinned Haitian immigrants in Del Rio, watching the stomach and knots of the stories of history, the vivid pictures that show how black people were treated differently, inhumane, and to see horses herding and whipping at black people in America. It's not lost on me that I sit on the House Appropriations Committee, and on that committee, we allocate funds to our border control to implement a plan. May I share? Implement a plan to protect and have humanity and compassion. Country. This inhumane actions must stop immediately. I appreciate the administration saying we're going to investigate, but I don't want another picture of human beings being treated like animals just because of the color of their skin. When the children were locked up at the border, all of us who are standing here today, we said stop it, release these children and treat them humanely. The compassion and the values of the United States does not stop just because of the color of the skin. The crying out loud, we're talking about human beings. We're talking about the values of America. We're talking about the compassion that we want to see every day. As a member of the Black Caucus, I will not be silent. As a member of Congress, I will not be silent. As a black woman in America, I will not be silent. This must stop.
Thank you very much.
And now I'm going to bring to the mic Nanette Berrigan, my Congresswoman from California.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus stands firm with our brothers and sisters of the Congressional Black Caucus to make sure we're speaking out and saying this is not right, it's intolerable, and we will not put up with it. Seeing the images, the despicable images of humans treated as cattle and rounded up as cattle is wrong. And we need to hold those accountable, whoever is in the White House. We need to speak up, and we need to say, this is not right. Just today, the Committee on Homeland Security had a hearing with the Secretary to make sure we expressed our concerns and our outrage over what has happened. But we can't stop there. We need to continue to push the policies that are going to change this from happening. Let's remember that our Haitian brothers and sisters can't go to a port of entry and claim asylum right now because the policies have still not been undone to allow that to happen. And that is legal, and it's allowed under our immigration laws, and it needs to happen again so that people don't feel the need to have to go between ports of entry. But as my colleagues have pointed out, Title 42, something I also spoke to the Secretary about today. We have hundreds of thousands of people crossing the border every single day. Why treat asylum seekers differently? It's a discriminatory practice that's anti-immigrant, and we need to end it. And so today I implored the Secretary to end this practice, to stop hiding behind the wall of public health, because we know there are vaccines, and we know that they have allowed in the past for immigrants to get vaccines to come to this country. It's done currently. And so the Hispanic Caucus stands strongly with our brothers and sisters. We are going to continue to push until somebody is held accountable and that this does not happen again. And with that, I would like to introduce my colleague from California, Barbara Lee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me thank you, our Chairwoman Yvette Clarke, the Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congressman Joyce Beatty, our task force, and all of you for being here today. And first of all, let me just say a couple of things within context of the violation of international human rights. This week, the United Nations is meeting in New York. Can you imagine what the world is seeing and thinking about our own country? Can you imagine the violation of human rights that has taken place down at the border against black people, against black Haitians? This is untenable. This is, again, everyone has laid out how despicable this is. It's cruel, it's unusual punishment, and those who have engaged in this whipping of people on horseback need to be held accountable. And Congresswoman Waters, you know who pays for this? It's the U.S. taxpayer who pays for this. So we demand that this stop, and and I was in the meeting in the White House earlier, and we, in very clear terms, told the administration that this needs to stop. Also, we need to stop these deportations now, today. Not one more flight needs to go into Haiti. We know what is taking place in Haiti. We don't even have the humanitarian efforts taking place. I mean, we're deporting people to a country that most do not know. We're deporting people with nothing. They're landing in Haiti, and I serve as chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee that funds our humanitarian assistance and much of what we're talking about, along with our Homeland Security Subcommittee. We have to have food and water, a place to sleep, housing, sanitation. We're sending people back with nothing. They're roaming the country. They're stateless. Also, here at the border in Del Rio, why aren't we at least putting tents there, bringing food, bringing water? They're living in squalor. And so we need to make sure that this administration brings forth, and I suggested this earlier, we need to do a supplemental just on the humanitarian issues, on the funding, on the money. We need to do that because these are human beings who deserve due process. They deserve to be part of the asylum system. And believe you me, because they're black, the rest of the world is looking at America now from the United Nations and saying, what in the world is taking place in a country that is supposed to be a country of liberty and justice for all, that upholds the international standards of human rights? And so I just want to thank everybody
for being here today, and I want to thank everyone for supporting all of these efforts. But we have got to say, stop these deportations, and let's get these cowboys, as Congresswoman Waters said, let's get them out of the way. They never need to be on horseback ever again at any border in this country. So now I would like to bring forth I call her my Congresswoman from El Paso, Texas, where I was born, in a border city, and I have visited the border with Congresswoman Escobar, Congresswoman Veronica Escobar from El Paso, Texas.
Thank you, Barbara. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. Thank you all so much for being here. And I am here along with my comadre, Sylvia Garcia, and my sister also from Houston, the Texas women, in solidarity, a cross-caucus solidarity, as we call out to the administration and demand the end of Title 42 and the restoration of dignity for vulnerable migrants, all vulnerable migrants. I represent a community that long has opened up her arms to the most vulnerable migrants arriving at our nation's front door, from Central American refugees and asylum seekers to Afghan refugees who are being cared for on our military installation, to now Haitian asylum seekers. But many of these individuals, with the exception of Afghan refugees, are being flown back, many to countries they have not lived in or do not know, as part of rapid expulsion, a policy that began under the Trump administration and has been used to this day, continues to be used on thousands upon thousands of migrants who are seeking refuge in our country. It is my hope that what the American public is seeing here today, the unity across multiple caucuses, the demand for justice and dignity for human beings in need of our help, I hope this serves as a wake-up call for a country that for too long has chosen to ignore the fact that we are a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of refugees. It is who we are. Congress needs to expand. Congress needs to expand legal avenues for migrants and restore the use of asylum at our nation's front door, including our ports of entry. And the administration needs to hold accountable and have a zero-tolerance policy for those who abuse the dignity of migrants. And I will tell you, my community is no stranger to the inhumanity and the indignities brought upon not just migrants and refugees, but against border communities. Today, right now, I am asking both the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and all caucuses to co-sponsor, support, and endorse a bill that we passed last Congress, a DHS accountability and oversight bill that we passed last Congress that I have introduced again to bring transparency, oversight, and accountability over an agency that is out of control. The second piece of legislation that I'm asking my colleagues to co-sponsor and support, we will be introducing soon, that will restore humanity and dignity to the processing of migrants. We can do this. We are the greatest country in the world, and we do not have to surrender our humanity at any point, anytime, anywhere. I stand with you all in unity, and I'd like to introduce my colleague, the newest member of the House Judiciary Committee in the Congress, Representative Mondaire Jones.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be introduced by a leader for our time, the incredible Veronica Escobar of the great state of Texas. I also want to acknowledge that we were joined earlier by one of my co-chairs of the LGBTQ Equality Caucus, David Cicilline. I'm also a co-chair. We know that human rights are human rights, and we have the Tri-Caucus here and members of other caucuses who likewise understand that We must do right by everybody, and we must live up to our highest ideals as a nation of immigrants. As you heard from so many of my colleagues today, the situation unfolding at the southern border is indeed a humanitarian crisis. The unfathomable cruelty that Border Patrol officers are inflicting on people attempting simply to exercise their legal right to asylum, the vast majority of whom are black and brown, is horrifying and flies in the face of our values as Americans. But the fact is, this crisis is indicative of the cruelty of our deeply broken and unjust immigration and refugee systems. Systems that rip families apart, terrorize immigrant communities, and deport folks who have called our nation home for decades to countries that they have never known, including my constituent, Paul Peerless, of the village of Spring Valley. After 4 years of xenophobic rhetoric and policy from the prior administration, the American people elected Joe Biden to restore humanity, dignity, and respect for international human rights law to our immigration system. So far, his presidency has failed to accomplish that. And individuals fleeing war, civil unrest, and natural disaster are suffering the consequences. This is unacceptable, but we here are fighting to change that. Thank you so much, and I want to introduce an incredible leader, Nana Jumfrey, to say a few words.
So we've been listening into this press conference for quite a while here. Lawmakers speaking out against the Biden administration, talking about the handling of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border, specifically Haitian migrants. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, our very own Andrew Kraft speaking with a border reporter about all the logistics going on there right now. She's on the border, so she is seeing this on a firsthand basis. That's coming up after the break in 2 minutes.
Continuing to cover the border crisis tonight, we're being joined by Wall Street Journal reporter Alicia Caldwell. She's joining me on the phone from Eagle Pass, Texas, I believe. Alicia, do you have us?
I do. Yeah, and I'm in Eagle Pass. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being with us. We're just going to show some of these aerial footage that we've gotten over the last couple of days of just the really just influx of migrants who've really kind of made this makeshift refugee camp, if you will, under that overpass near the Del Rio sector. So give us a sense from your point of view, what have you seen today?
So I was in Ciudad Acuña, which is just across the river from Del Rio, and it's a lot of what we've seen before. You can't actually see the camp under the bridge that connects the two cities in the U.S. and Mexico, but you can see folks just kind of coming and going a little bit as they please, if you will. The numbers are down today from what I saw just from being at the river on Saturday, where it was people by the dozens climbing into the river at an underwater dam above the bridge. And now they've moved downriver about a mile and a half, and they're just crossing the river at a lower point in the river than other spots, and walking up onto the riverbank. And they're basically able to traverse between the camp and coming back into Ciudad Acuña for supplies, or sort of take out meals from charities and local restaurants. I saw, over the last several days, lots of people buying water, in some cases soda, and I'm told that some enterprising folks were actually reselling some supplies within the camp for those who could not cross back and forth. But the numbers have slowed today. It's hard to tell how many new arrivals there are versus people just sort of coming back and forth, as I said, for food and water primarily.
Yeah, and Alicia, can we kind of talk about the journey? A lot of these migrants, most of whom are Haitian. What exactly has the path they've taken looked like? And can you go into some of these deportation flights? The Biden administration, along with DHS, are taking them back to Haiti. Isn't that right?
Sure. Yeah. About 1,000 people by now have landed in Haiti. And one important detail to know for your listeners or your viewers, a lot of these folks have not been in Haiti for several years. They left, in many cases, after the 2010 earthquake, amid economic downturns and other issues in Haiti. A lot of them are coming from Chile and Brazil. So for many of the people I've spoken to over the last several days, their trip started in Chile 3 months ago. By foot and bus and private car, a combination of all of those things over roughly 11 countries from South America into Mexico, they've made that trip. That trip includes the Darien Gap, which, if your viewers are not familiar, is a jungle so dense and dangerous that it's just not something that is ever recommended one cross between Colombia and Panama. It's dense, thick jungle. There are a number of natural and human-made dangers in there. So folks are coming up that land crossing, if you will, from South America into Mexico. And they've come to Del Rio in part because builders have told them this is where you go. Haitians before them have come here, and there's a degree of safety perceived in this region. It's a slightly, I shouldn't say slightly, it is a safer region than others, including the Rio Grande Valley, where most of the people crossing the border illegally in the last several years have traversed. It's the closest point, if you will, if you draw a straight line from Central America to the U.S. border. It's the Rio Grande Valley. And we're seeing a shift here to Del Rio, which is in South Texas, way up north of the Rio Grande Valley. In terms of deportation flights, there have been several over the last several days. It started on Sunday. The administration has returned about 1,000 people, and we're hearing from my colleagues on the ground in Haiti, those who are arriving often don't know until they've arrived that they were being returned to Haiti. So it's a surprise to them. As I said, many had not been in Haiti for several years. Most had not been in Haiti for several years. And it's a shock to them when they're told, welcome home to Haiti.
That's so stunning because obviously we know what Haiti has gone through, especially this year with their recent earthquake and the assassination of their president. Because, to most Americans, I think, who are watching this, including myself, I have customarily thought that the primary, mode of entry for refugees and migrants to the United States is via boat from Haiti itself. And so that's a particular distinction now with this particular crisis. I just want to go into some of the other news that has unfolded over the last couple of hours, especially on the ground in Haiti as those deportation flights have landed. There's been kind of some scuffles on the tarmac in Port-au-Prince. With these airplanes, with the staff, with diplomatic staff and CBP staff as well, who are trying to return these Haitians. Isn't that right? Have you seen any of that?
I've only seen what's on social media, to be candid. But you know, as a viewer, I suppose I would say it's probably not that surprising. Again, what's happening is, for a variety of reasons, folks are not told where they're going. And they land in Haiti, and there is a surprise. You know, I've talked to people on the ground here, both in Del Rio and in Ciudad Acuña, who say, I didn't know what was happening, and all of a sudden, my friends were back in Haiti. And in some cases, people have decided to leave the camp in Del Rio and head back across the border into Ciudad Acuña. I spoke to some folks today who were bound for Mexico City on a bus from Ciudad Acuña, saying they could not risk the potential of being sent back to Haiti. It was not a place they had been, again, in several years. It was not a risk they were willing to take for themselves and their families, so they were going to go back into the interior of Mexico. Wow. In other cases, it should be known, you know, because there is such a volume of people, there are people who are released with notices to appear back in immigration court, right? In one case, I saw a woman, a mother with a young child with an ankle bracelet attached. So she's going to have to report back to immigration authorities at her final destination. Those folks at the Del Rio Respite Center were as surprised as anybody that they were released versus other people who were not. Obviously, again, 1,000 or so people have been sent back to Haiti. Mexico is also now stepping up repatriation flights and moving folks from the border region here in Ciudad Acuña further into Mexico and then staging repatriation flights from there. So there's a lot going on, a lot of pieces of the puzzle. And the big issue, I guess, right now is the camp is slowly shrinking.
Okay.
Both with removals to other border stations across Texas, removals to Haiti, people leaving of their own volition, and then those few who are being processed out and who will be allowed to apply for asylum or other protections in the U.S.
I see. Let's take it back, though, to Washington from the policy angle side of this. DHS Secretary Mayorkas went down there yesterday to see it for himself. Do you think anything came of that visit? We also know Governor Greg Abbott speaking out quite vehemently today. We're going to show our viewers his roundtable and press conference after we speak with you. But what is the administration's plan for this?
I think you're seeing it unfold in live time, right? They increased removal flights. They had stopped removal flights after the earthquake in August. And then when things were deemed stable, they resumed those flights. Not a tremendous volume, but they were removing people under the public health law, Title 42, which basically is not an immigration law. It's a public health law.
Right.
It allows for immigration authorities to quickly expel anyone who has crossed the border without authorization, you know, crossed the river illegally. So they had been doing those. They stepped those up dramatically. You know, half dozen or so flights over the last several days, almost 1,000 people. That is a dramatic ramp up. So you're seeing that live. And they are moving people out to other border stations to process them. I'm told by the Department of Homeland Security, just because somebody's moved out of that camp to a different location and processed in a different border location, you know, be it a processing tent or a physical building, does not mean that they won't be sent back to Haiti under Title 42 or face a variety of, you know, other immigration procedures or be allowed to proceed into the U.S. with a notice to appear, you know, back at court at a later date, and then a judge would decide their fate.
And Alicia, thank you so much for your time. I just want to ask one question, too, because there's been so much back and forth about this, and that is this issue that we've seen generate a lot of attention on social media about agents from Customs and Border Protection on horseback kind of trying to wrangle some of these migrants and stop them from crossing. We've seen a lot of the rhetoric go back and forth. You know, did they use whips? Was it the horses' reins? Vice President Harris commented on that today. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki commented on it yesterday about the humane or inhumane treatment of these migrants. Do you have anything that you want to add on that, anything to clarify? Because there's been a lot of confusion.
Right. So, you know, I was not there, so let's start with that. But I have seen the video. I have seen the still photos. It appears in the photos and the video the horse-mounted Border Patrol agents We're using those horses to wrangle people, using those long reins in a variety of ways. I can't say definitively exactly what happened. Like I said, I wasn't there. But the pictures tell a story. And
Totally.
From what I understand, those agents are now being investigated. Agents, excuse me. Those agents are now being investigated and are off the line for the moment. When I was down in Ciudad Acuña today, I did not see any horse-mounted patrols. What I did see was a line of vehicles: Border Patrol, Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas National Guard, along with the accompanying officers and agents and troops with those vehicles. But no one was stopping migrants today. And again, the flow had slowed discernibly from Saturday. But what happened on Sunday, I'll let the photos speak for themselves. As I said, the Department of Homeland Security is investigating. The Secretary has made his comments that he's incredibly concerned. I don't know that I can't quote him because I don't have a statement in front of me, but there is grave concern about what happened. And again, the video and the audio and the photos, I'll let your audience digest and make a call. But they are what they are. They show what they show.
All right. Alicia Caldwell with the Wall Street Journal has been doing some just excellent reporting. We thank you for your time.
So that was Andrew Kraft speaking with a Wall Street Journal reporter talking about the border. Press Secretary Jen Psaki also asked about those photos in the briefing today. We'll be playing that out later here on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back, we're switching gears a little bit. We haven't really touched on coronavirus this week because we've really been keeping our eyes on the Gabby Petito case, which you can see a live look outside of the Northport Police Station as the search is still underway for Brian Laundrie. But when we come back, we're talking about vaccine boosters, the CDC getting together, discussing some of the details of how this rollout is going to be. That's coming up in 2 minutes. We'll have a live report. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're talking COVID right now. Over 182 million Americans are fully vaccinated, and now some may have to get another shot. The CDC and FDA are planning to release new details this week on COVID-19 booster shot recommendations. That's been the big focus for a while now. Fox's Jayla Whitfield joining us now from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. with the latest. Hi, Jayla.
Hi, and that is exactly right. The Biden administration is pushing for an extra layer of protection against the coronavirus. Today, the CDC advisory team met, and they'll meet again tomorrow to discuss vaccine boosters and who they plan to recommend them to. Currently, they're only recommended to those that are 65 years and older and those that could be at risk for severe COVID. But that could all change if they get the green light to recommend it to more Americans. Right now, the CDC committee is waiting on the approval from the FDA before they decide their recommendation on booster doses for the rest of America. President Biden spoke on his COVID strategy earlier today.
The United States has lost more than 670,000 of our fellow Americans. Worldwide, the death toll is above 4.5 million people. 4.5 million people. And this is a global tragedy. And we're not going to solve this crisis with half measures or middle-of-the-road ambitions. We need to go big.
The Biden administration also plans to buy an additional 500 million COVID-19 vaccine doses to send to low and middle income countries. So far, the U.S. has shipped more than 160 million doses to 100 countries. Now, while the coronavirus cases are continuing to increase, health experts are worried as summer leaves and winter returns, these cases could increase even more. I'll send it back to you.
So, Jayla, a question for you. You know, what are these conversations kind of talking about, outlining with the CDC here? What are they trying to decide on whether to push this vaccine booster forward, and age groups, or what's the details on that?
Yeah, they're trying to decide if it's effective, if it's necessary, and which age groups actually need it the most. And then they're also trying to decide what time period you would need it after being fully vaccinated. Is it 6 months or is it 8 months? It all depends on these conversations that they're having. But before they can do any of that, they're waiting on that FDA approval, and they're hoping to get it by this week.
And is this all concerning the Pfizer vaccine, or is it talking about other vaccines as well?
Yeah, as of right now, it is they're only talking about the Pfizer vaccine when it comes to this, and they've already made that vaccine booster. It's available for those that are 65 years and older already, and those with severe COVID. But, you know, that could change if they get that green light.
All right, Fox's Jayla Whitfield reporting live for us in Washington, D.C. We know that those conversations are going to continue into tomorrow. We've been kind of popping in and out of those here on Live Now, trying to give you an idea of what they're speaking about. But, man, there's a lot of confusion over the vaccine right now. We're going to go back again to Fox 5 in D.C. as they have a segment talking about vaccine confusion. Take a listen.
Time now is 9:16. There are a lot of questions and confusion surrounding the coronavirus vaccine, and this morning we are trying to clear up all of it. So joining me right now is Dr. David Dowdy, an epidemiologist from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks so much for having me, Marissa.
Yeah, so many news updates, one after another. We need you today, especially on the booster shots. We'll start with that first. We know that an FDA advisory panel has recommended that booster shot for people 65 and older and those with compromised immune systems. Number one, how soon can we see that? And what does that mean for the general population, the rest of us getting a booster?
Well, so we're still waiting on the CDC to make its recommendations formal. So this will probably be a few over 65 rolling out in the next week or so. For the rest of us, it's still going to be a little bit of a wait. I think that we'd have to have data represented to the FDA, and the FDA made it clear that they're not quite as interested in seeing booster shots recommended for everyone quite yet.
Well, see, I think that's where a lot of the confusion is, because you hear that the vaccine effectiveness wanes over time, and people are already in that 6 to 8 month time period from getting their first round of doses. So you wonder, by the time we get approved, will it be effective?
Well, I think that it's important for people to realize that some degree of waning immunity is expected after you get a shot, right? So a shot ramps your immune system up for a couple of months. And we expect that will taper down just a little bit over time. That doesn't necessarily mean that long term the protection from this vaccine is going to continue to go down. I think that the focus on 65 and older is is trying in the midst of this current surge to keep people out of the hospital. But we actually don't have any longer term data suggesting that that this protection continues to wane beyond 6 or 8 months. So for people who've gotten this vaccine, you're protected. You should consider that that this is a good vaccine.
Got it. Talking about children now, we know that Pfizer says that its vaccine is safe and effective for kids 5 to 11. How soon can we see kids getting the shot once everything hopefully is approved? Young children.
Well, we're hearing people like Tony Fauci saying that that we'd like to have this done by Halloween. That may be a little bit optimistic, but I think certainly before the winter hits us hard, assuming these data from Pfizer play out, I think that we can expect to see vaccines for those 5 to 11 as well.
Okay, maybe the first of the year. I know I saw reports of that out there as well. It could be January, February-ish.
Well, for 5 to 11, probably sooner than that, assuming that these data from Pfizer hold up. Pfizer has made this announcement, but they haven't actually made their data widely available. So the FDA will be able to see it when Pfizer makes its application, but we still don't know exactly what those data hold. But assuming that they hold up, and they probably will, I think that we'll probably be seeing kids 5 to 11 getting shots in arms in November.
A few seconds left. Breakthrough cases. I know so many people who are vaccinated have gotten sick. Should we all expect at this point to perhaps get COVID, even if it's a mild infection in the fall and the winter?
No, not necessarily. We're seeing cases going down. And again, these vaccines are still very, very effective. So I think it's important for people who have not gotten vaccinated. Now's the best time to have that happen. And if you have been vaccinated, you do have strong protection. It's not 100%, but it's very good.
So breakthrough still means breakthrough. Thanks so much, Dr. David Dowdy, an epidemiologist from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
That was Fox 5 in D.C. with all of your vaccine confusion answers, for the most part, the answers they can give. We want to go back into some of the coverage on the Gabby Petito case as we have a